Chapter 71. It hurts so much. What? Still can move? Impossible? Could it be that this guy turned out to be a martial arts genius with extraordinary talent and strong resistance to blows? Seeing that the young man hadn't fainted yet, Yu Liang suddenly felt very strange. According to his experience, he punched himself down. Although it wouldn't kill him, at least it could make him sleep for a few hours. The next moment, Yu Liang suddenly understood. What's the matter? Although he has already copied his martial arts ability. However, his physical fitness is too poor. How can this body compare with the body that has been tempered for more than 30 years? That middle-aged man's casual punch can cause great effect. Yu Liang is afraid that he used the power of breastfeeding, so he can't even try to achieve it. Therefore, the young man was punched, and although he looked shaky, he didn't really faint. Of course, it was a punch to the head after all. If you want to pretend that nothing happened, it is also false. Yu Liang clenched his fists and was about to step forward to make amends. Suddenly, someone shouted, "His knife is gone, grab him." Then, a young man rushed over and crushed the man. With the first, there will naturally be the second. Two more rushed out. He who lays hands, and he who grasps feet, grasps feet. When the fifth person rushed out, the man with the knife was already crushed and unable to move. He's just an ordinary person. He's fighting with a knife, and with a wounded, blood-stained aura that frightens others so that they dare not do anything. However, once he lost his knife and got entangled with others, then in the next moment, he became a street mouse, and everyone shouted and beat him. Yu Liang blinked, and suddenly realized that there was no room for him to make up for punching. "Ah, brother Yu!" At this moment, behind him, He Ling Long screamed and rushed forward. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and firmly pressed Yu Liang's wound. The little girl's eyes were already filled with tears, as if she would cry at any moment. Dest! Yu Liang's face suddenly turned pale. He grinned and gasped. This is not excessive blood loss, but completely out of pain. He looked at Yi Ling Long, who was almost half of his body pressed against the wound. Yu Liang doubted very much whether she had seen through what she was doing, so she wanted to fight back with fire and make her act real. "Brother Yu, you are bleeding?" Yi Ling on the other side also rushed up. Yu Liang's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly stretched out his intact arm to stop her. "What the hell? With your sister, I'm already in pain. If you rush up again, then I really have to explain here today." "No, it's okay. I'm fine, don't panic." Yu Liang's voice trembled a little. It was so fucking painful. He believed that if the middle-aged man was present, even if he suffered such an injury and was pressed down by Yi Ling Long, he would never be as useless as himself. "Hey, it seems that my body should really be polished. Otherwise, it may not be possible to deal with the two of them in the future. Quick, call the police. Someone here is injured. Call an ambulance and take him to the hospital." "Ambulance?" Yu Liang glanced at his arm and immediately understood that the ambulance was probably called for the people in the kitchen. "I just don't know what happened to the people there." Yu Liang reached out and patted the twins, and then pulled a little distance away. "I'm afraid that they will get closer to him again. If it is normal, it is a wish. But for now, forget it. I'm injured. Go to the hospital to get bandaged," Yu Liang urged. "Ah, yes. Yi Ling Long finally came to his senses and said, Go right away. Go right away." At this time, more and more courageous people gradually surrounded him. A middle-aged man said, "Young man, you are quite courageous. That's enough for a man." So many people, although the situation was chaotic at the time, many people panicked and ran away with their heads in their hands. But there are also people who are calmer and see the situation in their eyes. For example, this middle-aged man, he witnessed it with his own eyes. It turned out that the assailant with a knife threw it at the two little girls. However, this young man took the initiative to stand in front of them. In this day and age, there are relatively few young men who are willing to spend money for girls, willing to block the knife for girls, asking for flowers. Well, a lot of people are saying it, so can I. However, there are really many people who have the courage to rush forward when they encounter a knife. Therefore, this middle-aged man is quite admirable. And seeing the attitude of the two twins, I also feel that this is a matter of course. "Young man, you have so much blood on your hands, and your complexion is not good. I'm afraid you were seriously injured. My car is at the door, and I'll take you to the hospital. Hurry up, the middle-aged man said solemnly. If you hurt your hand tendon and deal with it too late, it will be a lifelong injury. Although Yu Liang knew it well, he knew that he was fine. But now that the twins are by his side, he naturally won't be a hero. Thanks. Without saying a word, the middle-aged man hurried away with Yu Liang and the twins. 0. The scene was naturally a mess. However, at this moment the perpetrator has been held down by everyone, and the crisis is naturally resolved. The nearest hospital to the restaurant is the second hospital. When they came to the gate of the second hospital, Yu Liang and the twins got out of the car and thanked them. Everyone in the hospital knows that even if it is a little empty at noon, it is not a short-term thing to drive the car in. They got out of the car and walked in, but it was much faster. Doctor, he was stabbed with a knife. Can we take a look first? At the door of the emergency room, He Ling Long asked with teary eyes. The registered doctor took a look and knew that there was no major problem based on his feeling, but he still opened the expedited service. There is only one doctor on duty in the emergency room. However, when patients with stab wounds come, it is more troublesome to deal with them. This kind of injury should basically call the police. However, when the doctor took away the handkerchief holding the wound in the operating room, he couldn't help being slightly startled, because the blood has basically stopped. The cut seemed to be very long, but in fact the wound was very shallow. Not to mention the tendons, not even the muscles. The doctor fiddled with it and really didn't know how to deal with it. This kind of injury, the bleeding has stopped, he can't open the wound again and then stitch it. No way, had to do a simple bandage. Young man, you are lucky this time, and there is no serious injury. However, in the future, you must be careful when you are jealous, because your luck will not be so good every time. Chapter 72. Do it and cherish it. Sister He Ling Long, who followed Yu Liang, was startled for a moment, and then a blush welled up on her face. They all knew that it was because they followed Yu Liang, which caused Brother Yu to be misunderstood. It's just that at this moment, both of them are strange, without any idea of explanation. The reason why the hero saves the beauty can become a long-lasting film and television drama. That's because, for such a thing, the impact on the rescued girl was too great. Of course, if the one who saves the beauty is short and stumpy, then it must be that the hero's life-saving grace cannot be repaid, and the next life will surely be repaid. However, what if the person who saved his life was a man who was already somewhat ambiguous? At this moment, the way the two sisters looked at Yu Liang was quite different from usual. Yu Liang smiled and said, Dr. 743, thank you for your advice. Oh, young man, this is a knife wound. What about the injury? He stuttered his lips, a little embarrassed. What the hell? The length of this injury has already reached 12 centimeters, which has properly met the standard of a minor injury. However, that depth, it's really not worth mentioning. I really don't know how the man holding the machete used such force to cause such a strange injury. However, if he was asked to comment on the injury, he really couldn't say it. At this time, a nurse walked in with two officials and the middle-aged man. The speed of the official dispatch is really fast. In fact, in Manhwa, if there is a murder case, the speed at which the official dispatches are dispatched is absolutely extremely fast. The attitude of the two officials was very good. They should have communicated with the middle-aged man beforehand and knew about Yu Liang's injury. The doctor only understood after listening to their conversation. It turned out that Yu Liang was injured not because of jealousy, but because of a righteous act. He was also filled with righteous indignation and said, Young man, you did a good job. I will appraise your injury and give you a minor injury appraisal. This kind of injury, let alone a minor injury, even if it is a minor injury, it is difficult. However, anyone with a sense of justice in their hearts will make such a choice after hearing the specific situation. After all, the length of this wound was indeed more than 10 centimeters. As for depth, what the hell? What does depth have to do with you? For wound identification, there is no depth requirement, as long as the length is enough. It took an hour for Yu Liang to record everything, but it is not appropriate to go to work at this time. Although Yu Liang took the initiative to find this injury, However, the blood that flowed out was genuine. The clothes on his body could be called bloody clothes. If he walked out like this, someone would call the police immediately. However, Yu Liang did not dare to go home to get clothes. Otherwise, my mother will definitely make a fuss, and my grandparents will also be shocked. After thinking for a while, Yu Liang took out his mobile phone and called the Chanel store manager's WeChat number. This phone call was left over from last night. Didn't expect to use it so soon. Hey, I'm in the emergency room of the second hospital. Can I trouble you to buy me a set? No, just like yesterday. Send me 3 sets of clothes. Mr. Yu. Is it exactly the same as yesterday? Yes. Okay, Mr. Yu, I'll do it right away. You are in the hospital. Wait for a while. Putting down the phone, the store manager felt extremely strange. Hospital? How is this going? How do these rich second generations play? He even went to the hospital. However, no matter how people play, as long as they're willing to pay and they're still a big customer, then she will make a trip anyway to make such a small request. Moreover, this is also performance. The sum of the money for the 3 sets of clothes is quite a lot. After all, it is Chanel, a luxury brand. Brother Yu, do you want someone to send you clothes? He Linglong asked cautiously. Yes. Yu Liang glanced at them and said, your bodies are also stained with blood, so you can't go out in this suit. Indeed, the 2 sisters also had blood on their bodies. However, these bloodstains are not theirs. It was the blood that splashed out when they stepped forward to stop Yu Liang from bleeding. If they hadn't stepped forward to help, Yu Liang might have shed a little less blood. However, after helping, both parties are unlucky. Putting down the phone, Yu Liang turned his head and said, Brother, thank you for helping us to the hospital. We made your car dirty. Let's add a WeChat, and I will pay for the car wash. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Hey, little brother, don't talk about it. You can do what is right. So can I. I don't care about the car wash money. The 2 officials looked at each other with a smile and said, Okay, young man, you did a good job. We wrote down your name and will apply for a reward for your bravery. Another official said, Well, you rest first. Let's go to the bureau. This case must be dealt with today. Yu Liang became very curious and asked, Excuse me, how did this happen? The 2 officials shook their heads at the same time and said, The situation is still unclear. After we investigate, we will issue a notice. The 2 officials left. The middle-aged man said a few words of comfort, and seeing that Yu Liang was fine, he also withdrew. There were only 3 of them left. Looking at the 2 children with worried faces, Yu Liang smiled and said, Don't worry, you see, I'm fine. He paused and said, When the clothes come, we'll change and leave. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting in the doctor's office. Logically speaking, this is not a place where patients can stay. However, after obtaining the official certificate, the doctors made an exception for him. When there are many people in the office, the 2 sisters are only worried about Yu Liang 5.9, and that kind of worry has been written on their faces. But at this moment, there are only 3 of them in the office. For some reason, the 2 sisters felt a little uncomfortable. Their faces were flushed red. They seemed a little shy. Their eyes were averted. Not to mention they were afraid to look at Yu Liang. Even when the sisters made eye contact, they immediately turned their heads guiltily. Yu Liang could see that his heart was moving, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He secretly sighed. Hey, twins look comfortable, but why are there 2 people? If it is a person, experience it. Such a scene, such an atmosphere. If there are not 3 people in the office, but 2 people, hey, the road is long. Let's go and cherish it. Chapter 73, Let's All Stay. Although life accidents are everywhere. However, for ordinary people, as long as they are still alive, no matter what happens, they can't delay their going to work. Because their lives must be maintained by that meager income. Oh, it's not good. He Linglong suddenly realized and said, Nana, let's leave one to take care of Brother Yu, and the other to go to work. Let's ask for leave, by the way. Helena nodded vigorously and said, Who will stay? The 2 little girls stared wide-eyed and wanted to stay. However, they are also embarrassed to speak. Yu Liang's 6th sense burst out here. He faintly felt that if at this time, one of them was really let go, then his wish may only be half fulfilled forever. Because, The one who left is really gone, avoiding this scene forever. So before they could open their mouths, Yu Liang said first, "Forget it, let's all stay here." "What?" Two pairs for big eyes looked over at the same time. Yu Liang shook his arm and said, "My hand is injured, it's inconvenient. And I'm 22, and I don't dare to let my family know. So, I have to live outside these 2 days. Let one of you take care of it. I'm worried. So, let's just stay." 17. Inconvenient to go home? Live outside. Hearing these words, the two children's minds were suddenly confused. However, looking at Yu Liang's bandaged arm, they couldn't say anything against it. Come to think of it, Yu Liang is a local aborigine. Unlike the two of them were in Yongcheng. If they were injured, they would definitely go back to the dormitory and take care of themselves. But as long as you don't say it, it is impossible for anyone in your hometown to know. But Yu Liang only needs to go home. Well, the family saw this big lump on the arm. It's hard not to know. Asking themselves, they also understood Yu Liang's thoughts and quite agreed with them. Taking care of Yu Liang, they have no problem at all. After all, if it wasn't for them, Yu Liang wouldn't be hurt either. Ling Long frowned slightly and said, "However, our internship period hasn't passed yet. Isn't it good if we don't go?" Yu Liang said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll arrange it and make sure the internship review will be good." Taking out his mobile phone, Yu Liang called Chun Tao directly. When the phone was connected, Yu Liang explained the matter clearly in a few words, and then said, "Master, I am injured now. I am in the second hospital, and the official is also there. The three of us are taking statements. I am afraid that I will be able to go to work this afternoon." Chun Tao said in surprise, "Damn it. It turns out that the one who knocked down the murderer was you." Yu Liang was startled and said in surprise, "Master, do you know how heavy this is?" "Of course I know. The circle of friends is full of rumors. Haven't you watched it?" "Oh, yes, you were hurt." Chun Tao changed the subject and said, "You take good care of your injuries and don't come today. By the way, let them take care of you, and I will ask for leave for you. Don't worry, this is an accident. You are acting bravely, so it doesn't count as your absenteeism." "Thank you, Master." Yu Liang urged, "Master, my injury is not serious. I don't want to alarm my family. Please help me hide it." "Okay, take care of your wounds. Don't think so much." Yu Liang himself is fine, but the two sisters have been together for nearly half a year. The comments on this internship are quite important. However, since Chun Tao, one of the vice presidents of the company, assured them, they were relieved. Chun Tao put down the phone, thought for a while, and made a call to the office first. Find the director of the office and explain the matter like this. This kind of situation is special. It's normal to ask for leave, and with the face of the vice president, the director of the office readily agreed and asked Chun Tao to tell Ling Long to rest for 2 more days. Then, Chun Tao called Lin. Lin is the head of the sales department and belongs to a different system from the office. Chun Tao originally thought that he would have to spend more time talking. But what I didn't expect was that when he mentioned asking Lingna for leave just now, Lin agreed immediately without even asking why, and told Chun Tao that it would be fine for a few days. Chun Tao put down the phone with a puzzled look on his face. When did your own face become so valuable? It is reasonable to say that the director of the office dare not disobey the vice president's request. B. It's obvious that there are people above, and Lin, who usually doesn't care about herself waiting for a few vice presidents, is so talkative, which is a bit unexpected. Chun Tao stood up and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. "I think I look handsome. Could it be that Garden Bacon will have a second spring?" The three of Yu Liang opened their circle of friends, and sure enough, they saw many friends spreading the news. And also his pictures. Of course, no long picture has taken them yet. Basically a police car parked in front of the store, and a photo of the blood on the ground. At that critical juncture, all people care about is how to escape. Where would someone be idle and have nothing to do with taking pictures with their mobile phones? People who do this either want to die, or they have a hole in their head. Obviously, those who were on the scene at that time were basically normal people. However, under those pictures, someone explained the matter quite clearly. Moreover, even 843, the guy who injured people with a knife, has been investigated clearly. Someone broke the news that this was actually a relationship dispute. The knife holder was originally an apprentice chef in the restaurant. He studied in a restaurant and made a girlfriend. This girlfriend is a waiter who is about his age. However, out of nowhere, the waiter and manager got on, but this manager happens to be a family man. Then tragedy happened. The knife holder took a kitchen knife and hacked the manager half to death. Then he went into a fit of madness and hacked anyone he saw. In the kitchen, 3 people had already been injured. The people in the kitchen ran away, and he ran out with a knife to continue chopping, until it is subdued. Seeing this, Yu Liang vaguely understood why this person chose 2 sisters. It is estimated that in his heart, all beautiful women are not good things. Or maybe, in that situation and state of mind, he just wanted to destroy all the good things he saw. After the 3 people saw it, they also sighed endlessly. Then, the eyes of the 2 sisters became a little strange. Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, and then he yelled that it was not good. He coughed lightly and said, "That's the business of the 3 of them. It's different from the 3 of us." The 2 sisters looked at each other. Is it different? It seems that it is a little different. Chapter 74. 2 months long bag. The manager of Chanel came over very quickly. After she chose the clothes, she didn't delay at all. As for the price, she didn't worry at all, because Yu Liang had already transferred it to her in one go according to yesterday's configuration. However, when she came to the hospital and saw the pair of sisters beside Yu Liang, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. No wonder Yu Liang's request is so weird. They wanted 2 sets of clothes that were exactly the same. Such customers are extremely rare, because when normal people buy clothes of the same style and color, no matter how much they like them, they will not buy 2 sets. But now, she finally understood. It turned out to be a pair of twin sisters, so I must buy 2 sets. The clothes were left behind, and the manager of Chanel didn't ask anything, so he left. The 3 of Yu Liang took their clothes and changed them in the office. Sister He Linglong's face was hot, because they saw 4 more sets of underwear. Chanel originally did not have underwear, but they once acquired a brand that specializes in underwear. Therefore, Chanel basically covers everything that women have. After changing his clothes, Tian Liang left the hospital with the twins. With such a small injury, it has been delayed for so long. It is simply unreasonable. I took a taxi to the nearby 5-star hotel. Yu Liang said, "Xiaoa, use your ID card for me." "Oh, why? I won't be going home these days. I'm staying here," Yu Liang said seriously. "Otherwise my mother will definitely cry when she sees it." The 2 sisters nodded again and again. Both of them almost cried just now, not to mention the other's mother. "You don't want to take care of me, so I'll give you a room. Is it okay for the 2 of you to share a room?" If it is to open a room each, the 2 sisters will definitely not agree. However, 2 people share a room? Seeing that they were still hesitant, Yu Liang said, "Why? What you just said about taking care of me was a lie underscore." "Who said that?" Helena pouted and said, "Brother, you use my ID card." She gestured with her fingers and said, "Open 2 rooms, one for us and one for you." Helena was afraid that if Yu Liang only had 1 room, it would be embarrassing for the 3 of them to live together. Yu Liang said with a smile, "I have a long private room here, so I don't need to open it anymore." After finishing speaking, he took his ID card and went to the counter. "Is the suite still available?" Hotel reservations are now mostly made online. Not only is it convenient, but more importantly, the price of online booking is actually lower. Of course, there are also many companies or individuals who, for various reasons, come to the front desk of the hotel to make reservations. When encountering this kind of person, it is basically 6 words. Stupid people, rich money, hurry up. However, for Yu Liang, it doesn't make any difference whether a room costs a few hundred yuan a night, tens of millions, or tens of thousands of yuan a night. Ah, yes, there are 2 executive suites. Open a room. The long-term contract is 2 months. The look in the front desk of the hotel was a bit weird. In the case of a long private room in a hotel, the price can be negotiated with considerable room. But this one, however, for the hotel, this is a good thing. Of course she will not refuse. Soon, the room was opened. Yu Liang beckoned and walked up with the 2 sisters. When the 2 sisters went up, they still calculated carefully. In addition to staying in a five-star hotel for the first time, I also have an indescribable mentality. However, when they opened the door of the room with the room card, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Needless to say, the characteristic of executive suites is extravagance and luxury. This hotel is not an old-fashioned five-star hotel in name, but in fact, the interior decoration has long aged and lost its competitiveness. It is a real five-star hotel. The decoration in the room is very new, and there are gym, swimming pool, and other equipment. The two country bumpkins who had never seen the world were immediately overwhelmed by everything in the room. Brother, this room? Is it expensive? He Ling Long said softly. It's fine for me and my sister to live in an ordinary room. Although they have never lived in a five-star hotel, they also know what a suite is. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, the room I open here is also a suite, just like yours. I can't live in a good one, but let you live in a bad one. That's not treating you as maids. You can still take care of me. Okay, He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what kindness to say. Yu Liang said again, I have rented here for 2 months, and it is enough for you to live until the end of the internship period. Why don't you bring your things here? It will be more convenient, and you won't have to run around. For such a long time. How can this be done? He Ling Long said anxiously. This is too wasteful. For free. Almodi? My master said just now that all of these can be reimbursed. Yu Liang said with a smug look. You don't need it for nothing. You don't want to save money for the company. The two boys looked at each other. Is there such a good thing? When did the company become so generous? We are so rich, but we need to squeeze the two of us into such a small room. How cheap? Yu Liang urged. I said, you guys have decided. If you don't want it, I will quit. Looking at this luxurious room, especially the huge bathroom, the two sisters twitched the words that they don't want, but they couldn't say it. Living in that old dilapidated room, there are 4 other female colleagues. To be honest, there are indeed many inconveniences. The most criticized and painful thing is that one toilet is used by 6 people. Rinse and rinseless are to Dimajao in a small dark room. Let alone the problem of the strong smell. It is impossible to squat in a pit and take a bath. There has to be speed, speed, and speed. Otherwise, it is easy to cause conflicts among neighbors. Having an independent bathroom is the biggest dream of their sisters after their internships. After a while, the two sisters looked at each other, and He Ling Long said, Okay, thank you, brother Yu. We will definitely take good care of you these few days. Yu Liang smiled slightly, wishing to get his wish. In fact, this pair of sisters is really not the kind of temperament that loves vanity. Based on their appearance, it can only be said that their tutoring is very good to be able to develop this appearance. But habit is also a formidable force. As long as they keep going like this, they get used to Yu Liang's arrangement and gradually enjoy it. Then, maybe one day, I can make my wish come true. Chapter 75. Your nephew is brave for justice. Yu Jiang was sitting in the office, reading the approval report sent by his subordinates this time. The position of director of the credit department of the bank is extremely critical. What they have to do is cumbersome. First, lend money to rich people to ensure that the other party's ability to earn money can repay the debt. The second is that you cannot lend money to the poor, because the poor simply cannot repay it. Therefore, when lending money, they must go through multiple audits. First of all, the other party must have collateral, and whether the collateral is convenient for auction and easy to exchange for money is something he needs to consider. If you don't care about anything, lend out. Then, his position as the director of the credit department will not last long at all. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Yu Jiang took a glance and answered immediately. Yu Jiang. Hey, old Chen, it's me, Chen Tao. I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's get together and see if your fishing level has improved. Yu Jiang. Okay, let me see. How about Saturday in half a month's time? Chen Tao. All right, call Lao Zhang and the others. Let's go together. Yu Jiang laughed and said, okay. Chen Tao coughed and suddenly said, Old Yu, do you know about your nephew? Yu Jiang's heart skipped a beat. 9:27 he hurriedly said, Old Chen, did Xiao Liang make any mistakes? Yu Liang said he sold bitcoins and made a lot of money. In addition to repaying the mortgage, He also bought nearly 1 million gifts for the family. So, is this money really from Bitcoin? Pet. Yu Jiang was a little afraid to think about it. However, he didn't understand that Yu Liang was just a network security engineer, and he was not a finance or an accountant. How could he get money from the company? Chun Tao laughed and said, "Old Yu, what are you thinking? Yu Liang is doing very well. This morning, he is still actively checking the company's network security optimization speed." Only then did Yu Jiang breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Then you mentioned this kid. Oh, today Yu Liang acted bravely. You really don't know? Brave for righteousness?" Yu Jiang was confused for a while. "Are you sure you are talking about that kid from my family? That kid, when will he have the guts to do what is right?" "Yeah, he was eating lunch today and met a murderer with a kitchen knife." Yu Liang acted bravely on the spot and knocked down the opponent. Gah. But he was also injured a little bit. Yu Jiang gasped, only to feel his blood pressure suddenly rise, and his eyes even darkened slightly. "What the hell? What is this and what? Yu Liang actually fought a murderer with a knife today? Still injured? It's over, it's over. How am I going to explain to the mother?" Wrong. Yu Jiang suddenly remembered that Yu Liang was injured, not dead, and he didn't have to explain it yet. "Old Chun, what's going on?" "Oh, that's right." Chun Tao Balabala said what he knew, and then said, "I heard that Yu Liang is extremely brave today." "Old Yu, you have a good nephew." Yu Jiang forced a smile and said, "Old Chun, thank you. I'll call Xiao Liang first." "Ah, okay. Then I won't bother you." Chun Tao hung up the phone, although Yu Liang asked him not to communicate with his family. However, Chun Tao thought about it seriously. If he didn't inform Yu Jiang, he might not have any friends in the future. "I would rather offend Yu Liang than offend my old friend Yu Jiang. So, Yu Liang, I have no choice but to apologize." The moment Yu Jiang hung up the phone, he immediately dialed out. The bell didn't ring a few times before Yu Liang answered it. "Xiao Liang, are you okay?" Yu Liang was startled and smiled wryly. "Uncle, how did you know?" "Don't worry about how I know. Where are you now?" Liang said helplessly. "I'm in the hotel." "Hotel?" Yu Jiang was a little confused. "Injured? Shouldn't he be in the hospital? You went to the hotel? What does this mean?" Yu Liang hurriedly said, "Uncle, I just got a little injury today, and it's not a serious problem at all. The official and the doctor have already told me that I'll be fine after half a day's rest." He paused and explained, "However, I have bandaged my hands and it will take a few days. If my mother sees it, there will be no peace at home. Besides, I don't want my grandparents to worry, so I rented a hotel outside and stayed for a few days temporarily." Only then did Yu Jiang feel relieved. He thought for a while and said, "Which hotel are you in? I'll come right over." "Ah, Uncle, isn't this very good?" "No shit, if you don't tell me, I'll call your mother right away." Howard Johnson Overseas Chinese, Room 12, one of the main building. Yu Liang immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Don't go, I'll be there soon." Looking at the hung-up phone, Yu Liang said helplessly, Xiao He, my uncle must come to see me. How about you go back first? Pack your luggage in the dormitory, and then find someone to move it around. Come over." "Yeah, okay, brother Yu, let's go now. You have to be careful." The two sisters held hands and fled away. Yu Liang doesn't want the two of them to see their relatives for the time being. And the two of them were even more afraid to meet Yu Liang's relatives and friends. Otherwise, if Yu Liang's uncle knows that Yu Liang was injured trying to save them, they don't want to be beaten for no reason. After half an hour, Yu Liang opened the door, and Yu Jiang walked in hurriedly. As soon as he came in, he saw Yu Liang, who was tightly bound up. However, seeing that the wound was on his arm, his hanging heart suddenly let go of more than half. "Does it hurt? Why are you so careless? Who do you think you are? Li Lianjie or Chung Long? I'm getting impatient to fight a murderer. If you have any troubles, your parents how to do?" After Yu Jiang was relieved, he immediately scolded his head and covered his face. Yu Liang nodded again and again, accepting all humbly. Of course he understands that uncle is really worried about him and loves him. Otherwise it would be impossible to do so. In the end, Yu Jiang was sure that his nephew was really fine. Only after the skin trauma, the anger disappeared. However, he still promised to help Yu Gonglai. Let's say that Yu Liang is on a business trip for 3 days, presumably for 3 days, so the wound doesn't need to be bandaged. Chapter 76, Tai Jiquan, LV1. Yu Jiang nagged for an hour before leaving. Yu Liang thought for a while, then walked away. This is the city center, so it is convenient to buy anything. Walking through a street, there is also a Huawei store. Yu Liang went in and bought a new laptop. Although it is not the largest one, it is more than enough for daily work. The reason why I bought a computer was, of course, to continue selling bitcoins at night. Although the hotel suites provide computer services. However, Yu Liang will not sell bitcoins on a public computer. With a portable space, if he still does this, he will be called a fool. Back at the hotel, I sent a message to the two little ones. Ling Long told him that the two of them had already returned. The two of them are company interns, so of course they know that they won't last long in the company. Therefore, when I usually live in a dormitory, I don't buy too many things extravagantly. Of course, it is also possible that their wages are too low, so they dare not spend money indiscriminately. All in all, they packed quickly and delivered to the hotel. The three of them also ate dinner in the hotel. Although it was the second time for the sisters to eat in this hotel, they were much more relaxed than the first time. There was no tension to be seen. Yu Liang is secretly proud, which shows that his transformation of them has been very effective. After dinner, the sisters came to Yu Liang's suite. If two people are together, then something must have happened by now. Everything that should have happened absolutely has happened. However, the three are together. Anything that was supposed to happen didn't happen. In order to avoid embarrassment, Yu Liang could only ask the waiter to bring playing cards, and the three played poker. However, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The two sisters refused to stay no matter what. After half a day of observation, they were finally sure. Although Brother Yu bleeds a lot today, there should be no major problems, and he is in good spirits. However, in any case, today is considered bloody. Then, you should rest early. So, the two of them are still out of the way. Yu Liang looked at the empty room and regretted it. If I had known earlier, I should have excused myself from being injured and not being able to touch the water and let them take a bath for me. Well, try it tomorrow. In the bathroom, Yu Liang wrapped the gauze on his arm with plastic wrap, washed it hastily, and then turned on the magic hard drive. When I woke up this morning, I was still planning. Where are you going to spend $3 million? But I didn't expect that such a bad thing would happen. As a result, his spending amount was simply less than $1 million. Hey, why are Chanel clothes and Huawei computers so cheap? Chanel, Huawei. We were wrong. We will quote you in the future. We must *10 first. Therefore, when I turned on the magical computer today, there was no hint that I could draw a lottery. However, although he failed to draw a lottery, the points that should be consumed still have to be consumed. At this time, the 2-hour limit for skill duplication has long passed. The feeling of being possessed by a martial god has receded like a tide. However, Yu Liang felt that his body and consciousness had undergone some changes. It's just that a mere possession, even if it's a Tai Jiquan LV5 boss, is not enough for him to master Tai Jiquan to a professional level. However, I can't stop Yu Liang from getting hooked. I want to use the skill lock card, single shot. Please choose the host, the skills that need to be locked. Single choice. Tai Chi LV5. Weather. The corners of Yu Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, you said it all. This is a multiple choice question, so why don't you ask it? Forget it, don't get angry with the system. Yes. Immediately, Yu Liang's body trembled slightly, and a lot of knowledge related to Tai Jiquan flooded into his mind like a tide. Yu Liang even had an urge to stand up and do 10 sets of punches. Fortunately, he is still sane now, and he forcefully pushed this idea down. Then he said again, I want to use the skill upgrade card LV1. Please host to choose the skills that need to be improved. Note, you can only choose Tai Jiquan LV 0.5. Weather. When a skill card is locked, it is actually equivalent to a semi-professional player. Asking for flowers 0. The LV is unified to 0.5. However, after using the skill upgrade card LV 1 again, you can go one step further and become a real professional player. Yes, in an instant, more essences about Tai Jiquan flooded into my mind. At this moment, Yu Liang had a feeling. That is, he was taking up the mountain since he was a child. Then, get up early every day, face the morning breeze, and start practicing boxing. He has punched on the mountain road in the hall when he was alone, and in the hall with countless people watching. Finally, he is 16 years old. Then, Tian Liang woke up. Recalling everything he felt just now, Yu Liang's face was a little strange. Damn, he finally understands how terrifying the strength of that Tai Chi LV5 boss is. When he was 16 years old, he had practiced Taijikwan to LV1. Don't think that LV1 is a simple matter. In this world, the vast majority of people do not have any kind of skill that can reach LV1. However, that person had already done it when he was 16 years old. 16 years old. Think about what you were doing when you were 16. Yu Liang suddenly felt that compared to others, he was too small. However, it is precisely because of this that this person is able to practice Taijikwan to such an incredible level as LV5. Concentrated, Yu Liang continued to manipulate the computer interface. Soon, Yu Liang repurchased all the skills and items that should be bought. Today I used up a visual simulation, single, a skill copy, single, a skill lock card, single, and a skill upgrade card LV. 1. 1 point plus 2 points plus 2 points plus 1 point equals 6 points. The points were not credited today, but 6 points were consumed. However, looking at the changes in panel attributes and the subtle changes in the attitudes of the two sisters towards themselves, Yu Liang still thinks that today's is worth it. It's just that tomorrow we must find a way to consume a little more money. You can't just sit and eat, right? Chapter 77. 57 million. The house payment is enough. Turning on the new computer, Yu Liang once again started the part that he likes to hear and see every day. Sell bitcoins. This is so luck today. Compared with selling more than 200 bitcoins in one breath yesterday, when 126 bitcoins were sold today, Yu Liang's sixth sense has already felt some kind of malice from somewhere. Well, can't cross the line. Be careful and keep the water flowing. Yu Liang stopped immediately. However, even so, today's income is quite considerable. The amount on the foreign account reached 6.2 million US dollars. As for the country, it even allowed him to own 36 million yuan. It is getting closer and closer to the amount of paying off the loan. Hey, I have worked so hard. How can I still have debts? Yu Liang shook his head, quite emotionally. It seems that it is not hard enough. Suddenly, 277. Yu Liang's cell phone rang. Look at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock. Why is there still someone calling? The parents have already made it clear that it will definitely not be them. Glancing at the phone, he couldn't help being a little surprised. The number displayed on the phone turned out to be Huang Haoran. What? How is it him? Huang Haoran once said that he should help Yu Liang find a real master who can take over the big material. However, that wood is worth more than 20 million yuan. It can't be found in just one day. After thinking for a while, Yu Liang answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yu? Teacher Huang, it's me. Oh, hello, Mr. Yu. Huang Haoran said cautiously. Mr. Yu, do you really want to sell that piece of Laozhan sandalwood? Yu Liang responded and said, yes. What's the matter? Okay, I found a buyer here. Let's see. When is it convenient to make a delivery? Yu Liang said in surprise. I found a buyer so quickly. Mr. Huang is very good. Huang Haoran laughed and said, this thing depends on who owns it. If you meet someone you don't like, or just mediocre ones, it's really hard to make a deal. But if you meet someone you like, then they'd rather pay a premium than ask for it. Started. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing and said, Mr. Huang said that. Is he trying to remind me to raise the price? Huang Haoran was stunned and quickly said, oh, I don't mean that, Mr. Yu. Please don't embarrass me. Okay. Q is more than a ton. How much is the other party? 21 million. Huang Haoran immediately said, as long as you agree, we can inspect the goods at any time. Once the inspection is completed, we will pay for the goods and deliver the goods. Ro. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, when will you come? As long as you have time. On my time? Now then. Okay. Then we'll wait for you at the old place. Yu Liang was a little surprised. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect the other party to agree. It seems that the other party is even more impatient than himself. Glancing at the time, it was quite late. He wanted to go back on his word, but the words had already been spoken, and he was really embarrassed to take them back. His parents taught him since he was a child that he must do what he promised others. This is already a habit. Even if you want to change it, it is not so easy. There was no other way, so Yu Liang had no choice but to get up. This time, he still didn't call his sisters. They can't help with this kind of thing. Although it is already 10 o'clock, the night in Yongcheng is still very lively. The major nightclubs are even more crowded. The hotel is located in the city center, surrounded by a very famous bar. When Yu Liang drove the Bentley Mulsanne out, there was a young lady who was dressed in cooler clothes and whistled at him proactively. However, considering that the twins were in the hotel, Yu Liang lost his mind. Driving 5 kilometers away from the warehouse, Yu Liang stopped first. Open the magic hard drive and find that old sandalwood is still lying quietly in the warehouse. Yu Liang felt relieved. These people knew that there was material in the warehouse, but they didn't take it away, which shows that they really are sincere. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Liang came to the warehouse and found that someone was already waiting here. Moreover, it is not alone. Apart from Huang Haoran, there was actually one person standing together. Also, there are 3 cars nearby. A car, a forklift, and a truck. The other party even drove a forklift. It seems that it is really inevitable. If ordinary people see this scene, they will definitely weigh it in their hearts. After all, this is a transaction with an amount as high as 20 million. In case of being hacked, maybe even life is gone. However, Yu Liang didn't care, because his sixth sense told him that there was no danger at this time. In the place of Manhwa, especially in big cities. Although in the business field, it is inevitable that there will be intrigues. However, no one wants to go wrong when doing business well and earning money. 20 million is indeed a lot. For ordinary people, it is enough to make people take risks. However, for the real rich, it costs hundreds of millions to buy a house. As long as there are good things. So what if I give you 20 million? Besides, Yu Liang is not powerless. With Vajra Talisman and Tai Chi LV1, he is as stable as Mount Tai. Hi, Mr. Yu. I'm Gu Jinshan from Feiyang Furniture. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows. Flying the furniture? This is a nationally renowned brand. Their company has also cooperated with Feiyang Furniture before and helped Feiyang Furniture import wood from Southeast Asia. But think about it. And only such a super big brand can have such strong funds and strength to buy a piece of useless wood. Hello, Mr. Gu. I heard that Mr. Yu has a piece of top-notch material in his hands, and he is willing to part with it. Gu was overjoyed, so he came right away. It's a bit late today, Mr. Yu, forgive me. Where there is money to be made, whether it is late or not is nothing. Yu Liang opened the door, turned on the light, and said, "The material is there. Mr. Gu, check it on 4.9. Gu Jinshan nodded with a smile. After all, it is a big business worth 20 million yuan. Although he believed in Huang Haoran's vision, he still had to test it himself. Half an hour later, Gu Jinshan suppressed the excitement in his heart, took out the contract he had prepared a long time ago, and signed a contract with Yu Liang. This is the case with large companies and groups. Even so, Yu Liang will inevitably have to pay a tax. But it's better than having large sums of money with unknown origins. An hour later, when Fong Jinka arrived at the hotel, not only did he have 21 million more in his bank card, moreover, on the way back to the hotel, he made a bend outside and took the small piece of Laozhan sandalwood. Calculate bank card funds. 570,075. Well, the house payment is enough. Let's get the keys next week. It's time to give my parents, grandparents, and grandparents a surprise. Chapter 78, The Sister-in-Law. In the early morning of the next day, Yu Liang was still soundly asleep. The phone rang without mercy. Yu Liang was furious. He picked up his phone and looked at it. The anger of getting up suddenly disappeared. "Brother Yu, it's time to wake up." He Linglong's voice was soft and pleasant. We all had breakfast at the buffet downstairs. Suddenly, another sweet, obviously lowered voice rang on the phone. "Brother Yu, come quickly, the breakfast here is so rich." Yu Liang sighed and said, "Okay, you guys eat first, I'll be right over." Standing up, Yu Liang rinsed his mouth, turned on the faucet, splashed water on his face with his hands. and it was equivalent to the completion of washing. Since it's the two girls calling themselves, no matter how tired they are, they have to go. Moreover, although he went out for a trip last night, he didn't work, so the word tired really can't be said. Arriving at the cafeteria on the second floor, Yu Liang had just entered when he saw the twins. However, the situation of these two people at this time is not very good, and their expressions are quite unpleasant. Because there was a young man sitting opposite their sisters who seemed to be talking about something. The two sisters smiled awkwardly, and some 22 were at a loss. Yu Liang frowned slightly. This person? Never seen it? He walked straight over. After walking a few steps, Lingna, with erratic eyes, immediately saw him. Her eyes lit up. She stood up abruptly, left her seat, and walked towards Yu Liang. After a few steps came to his side, Lingna said in a low voice, "Brother Yu, you are here." Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "What's the matter? Who is it? I don't know him. He just walked in front of us, sat down, and started talking to us." Lingna twitched her lips and said in a low voice, "It's really annoying." Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize, "Wow, who did I think it was?" It turned out to be a tease. To be honest, he has lived for so many years, and although he has heard about it countless times, this is the first time he has seen it with his own eyes. Although I was very unhappy, this is a hotel after all, so it is not easy to shout and kill. Yu Liang walked over, nodded towards Ling Long, and said, "Ling Long, there are flies here. Let's sit over there." The two sisters laughed at the same time. As expected of twin sisters, they are connected heart to heart. Even when they smile, they are exactly the same. Yu Liang's heart seemed a little drunk at this moment. Ling Long stood up obediently, and the two sisters followed Yu Liang to a four-person seat not far away and sat down again. The young man's expression suddenly became extremely embarrassing. However, just as Yu Liang didn't want to quarrel in this kind of situation, he didn't want to either. With a cold snort, the man stood up and left. "Brother Yu, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you," Lingna said attentively. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Beef noodle soup, poached eggs, and a bowl of milk." "Okay, I'll get the noodles first," Lingna said softly, got up and left. Ling Long also got up and said, "I'm going to get the milk." Soon, the two of them brought the things over. The people around looked at this building with strange eyes. Originally, the two beautiful twins were already very eye-catching when they were together. But now, they are even more courteous to a young man, which is even more eye-catching. Yu Liang ate the beef noodles and said in a low voice, "You two are too mean. Since you don't like that person, why do you still listen to him? Could it be that no one chased you at school?" With the looks of their sisters, unless the whole school is blind, there will definitely be bold people who want to embrace the beauty. Ling Long drank milk in small sips and lightly took a bite of a croissant, leaving small and fine tooth marks. "My mother ruled that you can't have a boyfriend until you graduate from university. So, when someone wrote us a love letter, we all rejected it." Lingna nodded vigorously and said with a little pride, "Well, yes, it was okay in high school, and many people in college wanted to confess to us, but we all refused. Then today, why don't you refuse?" The two sisters looked at each other, and Ling Long said in a low voice, "Brother Yu, we told him that we are waiting for friends here. But he didn't seem to hear it, and kept nagging, saying how rich he is or something." Yu Liang shook his head slightly and said, "If you meet a stalker, don't be polite to them. But this is a 5-star hotel, so it would be bad if there were conflicts." Yu Liang was quite speechless. "That's right. Even I don't want to conflict with people here, let alone their sisters." "Well, if you meet this kind of person in the future," Liang murmured. Lingna's eyes lit up immediately, and she said, "Brother Yu, what should I do? Shall I call?" Yu Liang glared at her. The little girl definitely did it on purpose. "If you meet him, leave immediately. Don't get entangled with this kind of person. The most important thing is to protect yourself. Remember, safety comes first." The two little ones nodded vigorously, expressing that they must remember it firmly. "Brother Yu, go to work later," Ling Long said softly. "I see your hands are much better." "Are you still going to work?" Yu Liang said in surprise. You are just interns, so don't 740 need to work so hard. No, there must always be a beginning and an end in doing things, and we must stand on the last post. Yu Liang thought about it, and felt that it is a very good fine tradition to stick to one's post and stick to one's word, which should indeed be encouraged. Have a good breakfast, and the Japanese will go together. However, when they were about to arrive at the company, the two sisters suddenly greeted Yu Liang, and then quickened their pace together. It turned out that he entered the company first, leaving only a shadow behind Yu Liang. Yu Liang shook his head dumbfounded. They all know it themselves, and it has been rumored in the company that I am chasing one of them. Yesterday afternoon, the three of them asked for leave together again, and the two of them moved out last night. Now that they are separated, isn't that trying to cover up the truth? However, the little girls are thin-skinned, so let them go. After entering the company, Yu Liang had just returned to his desk and sat down when Chen Tao walked in and said with a big smile, "Oh, our hero is back." Yu Liang raised his head and said, "Master, I still want to thank you for asking for leave yesterday." Chen Tao waved his hand and said, "It's okay." The officials called yesterday, saying that this year's Spiritual Civilization Construction Award in the street must belong to our company. Although Mr. Su is on a business trip, he is also very happy to hear about this. You are rewarded. Chapter 79, Forced to Take Vacation. President Su Wan-Ka. The boss of the branch office is usually aloof, which is simply not something Yu Liang can match up with. If it was before, Yu Liang might be flattered to hear this sentence. But now he just listens. There was no disturbance in my heart. However, he still said politely, "Then, thank you, Mr. Su." Chen Tao glanced at Yu Liang's arm, frowned slightly, and said, "Is the injury serious?" "It's not heavy. It will be fine tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "His." Chen Tao frowned and said, "This is impossible." "Huh?" Yu Liang was taken aback. "What does this mean?" "I asked the officials yesterday, and they said that your injuries have reached the standard of minor injuries. I hope our company can take good care of you. Mr. Chung has listened and granted you a week's sick leave on the spot." Chen Tao shook his head, said, "So you go?" Yu Liang's expression became quite strange. "What the hell? Am I on sick leave? But why don't I know it? Master, you can see that I'm here." "Hey." Chen Tao glanced outside and said in a low voice, "This is the leave that Mr. Chung specially approved. If you are injured, you need to recuperate. If you're not injured, you need to rest. If you really can't sit still, come and participate in the company team building on Sunday." The corner of Yu Liang's mouth twitched. "Forget it. Let's start our own company. Only when you are your own boss is the most free." He originally thought that the master was an upright, technical straight man. After all, before Yu Liang came, the company's network security was maintained by Chen Tao. When it comes to technical level, he is at least LV1 or above. It's just a little bit uncertain. But I didn't expect that the master's sophistication did not look like a straight man of steel at all. Under Chen Tao's urging, Yu Liang still left the company. Among the three people, "Yu Liang, I was put on sick leave by the company. I guess I'll have to go to work this week, so we will have lunch together at noon." "Yilingna? Sick leave? What do you mean? Just because of Brother Yu's minor injury, do you still need to ask for sick leave?" "Yu Liang, the boss gave special approval and must be implemented. There is no other way." "Yilingna, wow, paid vacation. I'm so envious." "Yiling Long, Brother Yu, I can't have dinner with you at noon, so I can accompany you for dinner." "Yu Liang, why?" "Yilingna, hey, Brother Yu, you don't know that everyone in the company has suddenly become a gossip, and everyone is asking about our affairs, asking if you were injured trying to save us? They also said, forget it, let's not talk about it." "Yiling Long, Brother Yu, it's not good to let people see us eating together at noon. Let's go tonight." Yu Liang naturally understands what it means to be fearful in words. But it is because the twins are thin-skinned now, so they feel embarrassed. If you were a real veteran in the workplace, why would you care about this? But think about it, a company with 40 to 50 people, there is only a little shit. If there is any trouble, it will definitely spread all over the place very quickly. Fortunately, the twins will be finishing their internship soon. Otherwise, Yu Liang would really like to change jobs for them. Nanny and life secretary should be very suitable for them. The phone rang suddenly. Yu Liang glanced at it and answered it quickly. Mom, what's the matter? Xiao Yang, you're on a business trip in Pengcheng. Remember to find some time to buy some better jewelry. Yu Liang was taken aback. Mom, what does this mean? Since when did her old man become interested in jewelry? Or she suspects that she is not in Pengcheng, so she wants to check this way. Good jewelry is definitely not cheap, and it must be invoiced. Just look at the invoice, and you will know where it was purchased. Could it be that he still wants to fly to Pengcheng? When Yu Liang was suspicious, Shi said again, Xiao Yang, your sister's birthday is coming soon. It was fine if the family didn't have money before. But now you have money. You have to prepare a big gift. Yu Liang blinked twice. My sister's birthday. Oh my God. Is this still my mother? Could it be that she got Alzheimer's in advance? Mom, are you kidding? Yi's birthday is in February. This year is already passed. Hey, whoever told you about Yi? I'm talking about your uncle's girl. Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize. But when is Yu Jihui's birthday? He really never cared about it. His mother made arrangements for the sophistication of the world in the past, but he never did it. Hui continued, Xiao Yang, to be a human being, you must know how to be grateful. Your uncle has always treated you like your own son. You graduated from university. Your uncle arranged for you to work, and your new house was also urged by your uncle to buy us, and also helped us get the lowest loan interest rate. Also, he said a long time ago that when you get married, he will give you a car worth 300,000 yuan. Although his family is a girl, it is the utmost benevolence to treat you like this. Yu Liang nodded repeatedly and said, Mom, I understand. In the company, he was able to live so chicly, of course because of his uncle's face. If there is no uncle to take care of him, how can he fish every day so openly? He thought for a while and said, Mom, I will arrange this matter. Don't worry. Okay, you've grown up too, and these things should be in your hands slowly. Hui smiled and said, It's time to hang up. Don't forget to bring things back. Mom, wait a minute. When is Hui's birthday? Hey, you remember it's the day after tomorrow? Hui said angrily. Didn't you come back the day after tomorrow just in time? Yu Liang responded, expressing his understanding. After hanging up the phone, he first came to the hospital. Minor injury. Of course the dressing needs to be changed. However, after the nurse unwrapped his good arm bandage, she took the ointment and looked at it for a while, but couldn't do anything. This wound, it's almost all good. It's just a thin red line, which looks a bit obtrusive. I said, do you still need to wrap your arm? If you still wrap it, it will be very inconvenient. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, let's make it a day, and we'll see it tomorrow. The nurse picked up iodine, disinfected his arm, and then wrapped it up in 3s and 5s. It's a bit hot in May. There are many young people in t-shirts and skirts on the street. However, there are also many people wearing a thin coat. Yu Liang put on a coat, and the gauze on his arms was basically covered. Then, he returned to the hotel and drove to the Southern Business District. Yu Jihui also works in a bank, but not in China Merchants Bank, but in an industrial and commercial bank in the Southern Business District. Chapter 80 Chance of Promotion. Southern Business District. It is a business card of Yongcheng. Here, there are many commercial buildings, and the commercial atmosphere is very strong. The place where it was built is very bold, so there are not only high-rise buildings nearby, but also the largest park in Yongcheng with a beautiful environment. All the well-known national banks have open branches here, and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China is no exception. This is the first time for Yu Liang to come to Jihui's workplace. However, now with navigation, everything is very convenient. Their bank is on the first floor of a commercial building. Yu Liang drove the car into the underground garage, parked the car, and when he got off, the car next to him had just parked, and 2 people got off. These are 2 women. The older one is 30 or 40 years old. The other is a young and beautiful girl in her 20s. Yu Liang naturally didn't notice them, but they looked at Yu Liang a few more times. Of course, the reason for their attention is not because Yu Liang is handsome, but because his Bentley Mulsanne is handsome. For a woman who knows what to buy, such a car is far more valuable than a man's face. Yu Liang found the elevator in the basement and went directly to the lobby on the first floor. After going around in a circle, I came to the bank. He vaguely remembered that 167 Yu Jihui seemed to have said that she worked in some marketing management department. But what to do specifically, Yu Liang is not clear about the distance between mountains and mountains. He took out his phone and made a call. Soon, wearing a small suit and attire of a professional manager, Yu Jihui, who looked shrewd and capable, ran down the stairs. Seeing Yu Liang, she was also a little confused and said in a low voice, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Yu Liang took out his phone and shook it and said, "It's time for dinner. Shall I treat you to dinner?" Yu Jihui looked at her cousin suspiciously, with a look of confusion and vigilance. But she really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine was sold in her cousin's gourd. Curling her lips, Yu Jihui said, "Okay, you've come to my land. Why are you asking me to eat? I'll treat you." Yu Liang nodded and said, "It's fine, it's fine." Yu Jihui rolled her eyes, knowing that you didn't invite me to dinner sincerely, and you didn't even insist on it. Yu Liang rubbed his stomach, feeling a little hungry. "You are familiar with this place, where the food is better." Yu Jihui narrowed her eyes and smiled like a little fox. Yu Liang faintly felt that this guy had no good intentions. Sure enough, Yu Jihui said, "Brother, it's rare for you to come here. I'll treat you to the most precious and nutritious meal in our unit. Canteen food." Canteen? Yu Liang opened his mouth and looked at his cousin with a smug smile. I suddenly felt that I would not love. I bought her more than 300,000 bags, but I didn't let myself eat in the cafeteria. This girl could be thrown away. The dishes in the bank cafeteria are much better than Yu Liang imagined. At the very least, it is slightly better than those meals in the school cafeteria. There are not many meals here that is 3 meat and 3 vegetables. It's just that people who eat can choose 4 of them. In addition to the people inside the bank can eat, their relatives and family members can also come to have a meal. At this point, the rules of the cafeteria are quite humane. Yu Liang took the dinner plate and ate it cleanly. Although he is rich now, he has not developed the habit of rich clothes and fine food. You can eat delicacies from mountains and seas, and you can eat the meals in the cafeteria. Yu Jihui looked at her cousin suspiciously and said, "Okay, what's the matter? Can I talk about it?" Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and was about to speak when suddenly a person came over, put his hand on Yu Jihui's shoulder, and slightly lowered his waist, perfectly showing the slender water snake waist and the great chest. "Yo, Hui, is this your boyfriend? We're so tight with it." This is a girl in her 20s. She seems to be not much older than Yu Jihui. However, her CCCF figure is much better than the shriveled Yu Jihui. Yu Jihui patted her hand angrily and said, "Don't talk nonsense, this is my brother." Then she said naturally, "Yu Liang, this is my good friend, colleague Lin Han." "Ah, this is your brother." Lin Hanlei smiled embarrassedly, and then said, "No, you should be an only child. Why didn't I know? You have a big brother?" Yu Jihui rolled her eyes and said, "I have to report to you one by one about my affairs. This is my cousin, the kind of close relative." "Oh, that's it. Hello, brother Yu." Lin Hanlei sat beside Yu Jihui, smiled, and extended her hand. Yu Liang stretched out his hand to shake her, and then suddenly found that his palm seemed to be scratched by something. When I looked up at Lin Hanlei, I saw that she was serious and there was nothing unusual about her. "Brother Yu, I'm Hui's best friend here, like a WeChat." Yu Jihui blinked twice and looked at her suspiciously. Lin Hanlei is indeed her best friend in the bank. However, Lin Hanlei's appearance and figure are second to none in the bank. Therefore, she has always been with her eyes above her head. If she meets boys of the same age, she will always have an attitude like an ice beauty. It's not that Lin Hanlei was born this way, but if she showed enthusiasm, then she wouldn't have to do any work. It's too late to deal with men. However, at this moment, Lin Hanlei's attitude was completely different from usual. He even took the initiative to ask other boys for WeChat. At this moment, Yu Jihui felt that her good friend was accidentally replaced by someone. Yu Liang couldn't help but laugh. Since he is Yu Jihui's good friend and such a beautiful woman, of course there is no reason to refuse. He opened WeChat and showed the QR code. Seeing the mobile phone Yu Liang was using, Lin Hanlei didn't show any surprise expression. Although Huawei folding machines are quite expensive, In today's society, there are still a lot of people who can spend this money to buy folding machines. It's up to you whether it's worth it or not. After the two added WeChat, Lin Hanlei suddenly turned her head and said, "Wee, what did you think about what the supervisor said yesterday?" The corner of Yu Jihui's mouth twitched, with a look of helplessness on his face, and said, "Forget it, the requirements are too high, and I can't bear them." Lin Hanlei said with regret on her face, "Oh, that's such a pity. The position of group leader has just been vacated. If that bitch becomes the group leader, our life will be difficult in the future." Yu Liang was slightly startled and looked at Lin Hanlei meaningfully. His sixth sense told him what this little girl said was actually said to herself specially. Chapter 81, 20 million deposits. Wee, what's the matter? Yu Liang asked with a smile. He shouldn't have asked about the work of the other party, but now that he has reached this point, as a cousin, he always has to mention it. Before Yu Jihui answered, Lin Hanlei said first, "Yesterday, a team leader in our department resigned, got married, and had a baby. Then the supervisor told us that whoever can bring in a deposit of 20 million yuan a year will take the position of team leader. Give her." She paused, and then said, "The two of us are in the department, and we are at odds with a little bit asterisk. And this little bit asterisk ch seems to have hoped to get this deposit." With a distressed expression on her face, she sighed and said, "Hey, if that little shit becomes the group leader, the two of us will be criticized every day. At that time, we might as well resign and start our own business." Yu Liang was a little strange and looked at Yu Zhou in surprise. 20 million deposits, how much? For ordinary people, it is indeed unattainable. However, for Uncle, this is not difficult, is it? Although it's only a deposit of 20 million yuan, it didn't name it. It must be some kind of personal deposit, with the lending power in Yu Zhang's hands. As long as he has a breath, guaranteed that there are many people willing to solve the problem for him. Of course, the deposit liquidity of the unit is relatively large, but as long as the average deposit of 20 million per day is guaranteed, the problem should not be big. Facing her cousin's gaze, Yu Jihui said helplessly, "I don't want to trouble the old man with everything. I have grown up and should be independent." The muscles on the faces of Yu Liang and Lin Hanlei twitched at the same time. Then, they looked at each other in unison. From each other's eyes saw three words, silly white sweet. At this moment, the two of them are normal people, but they both have such a feeling of spiritual connection. I have encountered this kind of thing that can be promoted. Of course, I must try my best. There is a way to use it, but if there is no way, it is necessary to create a way. However, Yu Jihui actually felt that she was an adult, so she didn't want to trouble her father. It can only be said that the uncle took good care of her. Basically, I have never suffered any social beatings. Lin Hanlei coughed heavily and said, "Okay, wee, then you have to find a way. You can't really let that bitch ride on our heads in the future." Then, in front of a boy, Lin Hanlei reined in her horse from the precipice and kept a little bit of morality. Yu Jihui frowned and said, "A deposit of 20 million yuan. How can it be so easy? Let me think about it again." At this time, Yu Liang had already fully understood what Lin Hanlei meant. Although he didn't know, how could this girl think that she could help her? But he can really help. Wee, 20 million deposits, right? When your bank opens in the afternoon, I will save it for you. Ah! Yu Jihui's eyes widened. Lin Hanlei didn't wait for her to speak and said pleasantly, "Brother Yu, we have a big customer room, which provides special services, and we don't rest at noon." Yu Jihui was dumbfounded. She really wanted to ask where her cousin got the 20 million. This is not 2,000, nor 20,000, but 20 million. Of course, she knew about Yu Liang's family situation. However, after thinking about it, 2 days ago, when Yu Liang came to give gifts at home, it was nearly $1 million in one fell swoop. Then, the deposit of 20 million yuan. She immediately closed her mouth and never spoke again. Although she said it from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to use her father's contacts anymore. However, if someone wants to help, she will not refuse foolishly. Wee, the meal is ready. Let's go now." Under the urging of Lin Hanlei, spared no effort, the three came to the big family room. Reopening an account and depositing money went very smoothly. After doing all this, Yu Jihui still has 10 kinds of feeling like in a dream. When the cousin delivered the bag that night, she actually knew that the cousin was completely different from before. However, she didn't realize until now that the difference is so huge. Hey, Yu Jihui, Lin Hanlei, you're here too. A vicious-looking woman in a uniform walked in. Lin Hanlei smiled all over her face and said, Zhang Yusin, what a coincidence you're here too. Asking for flowers. Zhang Yusin nodded with a smile, looked at Yu Liang, and asked, this is Hui Hui's cousin. He came to see Hui Hui. I want to ask Hui Hui to help him. Hui Hui, please help him? Yu Liang didn't change his face, but he didn't do anything in his heart. Beautiful woman, when she tells a lie, she really doesn't need to write a draft. Zhang Yusin laughed dumbfounded and said, so that's how it is. If there is anything I can help, Yu Liang's sixth sense clearly told him that the relationship between these three girls was quite bad. It is estimated that the shit that Lin Hanlei is talking about should be this one. It's just that the shit and bitch scolding behind the scenes, but in person, it's completely different. 0. Lin Hanlei smiled and said, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that brother you wants to buy a house, but he can't make up his mind. So he asked Hui Hui to give her an idea. Oh, to buy a house. Do you want to get a loan? Lin Hanlei said with a half-smile. Zhang Yusin was relieved now. She wanted to turn around and leave, but suddenly said on a whim, by the way, where do you want to buy a house? Yu Liang was taken aback. How the hell would I know? Which house do I want to buy? He can't say that I just bought a new world of 90 million. Subconsciously, Yu Liang turned his head and looked at Lin Hanlei. This movement was immediately captured by Zhang Yusin. A look of surprise flashed across her face. What Yu Jihui's cousin, He, is clearly the little goblin suitor. Lin Hanlei said without hesitation. Oh, brother Yu is interested in the Rieo community in the Wantu area of Jiangbei and Jiangwan City in Nantang Old Street, Haishu. But now I can't make up my mind. Zhang Yusin was startled and said in surprise, these two are high-end residential areas, so they're not cheap. Yes, in these two communities, there are large houses of about 250 square meters, and the value is more than 10 million. So brother you can't make up his mind? Lin Hanlei poked Yu Jihui beside him and said, Hui Hui, you come up with an idea, Wan. Chapter 82, Don't Die Well. Yu Jihui thought to himself, I have an idea. However, in front of Zhang Yusin, she still talked nonsense. I think Jiangwan City's location is relatively good, with complete facilities around and nearby schools, so it's a good choice. Yu Liang turned his head and glanced, and found that when she said this, there seemed to be a gleam in her eyes. Zhang Yusin laughed and said, Yu Jihui, you said a few days ago that you like the houses in Jiangwan City the most, and if you have the money, you must buy one. Such a subjective recommendation is not very good. Yu Jihui twitched her lips and said, really, I'm just telling the truth. After speaking, she said, brother, let's go. Okay. Yu Liang nodded slightly, followed the two of them lightly, and left the big family room. Zhang Yusin watched them leave with some disdain in her heart. However, if the 970 kid really planned to buy this kind of 10 million level house, even if it was alone, the family must have a lot of money. She was about to leave when suddenly her heart moved slightly. This is the big family room. They came to the big family room to discuss this issue. I don't know why, but I'm a little upset. She hesitated for a moment, came to the counter, and asked, Shaoan, did Lin Hanlei and the others do any business just now? Ah, Sister Zhang, Sister Lin, and the others have just handled a fixed deposit business. Fixed deposit? Zhang Yusin's face suddenly became extremely ugly. She immediately said, how much have you saved? And whose recommendation name did you write? The clerk looked hesitant. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be disclosed. However, Zhang Yuhan is also a staff member of the bank. So for insiders, there is no need to conceal this information at all. Because, after a little research, people will know immediately. It's the deposit of 20 million that lives in Mr. Yu, and the recommender is Sister Yu. Personal savings? Yes, private deposits. Zhang Yusin's lips trembled, and finally, she didn't speak anymore. What a bit, *ch, it turns out that the target has been completed. However, you are done when you are done, but you still have to tease me. Yu Jihui, Lin Hanlei, the two little sluts, will die badly. What the hell? Where did they find the big money? Brother, come and sit in my office. Yu Jihui blushed with excitement. Okay. Yu Liang did not refuse and followed Yu Jihui to the second floor. Here, there is a small meeting room. This meeting room is open, and any employee who wants to receive foreign customers can use it. As soon as Yu Liang sat down, Lin Hanlei brought coffee. Brother Yu, this is our coffee. Although it is instant, it tastes really good. After Yu Liang thanked him, he took a sip and said, "It's really good." Not bad, he didn't taste anything at all. Brother, you came here today? You can't just save money for me, right? Yu Jihui asked suspiciously. Yu Liang smiled and said, "Don't be self-righteous. I came here to ask you. Your birthday is coming. What birthday present do you want?" Ah! Yu Jihui widened his eyes and said, "Brother, you actually remember my birthday?" Yu Liang said without hesitation, "Of course I remember. You are my sister. Isn't it strange?" Yu Jihui asked suspiciously. "But why didn't you remember before?" Yu Liang said without guilt. "In the past, my mother took care of it. Now that we are older, it is time for the older generation to retire, right? We can't stop moving around when they are old." Bar. Yu Jihui's face turned red slightly. "My cousin still remembers my birthday. When you go back, you must ask your dad when is your cousin's birthday. Although she doesn't have that much money, she will definitely give a gift when the time comes." "Hui, what birthday gift do you want? Tell me quickly." Yu sure urged. "This. I don't have anything in particular I want." Yu Jihui was a little embarrassed. From childhood to adulthood, under the care of Yu Jiang and his wife, she really didn't lack anything. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Well, I see that you don't have a car yet, so I'll give you a car. What kind of car do you like?" Although Shi Hui said, "Just prepare a set of jewelry for Yu Jihui." But Yu Liang thought about it and decided to give more. Of course, there is a saying called "do what you can." It's one thing when you don't have a lot of money. Having money is another matter. Yu Jihui widened her eyes and said, "Brother, you don't need it, it's too expensive." Yu Liang waved his hand and turned to look at Lin Han. Although I don't know why this guy can be sure that he is rich and can help Yu Jihui. However, since she did this, she should help out again if she asks about the car. Sure enough, Lin Hanlei hesitated for a moment and said, "Hui said before that she likes the Qian, the kind of urban sports car." Henin. Yu Jihui raised her business slightly. Lin Hanlei quickly waved her hands and said, "Oh, I didn't say anything." After seeing Yu Liang's financial resources, she didn't want to offend Ji Hui, a little rich woman. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing and said, "Qian, I seem to remember that there is an existing car." Turning on the phone, I found Qi Xiaoya's WeChat. Luckily, it hasn't been deleted yet. Open it and saw the pictures of the current car that she posted 2 days ago. Although Yu Liang didn't look at it much at the time, he took a quick look at it, and the one that impressed him most was a white Qian. This is a Qian top version, worth more than 2 million. After turning to that page, Yu Liang directly forwarded the message, saying, "Do you like it?" Yu Jihui gritted her teeth, looked at the picture on the phone. Her eyes flashed with surprise. The same is true for Lin Hanlei, who is sitting beside Yu Jihui and peeping. The streamer in her eyes turns. She is extremely charming. "Brother, this is too expensive." After reading it, Yu Jihui turned off the phone cruelly and shook her head vigorously. 4.5. Yu Liang didn't know what she was thinking when she saw her, and said, "You guys have something to do? I'll sit here for a while." "Ah, yes, brother." The two girls hesitated for a while and walked away together. Yu Liang thought for a while and sent a message to his uncle. "Yu Liang, Uncle, Hui's birthday is coming soon. I want to buy her a car. Give me her ID photo." Yu Jiang, "What's going on?" Yu Liang, "Uncle, you and my dad are blood brothers. We know how you treat him and me. Hui and I are brothers and sisters, and I would like to express that we can live like brothers and sisters for the rest of our lives." After a while, Yu Jiang sent the front and back of an ID card. It is normal for bank workers to keep photos of their family ID cards, and there is no need to ask their daughters for them. Chapter 83. Is your brother still missing a pendant on his thigh? ID card. Looking at the photo on his ID card, Yu Liang was a little amused, although the current ID photos are much better than 10 years ago. However, this ID photo of my cousin was taken many years ago, so it looks rather funny. Inexplicably, Yu Liang just remembered the things when he was a child, and a faint smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. After a while, Yu Liang opened WeChat and found Qi Xiaoya. Yu Liang, where? Almost immediately. Yu Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I'm here. What's your order? The little girl's heart was full of ups and downs. Yu Zong couldn't be thinking about the Q7 she was driving, right? Yu Liang, in the picture of the current car you posted last time, there is a 2.23 million white Qian. Is it still there? Qi Xiaoya, please wait a moment. I will reply you right away. 5 minutes later. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, yes, that car has not been sold yet. In fact, this kind of fixed existing car is more difficult to sell. 22, however, by chance, I met a big head who likes to have a car, and doesn't like to wait. Well, the world is so big that there are all kinds of people, so it's not surprising. Yu Liang, photo.jpg. Yu Liang, go through the formalities immediately and register under the name of this ID card. Then drive here, the sooner the better. Yu Liang, address. Qi Xiaoya was startled. She looked at the pictures scientifically. It was indeed a woman, and judging by her age, she was about the same as Mr. Yu. Well, this woman, so far less beautiful than me. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoya's confidence came. Then, looking at the other party's name carefully, Xiaoya felt more at ease. Also surnamed Yu? No need to ask. It should be a relative of Mr. Yu. It's just that Mr. Yu is so generous. To give away a luxury car worth 2 million at once is simply too enviable. If I had a relative like this... Qi Xiaoya shook her head vigorously, quickly dismissing this thought. It's okay to dream, but she can't daydream. She still has a lot of work to do. Qi Xiaoya. Okay, Mr. Yu, do you need to round up the whole number for this purchase? Yu Liang. How do you plan to get together? Get another car? Qi Xiaoya was speechless for a moment. Also, if you make up 3 million, then you need to add another 800,000. Adding a Q7 is enough. Even if Mr. Yu is rich, after being fooled once, he probably won't be fooled a second time. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, you misunderstood. I mean, bargain with them and get 2 million for you. At this moment, Tu Xiaoya's heart bleeds a little. However, it is not too late to remedy the situation. In any case, she would rather make less money than break her relationship with Yu Liang. Yu Liang, all right, don't bother, just make up a total of 3 million. You can get me an Audi top version A6. Write this name. Yu Liang, photo.jpg. It has his father's name on it. Yu Hai knew how to drive a long time ago, but he never bought one. As for the reason, in fact, everyone knows. Originally, Yu Liang planned to buy a car after going to the new house. After all, the difficulty of parking in the old community is no longer a day or two, and Yu Liang doesn't want to cause any trouble because of the problem of the car. However, since we have to round up the numbers now, let's get one. Audi A6 is the car my father Yu Hai has been talking about, and it is just right to get one. On my cousin's birthday, I also gave my dad an unexpected gift. Qi Xiaoya. Okay, but it's not too much. An A6 is not enough. Yu Liang. Find a way by yourself. Keep A6 at your place for 2 days. Open the Qian first, as soon as possible. Although Qi Xiaoya is more than 10 kilometers away, she seems to feel Yu Liang's dissatisfaction through the words on WeChat. Qi Xiaoya. Yes, I will do it right away. She picked up the phone and called out, Hey, it's me. People said if you want a car, go through the formalities right away. Okay, I'll come over right away. The ID card is issued to you. You go through it first. When I come, hand it over immediately. Pick up the car. An hour later, Qi Xiaoya drove the white Qian, which was only temporarily photographed, to the southern business district. In the office, both Yu Jihui and Lin Hanlei had long lost the intention of working. However, there are actually quite a lot of things today, and some businesses must be dealt with as soon as possible. So, the two of them speeded up, and the rush was finally completed. Afterwards, they glanced at each other at their workstations and immediately started a private chat. Yu Jihui. Henin, have you known my brother for a long time? Lin Hanlei. How is it possible? if I know each other, I still need your introduction? Yu Jihui. But I feel that your behavior today is too strange. It seems that it was deliberately in front of him to raise deposits and promote the team leader. Lin Hanlei. Oh yes, I mentioned it deliberately. Yu Jihui, why? How do you know my brother is so rich? 20 million cash. Rich people hold 20 million in cash, and they will never save for death, because they can negotiate with the bank and ask for better terms. But Yu Liang saved 20 million without saying a word, and it was still a one-year term. It can be seen from this that this money is actually nothing in his eyes. Even Yu Jihui never imagined that Yu Liang would be so rich. Lin Hanlei. I don't know either, it's just that I was out on errands today, and when I came back, I happened to meet your brother 930 in the parking lot. Do you know what kind of car he drives? Yu Jihui. What car? Lin Hanlei. Bentley Mulsanne, the one worth 5 million plus. So, I casually mentioned it, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Speaking of this sentence, Lin Hanlei actually wanted to ask a question. Does your brother have a boyfriend? However, thinking of the other party's attitude and appearance of spending money like water, Lin Hanlei felt a little ashamed and couldn't ask why. After a while, Yu Jihui still didn't reply. Lin Hanlei was a little anxious. She looked up and saw Yu Jihui staring at the phone, quickly pressing it with both hands. However, she has not received any information here. Okay, I'm waiting here. You're so heartless chatting with other people. Lin Hanlei. Hui. What are you doing? Yu Jihui. I just developed information. Lin Hanlei. Your brother? What did he say? Yu Jihui. He asked me to go to the basement. Lin Hanlei. What are you doing in the basement? Yu Jihui. My brother said that he bought the Qian, registered it in my name, and asked me to collect the car. Lin Hanlei. Yu Jihui. Henin, come with me. Lin Hanlei. Hui. Yu Jihui. Lin Hanlei. Is there still a pennant on your brother's thigh? Yu Jihui. Henin. Chapter 84. Are you dreaming today? Basement. When Yu Jihui and Lin Hanlei walked down, they almost immediately saw Yu Liang standing in front of the Bentley Mulsanne and Qian, and Qi Xiaoya, who was tall and beautiful, but was like a bird. Yu Jihui and both of them were a little surprised. They can naturally see that the relationship between Yu Liang and this pretty little girl is not simple. Well, it seems that the little girl is a little scared of Yu Liang, and the smile on her face is a little flattering. Inexplicably, Lin Hanlei had some discoveries in her heart. She originally thought that she was also at the level of a flower in the industry, and there were not many who could compare with her. However, looking at Qi Xiaoya, she felt a little less confident. If this is Yu Liang's girlfriend, then she doesn't have much hope. Brother, Yu Jihui trotted over. Her eyes immediately settled on Qian. Although she had already rejected it just now, when this car was really placed in front of her, her mentality was completely different. Qi Xiaoya immediately stepped forward, took out a stack of documents, and said, Hi, miss you. This car has been transferred to your name. Here is your insurance certificate and the fuel card presented by our company. Yu Jihui took it in a daze and subconsciously opened the cover of the oil card. Then, she saw a number that made her a little unbelievable. 100,000? On the cover of this oil card, an amount of 100,000 is written. Qi Xiaoya always had a big smile on her face and said, That's right, there is 100,000 yuan in this fuel card, miss you. You can use it as you like, and there is no restriction on which car to add. Yu Jihui raised her head with a strange expression on her face. Working in a bank, she is no stranger to sending rice, food, phone bills, fuel cards, and other things to those who come to deposit. But who the hell can buy a car and get a gas card worth tens of millions? You know, the Qian isn't cheap, though. But it's not a top-notch luxury car. Buy a Qian and get a 100,000 fuel card. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? Lin Hanlei stared at Qi Xiaoya intently. Her eyes were not friendly. Qi Xiaoya was a little surprised and unhappy. However, when she thought that Yu Liang was by her side, she still maintained a nearly perfect attitude, as if she didn't notice it at all. Wee. Check to see if there is anything missing. Yu Jihui checked it again. How could she know if there was any omission? Her heart was already in a state of ups and downs, and it was difficult to calm down. He glanced casually and said, "There should be nothing missing. Okay, you can add her WeChat. If there is anything that can't be done, I'll solve it for you." Okay. Yu Jihui added WeChat in a daze. F. Liang waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's okay, you're fine." Qi Xiaya bowed slightly and said, "Okay, see you again, Mr. Yu." She turned around and just walked out of the underground parking lot. Just after leaving the parking lot, her expression suddenly changed. Angry along the way. Arrogant, heartless, I drove here, and I didn't know how to give me a ride. I am such a beautiful woman. Let me walk out in high heels? Demeanor, man's demeanor. Go to hell. In the future, no more running errands for you. Drop. WeChat on the phone rang. Qi Xiaoya, who had just left the basement, took a look, and the anger on her face immediately dissipated, replaced by a smile. Although she knew it well, it was impossible for Yu Liang to see her expression. But the face-changing speed at this moment almost broke the world record. "Yu Liang, are you leaving?" "Qi Xiaoya, I just arrived upstairs. What orders do you have?" "Yu Liang, forget it. You can take a taxi. I won't see you off." "Qi Xiaoya." The next moment, Qi Xiaoya made a creaking sound from her mouth. "What is gnashing of teeth? Nothing more." "Brother, who is she?" Yu Jihui asked cautiously. "Oh, she's a car salesman. The cars I bought are all for her." "Ah, how many cars did you buy?" 3 or 4 cars. Her service is okay. She's on call, and she has some abilities. So I don't bother to find others." Yu Jihui and Lin Hanlei looked at each other, deeply shocked. This is because they didn't know that Yu Liang had the habit of rounding up numbers. Otherwise, it would be 10 times more shocking. Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "Okay, take your birthday present. I have to leave beforehand." After getting in the car, Yu Liang suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, if my parents ask, just say that you haven't seen me these days and I'm on a business trip." "What? Got it?" At this moment, besides nodding, what else can Yu Jihui say? Watching the Bentley Mulsanne leave, Yu Jihui and the two didn't care about the test drive, but immediately turned back to the office. After all, they still have to go to work. As soon as they stepped into the office, the footsteps of the two paused slightly. The supervisor actually came to their office and seemed to be saying something. Not good. The two of them were a little flustered. Are they being arrested for deserting? It's strange. Why do you come here at this point? No way. They looked at each other and walked into the office cautiously. I just hope that the supervisor is in a better mood today and don't turn on the hairdryer. However, as soon as they entered, they found that the situation was a little subtle. Colleagues looked at them rather strangely. It was not gloating, but envy and jealousy. When the supervisor saw them, he laughed and said, "Yu Jihui, you're back." "Ah, yes, director. Are you going to see off the Chapter 101. Adding to the big business. The company's team building activities are naturally gathered by big shots from all walks of life. However, for any event, once the number of people exceeds 30, various situations will arise. What is procrastination? Someone is late, someone gets motion sickness, etc. Even if there are leaders present, but when there are too many people, they should do whatever they want. This is especially the case with children. However, corporate organizers are very experienced. After all, the quarterly team building activities have been held for several years, and I have enough experience. When the organizer notified, the time had already been advanced by half an hour. But when they set off, it was already half an hour later. In the company, except for General Manager Su Onkwe, who was in a car with a driver, everyone else, including Chun Tao and In Lin, took the bus. Of course, whether it is a leader or an ordinary white-collar worker, at this moment, they're all messed up and sitting casually. It's just that most of those with families get together, while single dogs form a team again. There was no one around Yu Liang and his sisters. However, when the bus started, there were already many people around. Most of them were about the same age as Yu Liang, and some of the boys chatted in small voices, laughing from time to time. Because the company's business is foreign trade. Therefore, the white-collar workers here still need to have a little understanding of the international situation. Along the way, Yu Liang and the twins listened to their high-spirited talks, and two of them even argued endlessly over one matter. Yu Liang looked at each other coldly, seeing clearly. These two young men with red faces who were fighting each other would always look in the direction of the twins when they were talking. Needless to ask, their goals are very clear. No wonder he talked like a braggart as soon as he got in the car, like two male peacocks with their tails open, exuding strong male hormones all over their bodies. It's just that, although the two children are not deeply involved in the world, it is impossible for them to be moved by these few words. The efforts of these two people are probably in vain. Suddenly, a person came up from the stairs of the bus. It was In Lin, the head of the purchasing department. I don't know if there are any rules. The second floor of the bus is basically young people. Most of the executives sit on the first floor. So, seeing In Lin suddenly, the fight here quieted down. In Lin smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry to bother you." No, hello, Director In? Hello, Director In? There was a burst of greetings on the bus. In Lin smiled and said, "Today is the team building," Mr. Su said. "Regardless of position, don't hurt me." Everyone laughed, but few people took this sentence to heart. As long as you have worked in the workplace for more than 3 years, you will understand some things even if you don't understand them. In Lin came to Yu Liang's side and said, "Yu Liang, take a step to talk?" Yu Liang naturally understood her purpose, because she had already communicated with her on WeChat. Opening the backpack he was carrying, Yu Liang took out the little old mountain sandalwood and said, "Director In, here are the things you want, and I have prepared them for you. This thing is wrapped in a layer of silk cloth, and no one can see what's inside except the see-through eyes." "Oh, thank you then." In Lin took it quickly and said, "This money." Yu Liang smiled and said, "Director In, you introduced me to a big business, and I will give this to you." "Ah, how is this possible?" Let's take it as an addition to that business." In Lin naturally knew that Yu Liang had already sold the piece of raw material. That was a business worth more than 20 million yuan, and it made sense to share some of the profits with her. After thinking about it, In Lin said, "Okay, thank you very much." After a pause, she continued, "Yu Liang, my hometown sent me some local products. If you don't mind, I'll give you some." Yu Liang smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, supervisor." In Lin nodded, carefully put the Laozhan sandalwood into the bag beside her, and then walked down. The people around were dumbfounded. Suddenly someone said, "Yu Liang, what you gave to Director In is wood, right?" It is not a secret that In Lin is looking for top-quality wood recently. Moreover, she also promised a thank-you fee of 10,000 yuan, so it has been rumored in the company for a long time. Asking for flowers, Yu Liang didn't hide anything and said, "Yes, there was a piece of wood hidden in the house before, and since Director In needed it, I gave it to him." "Wow, you didn't take money?" The man said, "Director In introduced some kind of business, and you actually gave her such a big advantage." Yu Liang glanced at the man, smiled slightly, but didn't speak to him. I'll just put this person in my heart. I've been in the workplace for so many years, some things cannot be studied deeply, don't you know? This person is either stupid or has ulterior motives. Seeing Yu Liang's expression, other people will naturally not make fun of themselves. Afterwards, people around whispered one after another, and no one cared about the international situation anymore. Their conversations basically revolved around Yu Liang and Yin Lin. Yin Lin asked for wood, so she was willing to spend 10,000 yuan as a thank you fee. It can be seen that the wood she requested is by no means cheap. At least it is a good material worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, so it is worth the 10,000 yuan thank you fee. However, Tian Liang actually used this material as a topping. So, how much is the business that Yin Lin introduced? Of course, what was more important was that they were all guessing how much Yu Liang had made in this deal, and secretly looked at him differently. Yulingna finally couldn't help it, and moved her little head closer. Brother Yu, did you sell that big ingredient? When was it sold? Just 2 days ago. That teacher Huang is quite reliable. Yulingna stretched out 2 slender fingers that were as pale as light green, and waved them in front of Yu Liang's eyes. Yu Liang smiled and nodded. Wow! Yulingna let out a long sigh. 20 million. I really can't imagine how much money there is. Naturally, their actions cannot be hidden from the crowd. For a while, their hearts became more and more curious. 2 fingers is the transaction volume of 2 million. This Yu Liang sold his family stuff and got 2 million in one go. This luck is really great. But how did Lingna know? Could it be that Yu Liang is not chasing after her sister, but her 5th sister? Chapter 102 Accident Lie Down with Hug. The company team building was held quite successfully. After arriving at the destination in the morning, under the arrangement of the organizer, they were divided into 4 groups, and then various competitions were held. Among them, children are the most happy to play. Suan Kue, the boss of the company, did not join any team, but served as a referee. After the game, each group has a prize. Everyone is happy. After the fun, everyone enjoyed lunch. Then, the director of the office smiled and said, "Everyone, the half-day group activities are over, and the following is individual free activities." He took out a list and shouted, "If you take a cruise ship and tour around the lake, follow me. If you sign up for a bicycle to travel around the lake freely, go over there to pick up the bicycle." The crowd divided into 2 teams. Yu Liang naturally went to the bicycle collection point with the twin sisters. The bicycles here are all special bicycles prepared by the 60 attractions. Because the company pays the bill, there is no need to pay a deposit or anything. Bicycles include single bicycles and tandem bicycles. When the 3 of them came to the bicycle spot, the twin sisters looked up together and looked at Yu Liang in unison. And Yu Liang saw it clearly. Their previous eyes seemed to have swept away on the tandem bicycle. Suddenly, a chill spread from the soles of the feet along the spine. At this time, no matter how stupid Yu Liang is, he still knows how to choose. He stepped forward with a blank expression, grabbed the faucet of a 1-person bicycle, then turned his head and urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Everyone is starting." The 2 sisters sighed at the same time, and they were also inexplicably relieved. Helena muttered something in her mouth, and then said, "Sister, let's ride a tandem bicycle. I'm going to ride ahead." "Okay," Heling Long said softly. Both of them have soft personalities. It's just that in comparison, the elder sister seems to have a much higher tolerance for the younger sister, and she is more willing to give in everything. Seeing their sisters getting on a tandem bicycle, Tian Liang felt relieved. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough just now. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will encounter the scene of a car rollover now. A group of people took their bicycles and began to ride around the lake. Dongqian Lake is a famous tourist attraction in Yongcheng. Although it is not as famous as the West Lake in Hangzhou, it is well known in the local area. After years of transformation and construction by the municipal government, it does have merit. At least, in terms of the surrounding scenery alone, it is not necessarily inferior to the West Lake. It is a lot worse in terms of various cultural inheritance and heritage. Everyone rode at different speeds. At the beginning, the team of more than 20 people quickly dispersed. However, at this time, Yu Liang and the 2 sisters were surrounded by 2 young men. There are 2 people who are arguing with each other in the car. Obviously, their goal is the same as Yu Liang. Naturally, Yu Liang would not be jealous at this time. It was a kind of enjoyment for a few people to ride and talk while blowing the spring breeze by the May Lake. However, accidents can come at any time. Suddenly, a motorcycle rushed out from the turning in front like lightning. The driver of the motorcycle was a young man with yellow hair who didn't even wear a helmet. In the urban area of Yongcheng, a ban on motorcycles has been promulgated long ago. However, in a place like Dongqin Lake, there are no restrictions. The roads of Dongqin Lake are extremely spacious, and in some areas, there are still special bicycle lanes for tourists to ride in the spring. However, this motorcycle that rushed out suddenly not only went against the direction of the bicycle lane, but also turned without slowing down, so fast that it was difficult for people to react. What? Helena screamed. She couldn't hold on to the bicycle bridle, and she snatched it away in fright. If this is a single bicycle, maybe it can be barely corrected. However, the tandem bicycles, the sisters are both petite and exquisite. With people and cars, they headed to the side. The expression of Yu Liang, who was following behind, changed. He jumped up almost without thinking. At this time, he originally had two choices. One is to shoot and stop the motorcycle, and the other is to hug the twin sisters to prevent them from falling and getting injured. In this fleeting moment, Yu Liang didn't hesitate at all. In his mind, he didn't even consider the first option, because all his energy was put on the twin sister who was about to fall. Physique LV1, Tai Chi LV1. When these two appear on a person, although that person cannot be turned into a Superman, the speed of Yu Liang's reaction at this moment is amazing. Just when the bodies of the two sisters began to pour out, Yu Liang jumped up. Catch the cicada in 8 steps. In Taijiquan, in addition to boxing, there are also unique skills such as spear and spear. The literal meaning of the 8 steps to catch the cicada is that the lightness skill is extremely high, and one can catch up with a flying cicada within a few steps. There is a kind of item in acrobatics, 8-step chasing and deceiving, which means being able to catch up with a galloping horse within 8 steps and quickly leap to stand on the back of the galloping horse. Moreover, he could do handstands, somersaults, and perform various difficult movements on horseback. This is the traditional unique skill of the circus. However, Yu Liang's 8 steps to catch cicadas are naturally quite different. The movement of that figure was like a gust of wind passing by, and before the two of them fell down, it had already come to their side. Spreading his hands, he patted the tandem bicycle deftly. This shot was so powerful that it immediately slapped the bicycle away from their bodies. Falling out of thin air and tripping with a bicycle, the probability of injury is 1.6, but it is very different. The latter is several times more dangerous than the former. After slapping the bike, Yu Liang didn't let them fall. Instead, his body was bent, and in a posture of an iron bridge, he abruptly stopped the two girls and the ground. Then, he clasped his hands together, hands open and closed like silk. Those hands seemed to have some kind of suction, forcibly sticking the bodies of the two girls. The three fell down together. However, Tian Liang became the meat pad under the two girls. This turn of events happened so suddenly that the other two boys hadn't figured out what happened. I saw a scene that made them extremely envious and at the same time extremely hateful. Yu Liang successfully hugged the two little girls and lay down. Chapter 103 crashed into a luxury car. What's going on? Quick, get up quickly. Yu Liang lay on the ground, also grinning in pain. He originally thought that his iron bridge could safely catch the two girls. However, when the weight of the two of them pressed down, Yu Liang realized that he still overestimated himself. Perhaps when his physical fitness reaches LV3 or above, he can use the iron bridge posture to hold two girls without falling down. But not now. So, he fell very gorgeously. However, when he fell, Yu Liang still firmly remembered that he protected the two girls in front of his chest and didn't let them touch the ground directly. Brother Yu, two almost identical voices sounded at the same time. Then, the two sisters got up immediately. Their eyes moved, worried, touched, and even a trace of inexplicable emotion. Yu Liang has already blocked the knife for them once. And this time it's the second time, although they faintly feel that Tian Liang's thoughts towards them are not pure. Well, it's not that it's not pure for one, but it's not pure for 22 people. Therefore, they have been in a hesitant and contradictory mood these days. When facing Yu Liang, he was also at a loss, not knowing what expression and attitude to use to treat him. But now, how can the two of them manage so much? A certain emotion in their hearts is like a volcanic eruption, boiling and raging, and it is difficult to contain it. Yu Liang let go of his hands, straightened his back, and a carp stood up straight. He glanced at the two sisters, knowing that they were not injured, but he still asked, "How is it? Where is the injury?" The two sisters shook their heads together. Not only did their faces look exactly the same, but even their slightly frightened and worried expressions were the same, making it impossible to tell which of these two was the elder sister and which was the younger sister. Yu Liang only felt his heart beating like thunder, and he was about to use the item of clairvoyance. However, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart and said, "Where is that retrograde motorcycle rider?" The two young people next to him just woke up like a dream. They quickly looked behind them, but there was no one left. "Hey, that guy, you're riding too fast." "Yeah, I should have stopped him just now." The two sisters rolled their eyes together. Hindsight, just now these two people didn't even have the slightest reaction at all, and now they are talking fart. Look at Yu Liang next to him. A feeling of complacency suddenly arises spontaneously. "Goodbye, brother Yu." However, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Wakao, whose bicycle is this?" And it smashed someone's car? Everyone turned their heads to look, a little surprised and dazed. A tandem bicycle in the scenic area is falling beside a car. Next to the bicycle, there is some broken glass. Obviously, this accident was caused by the collision between a tandem bicycle and a car. There are many parking spaces in the scenic area. However, the car was not parked in the parking space, but parked randomly on the side of the road. Yu Liang could tell at a glance. That tandem bicycle is my masterpiece. At that time, in order to save the two sisters, Yu Liang didn't care so much. Tai Chi push hands went all out and pushed the bicycle out on the spot. As for where to push it, hey, it can only be said that it was bad luck. The bicycle that was pushed out just hit the headlight of a parked car and broke the headlight. Hiss, is this a Ferrari? It was only then that everyone discovered that the one whose headlight was smashed by the bicycle was not an ordinary car, but a sports car. On the top of the sports car, there is a mark of a golden bull, which is the famous Ferrari. Although they don't know how much this Ferrari is worth. All idiots know that it will definitely not be cheap. Well, I still have something to do. I'm leaving first, sorry. Suddenly, a young man lowered his head, said something, then jumped on the bicycle, pedaled hard, and went away at the fastest speed. I. Another young man hesitated for a moment, his face flushed as red as a monkey's butt, and then he didn't say anything, but he also got on his bicycle and left in a blink of an eye. Them? He Lingna was speechless, with a look of disbelief. Yu Liang sighed secretly. Although the bicycle was shot by himself, logically speaking, it has nothing to do with them. However, they are also one of the participants on the scene after all. If there is a claim, God knows if they will be exempted from liability. So, in a moment of excitement, they all became deserters. Of course, if they hit an ordinary car instead of an expensive Ferrari, they would definitely have another choice. Too much, He Linglong said angrily. If the two of them don't leave, Sister He Linglong will not let them bear the loss no matter what. However, it would be too hurtful for these two people to leave like this. Sister, that's the kind of guy who pursued us. Brother Yu is better, Helena said angrily. Then, she realized what she said, and she couldn't help but blush. Yu Liang pretended not to hear. He walked around the Ferrari, frowned, and said, "There is no phone number in the car. Is it really troublesome to find someone?" "Hey, young man, there is no surveillance here. I think you should leave quickly." An old man came over and said in a low voice, "This car is very expensive. You must not be able to afford it." Yu Liang couldn't help laughing and said, "Old man, thank you for your kindness, but this accident was caused by me. Fart, I saw clearly just now that it's not your fault at all. You fell to save those two girls. This is clearly the second son of the Liu family. The old man said this, suddenly shut up, and then said, "Young man, you are a good person. Listen to me. Go now." Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, and he had a vague guess. The person riding a motorcycle and driving recklessly may be a local resident. It's just that there must be nothing to ask from this old man's mouth. The second child of the Liu family? This may be the only clue. Facing the old man's urging, he smiled brightly. "Thank you, old man, but I don't want to do anything wrong. So let's wait for the car owner here." The old man shook his head and walked away with his hands behind his back. It's just that in his mouth, he seems to be nagging nonstop. Good people don't live long, and bad people live forever. Chapter 104. 20 million real luxury car. Although there is no phone number on the car, but if you just want to find the owner of the car, it is not very difficult. Yu Liang took out his phone and called the police directly. If you encounter such an accident, you must call the police. Because the compensation for luxury cars will definitely not be a small amount. In order not to be so troublesome in the future, don't be afraid of trouble now. The official post will arrive soon. Because this is Dongqian Lake, which is a famous tourist attraction, there are not many officials on duty here. Seeing this scene, the official clerk also frowned slightly and looked at Yu Liang with a trace of pity. "Young man, you are about to bleed." Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Thank you." Helena quickly said, "Officer, we are actually victims too." She recounted what happened just now, and then said, "That retrograde motorcycle is too disgusting. Can you arrest him?" The officer hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you have live video?" "No." "How many witnesses?" "Oh, I have 2 colleagues who saw that too." The officer smiled wryly and said, "Your colleague can't do it. Are there any witnesses who have no interest in you?" "Yes, we met an old man just now." Yu Liang sighed and said, "Nana match." Helena said dissatisfied, "Why? What did you call me just now?" "Nana." Helena's face turned red slightly. "Brother, you always called himself Xiao Xiao. Why suddenly?" Her heart was up and down, and she was suddenly stunned, and she couldn't think of anything else. He Linglong glanced at Yu Liang with resentment on his face. Yu Liang hurriedly said, "Linglong, take Nana over there first, and I'll have a word with the official." "Ah, yes." He Linglong's face was also flushed, and she pulled her sister, and the 2 sisters walked away in a blink of an eye like they were on Hot Wheels. The officer blinked and looked at Yu Liang suspiciously. At this moment, he really didn't know what kind of expression he should give. Is it envy, jealousy, or contempt? What's the matter? It seems that the former is still the majority. However, he still restrained his mind and said, "Why, has anyone else seen it?" Yu Liang shook his head slightly and said, "Officer, is there any surveillance around here?" "No." "What if we can't produce evidence?" "Then we can't help it." He paused and said, "Of course, if the other party is willing to admit it, it's also possible." "Is the other party willing to admit it?" Yu Liang immediately thought that the yellow hair had no intention of staying behind after passing through them. He didn't care at all about scaring people off their feet. There is no doubt that this is a selfish person. In the absence of a live catch, wanted to make him admit it himself. Ha! As for what the old man seemed to have slipped up just now, Yu Liang wouldn't even mention it. If Huang Mao is really a resident nearby, the old man will never come out to testify. Thinking about it, I know that there are strangers on the one hand and people from my own village on the other. Then, wouldn't it be clear at a glance who the old man chooses to help? The old man had already mentioned them at that time. They could not do it, but they couldn't be ungrateful. So, don't make things difficult for others. In the distance, 2 bicycles rode over. This is a man and a woman. The males are around 30, and the females are 23 or 4 at most. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, and their faces are somewhat similar, like a pair of brothers and sisters, more than a pair of lovers. They came to the car and stopped. The man glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said, "It wasn't a collision, it was a smash. My car has provoked someone. So why are you so wolfish?" The corner of the woman's mouth twitched, and she said, "I'm jealous. I told you a long time ago, you want to come and play, don't drive a sports car. Just get an SUV and it won't be so troublesome." The official was startled and said, "This is your car?" The man sighed and said, "My brother and sister are riding around the lake. We received a call saying that our car had been hit, so we came over to have a look." With a speechless expression on his face, he said, "Our car is parked well. To be bumped? No, it's a strange thing to be hit." Yu Liang blushed. If the other party comes and immediately yells at you, you will feel guilty. However, people came, although they complain a lot. But nothing serious was said. If they get along differently, Yu Liang doesn't think that he can do better than others. "Sir, accidentally bumped into your car. I invite you to come here to negotiate compensation." The man glanced at Yu Liang and said, "I'm not good at repairing cars. I'll ask a friend when I take a picture." He took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the damaged part, and then fiddled with it for a while, shaking his head. "Hello, my car is a bit expensive. If it is repaired, it will not be cheap." At this time, the pair of sisters also saw the owner of the car coming, so they approached slowly. Yu Liang smiled and said, "How much?" "I just asked because the summary is about 1 million. "What?" Helena exclaimed. "1 million?" The man turned his head, glanced at the sisters, and couldn't help being slightly startled, as if he had a feeling of surprise. That man is also a well-informed person. If there is only He Ling Long or He Ling No alone, he will only take one look at most and then look away. However, if the two sisters stand together, this bug is too big. There are many beautiful women, and there are also many twin sisters. However, if these two conditions are combined, it is really rare. So what if it's $1 million? Another girl folded her hands on her chest and said, "Look clearly. This is not an entry-level Ferrari, but a Daytona SP3. It's not sold in China, and the price is at least 20 million yuan. Looking at the girl's domineering nature, the two sisters no longer dared to speak. "Daytona SP3? What is that?" Yu Liang is not familiar with luxury cars, so he has never heard of this term. However, his sixth sense told him that the little girl was not lying. The price of this car is at least 20 million or more. Chapter 105, Rich and Powerful. The traffic policeman who came to deal with the problem widened his eyes. He originally thought it was just an ordinary traffic accident. But unexpectedly, a $1 million gift package came out. Although he didn't want to meet at all, but when he did, there was nothing he could do. Taking a deep breath, the official hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, tell me about that retrograde motorcycle." Yu Liang pondered for a moment and said, "Officer, even if we found him, what if he doesn't admit it?" The official said with a wry smile, "If you don't admit it, then you have to consider yourself unlucky. This kind of thing, unless it is really captured by a camera, or catch it on the spot. Otherwise, once it passes, there is nothing to do, and at most it can only be a joke. Moreover, as long as the other party refuses to admit it, there is really nothing to do." Yu Liang nodded slightly. The official's words were the same as what he understood. The man's eyes were piercing, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Officer, is there anything hidden about today's matter?" The officer shook his head helplessly and said, "It's like this. These two ladies said that when they were cycling around the lake." He said it blah blah, and then said, "But this is an unmonitored area, since we didn't leave the person on the spot for negotiation. Let's go to him now." He shook his head. The meaning is already very clear. Man 060 smiled, turned his eyes to the twins, and said with a smile, "Actually, you didn't mean to sabotage. Otherwise, we should each bear half of the loss." He said with a smile, "No, I don't know each other. How about leaving a contact information?" Although he was asking about the three of Yu Liang, his eyes were mostly focused on the twin sisters. The proud woman snorted coldly. A hint of disdain overflowed from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't speak. The two sisters looked at each other. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that only half of the compensation would be paid. But then their hearts rose again. It's not right. Even if they only accompany half of them, it will cost 500,000 yuan. Where will they find this money? From the beginning to the end, the two sisters did not think that this matter had something to do with Qian. Brother Yu has saved them. If Brother Yu is made to lose money, then they are still human. Frowning slightly, Yu Liang didn't like the man's eyes very much, although he himself and this man are actually the same breed. However, Yu Liang would never allow any accident to happen. "Don't bother." Yu Liang took out his mobile phone and said, "I'll transfer you 1.2 million, say, yuan. 1 million is the car repair fee, and 200,000 is an apology for delaying your 2 trips." The two sisters raised their heads at the same time, and the two pairs of watery eyes seemed to be talking, blinking and blinking. It seems to be asking, "Brother Yu, where did you get the money?" Yu Liang smiled at them and said, "Wood." "What?" The two sisters understood immediately. "Brother Yu said that the giant piece of wood has been sold, and it's still more than 20 million yuan. Then it is nothing unusual to take out more than 1 million yuan. But isn't this bought by a friend? Is it really appropriate to use other people's money like this?" Although the two of them were worried, the amount of money and things involved at the moment were far beyond what they could handle. The two little guys, who were still self-aware, held hands and closed their mouths. Although it can't help Brother Yu, at least it can't be a drag on him. The man finally turned his head and looked into Yu Liang's eyes with a sense of seriousness. 1.2 million is nothing to him. However, looking at Yu Liang's appearance, taking out 1.2 million is like taking out 120 yuan, which surprised him a little. Is there such a person in Yongqing's hero spectrum? It seems that I have never heard of it. The man laughed and said, "I'm sorry, I've been talking for so long, and I still don't know what to call my brother." After he finished speaking, he touched his chest with his hand and said, "My name is Ma Yonghong. This is my sister Ma Yongxue." Yu Liang nodded and said, "My name is Yu Liang." Since he didn't like the look in the other person's eyes, Kai Liang didn't intend to have a close friendship with him. "Yu Liang?" Ma Yonghong didn't change his face, but countless names flashed in his heart in an instant. But I still didn't expect which family's child this was. "Mr. Ma, give me an account number, and I will transfer the money." Before Ma Yonghong could speak, Ma Yongxue sneered and said, "What's so great about $1 million after a collision? It's a broken car, bad luck." Yu Liang raised his eyebrows. However, although the other party's words are not pleasant, they are true. A luxury car is different from an ordinary car. If it is an accident car, it is a big discount. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Yu Liang said very simply, "Mr. Ma, how much did you pay for your car? I'll increase the price by 1 million. How about selling it to me?" As soon as this sentence came out, Ma Yonghong's expression became a little dignified. Even Ma Yongxue looked over in surprise. She said a long time ago that this car costs at least 20 million in China. Yu Liang actually wanted to increase the price to buy. That is to say, he can at least call more than 20 million funds at any time. There are two completely different levels between a person who can take out 1 million yuan and a person who can take out more than 20 million yuan. Such riches and powerful. Even their brothers are a little impressed. They are brothers and sisters, so they don't need to care about the former. But for the latter, even they must be given some respect. Ma Yonghong took a deep look at Yu Liang and said with a smile, "Brother Yu, don't mind, my sister is heartbroken about the car, so she spoke in a hurry." He laughed and said, "Also, this car, I also bought it after queuing for a long time, and I am reluctant to give it to you." You don't want to take this opportunity to collect luxury cars on purpose, do you?" Hearing his joking words, Yu Liang could no longer keep a straight face. "That's fine, but the repair fee must be paid, Mr. Ma. Please give me an account number." Ma Yonghong pondered for a while and said, "Add me on WeChat, and I will send you." Yu Liang actually didn't want to have anything to do with this person, but this excuse is not easy to refuse. The two added WeChat, and Ma Yonghong sent a bank account number. Yu Liang manipulated a few times and transferred 1.2 million. Seeing that the money arrived immediately, Ma Yonghong was sure that the young man in front of him was not some bragging scammer. Seeing Yu Liang's unkind expression, he immediately knew that his initial attitude was a bit annoying. With a laugh, Ma Yonghong said, "Brother Yu, we are from Shanghai. If you come to Shanghai in the future, remember to find me. I will be in charge of entertaining you. I guarantee to satisfy you." After finishing speaking, he nodded to everyone, and together with his sister, he picked up his bicycle and continued to ride around the lake. In the process, he never glanced in the direction of the twins again. Chapter 106. I found the little yellow hair. "My dear cow." The official gave Yu Liang a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration, and it was from the heart. In fact, after discovering that it was a luxury car that hit him this time, he was already as big as a bucket. Because, according to past experience, if two cars collide and take insurance, then both parties will be very happy. However, if you can't get the insurance and the repair fee is more expensive, then you will have to argue. There may even be rogues. The higher the cost of car repairs or the cost of seeing a doctor, the more this happens. After hearing that this is a super luxury car worth 20 million yuan and repair costs starting from 1 million yuan, the official shut his mouth firmly. This kind of expenses for the average family, even for the local aborigines, can be regarded as traumatic. Most of the aborigines in Yongqing own real estate, and their real estate must add up to more than 1 million. But let them come up with 1 million cash. Except for the real rich second generation and demolition second generation, there are really not many people who can do it. Therefore, although the official was merciful, there was nothing he could do. But unexpectedly, Yu Liang turned out to be a rich man, and a super rich man at that. So, things worked out perfectly. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry to bother the police officer this time." The officer waved his hand and said, "You should have signed a compensation agreement with him just now. Otherwise, just in case." When he said this, he stopped. Yu Liang naturally understood what he meant and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. If he regrets it, I'll just buy this car." The corner of the official's mouth twitched. He said goodbye and left. Forget it. The thinking of rich people, they will never be able to guess. And it's best not to guess. Otherwise, you will suffer a huge blow. "Brother Yu," Yelena said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, but seeing her timid look, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Not knowing what was going on, he stretched out his hand, rubbed her head, and said, "It's okay." Although there was already a little ambiguity between the three of them that was unclear. However, it was the first time for Yu Liang to do such an intimate gesture. Helena was also taken aback for a moment, and then her face flushed slightly. She subconsciously glanced at her sister, feeling a little guilty for no reason. Linglong gritted her teeth, as if hesitating for something. After a while, she finally said, "Brother Yu, we sisters lent you the money, and we will definitely pay it back." Yu Liang laughed and said, "Okay, I threw the bicycle out. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much." "No, you are here to save us," Linglong said with a firm face. Yu Liang sighed and said, "Linglong, this is more than 1 million. Under normal circumstances, how many years do you plan to pay it back?" Linglong made some calculations in her mind. Her mouth was tongue-tied, and her attitude was not so firm anymore. The internship salary of their sisters is less than 3,000. Even after graduation, you can find a suitable unit. However, if you want to earn millions a year or something, that is wishful thinking. During the half-year internship, they learn a lot. There is actually a huge gap between the ideals in schools and the reality in society. If they can find a job with a salary of more than 6,000, it is already very good. However, 6,000 a month, don't you eat or drink? Even if they don't eat or drink, the two sisters want to repay 1.2 million for 12,000 a month, which is a desperate date. Yu Liang stretched out his hand, rubbed her head, and said, "Okay, this is an accident. Don't take it to heart. Don't worry about me. I own half of the anise. So sell it after that. Half of the money will belong to me." "Oh, really?" Helena said in surprise. "Of course, I won't lie to you." Linglong frowned slightly and said, "But I can't let you lose in vain." Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Okay, just treat it as if you owe me a favor. When I need help in the future, just don't refuse." The two sisters looked at each other and nodded vigorously at the same time. After being severely beaten by the society, they have already understood that it is undoubtedly a dream to repay the money with their own strength. Asking for flowers. In fact, in terms of their sister's temper, if it were someone other than Brother Yu, they would definitely not accept this huge sum of money. Even if it is because of this, she will notify the family and let her parents know. She will accept it. However, if it was Yu Liang, their vigilance was reduced to the lowest level. Already inferior to my brother's many favors. One more, it seems that it is not so unacceptable. Yu Liang picked up his bicycle and said, "Let's go, continue cycling around the lake. Don't be the last one." The two sisters looked at each other and helped up the tandem bicycle. Surprisingly, the quality of this bicycle is still very good, and it even smashed the headlights of other luxury cars. But it is just a little chipped paint, The overall structure is not serious. Ride up, no abnormalities. The three of Yu Liang continued to ride along the lake. This time, 2 light bulbs were missing, and the three of them felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Gradually, the 2 sisters also let go slowly and started talking and laughing. Of course, this is also the result of Yu Liang constantly making them happy. Otherwise, more than 1,000,000 things will always weigh on their hearts and become their demons. An hour later, the three of them finally finished riding and returned to the assembly point. Yu Liang looked around and found that not many people paid attention to them. Only the 2 young colleagues who had fled, their eyes flickering, did not dare to look directly at them. Yu Liang immediately understood that they did not spread the matter. If you think about it, it's too late for the 2 of them to cover up such a shameful thing, so why would they spread it everywhere? However, at this moment, Yu Gong suddenly felt that his sleeves were being pulled. Turning around, I saw He Lingna's excited face. "Brother Yu, sister, look, that person is that person." Although her voice was not loud, Yu Liang and Jia Linglong could hear her clearly. Looking in the direction she pointed, they saw it immediately. A little yellow hair, riding a motorcycle, rumbled into the parking lot. It's really hard to find a place to go through the iron shoes, and it's easy to get it. Chapter 107. Denial. He Linglong's small hands were tightened immediately, and then strode over. Yu Liang was slightly taken aback, looking at her back in surprise. Unexpectedly, He Linglong, who has always been weak, actually has such a side. However, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately quickened his pace and stood in front of He Linglong. "Don't move, I'll just negotiate." "Ah, brother Yu, but don't worry about it." Yu Liang smiled and said, "Some things are not worth getting angry about." The 2 sisters looked at each other, although they were full of unwillingness. But seeing Yu Liang's firm eyes and irrefutable attitude, they had no choice but to stop. Yu Liang turned around and strode towards the little yellow-haired man. At this time, the little yellow 313 Mao had just parked the car, pulled out the key, and was about to go to the nearby hotel. "The second child of the Lu family," Yu Liang shouted in a deep voice. The little yellow-haired man turned his head with a suspicious look on his face. Sure enough, the old man was right. This is the second child of the Lu family. Lu Er stood still and looked around, as if he was finally sure that it was Yu Liang who called him. "Who are you?" he asked impatiently. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "Why, I just saw it, but I forgot it. It's really a nobleman who forgets things." Lu Lauer frowned, but he couldn't remember who this guy was. Yu Liang half turned around, pointed in the direction of the twins, and said, "Do you remember them?" Lu Er glanced at him. His pupils lit up immediately, and he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips with an obscene expression on his face. Yu Liang was furious in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Why? Can't remember?" It doesn't matter if you don't remember. We are friends. We can play together." Lu Lauer said excitedly, "Brother, I am treating guests today. How much is the night package?" Yu Liang took a deep breath. The only thing he felt lucky was that he stopped the sisters and didn't let them come over. "I'm not your brother," Yu Liang said flatly. "Just now you were driving a motorcycle in the wrong direction and knocked us down. Don't you remember?" Lu Er was stunned for a moment, and then said with an indifferent expression, "Oh, it's just a fall, and no one died, so don't make a fuss about it." Yu Liang looked at him silently. Lu Lauer said again, all right, I have money. As long as you let the 2 of them stay with me for one night, I will give you 5,000. Is that enough?" Yu Liang said slowly, expressionless. When they fell just now, the bicycle bumped into a car on the side of the road and smashed their big headlights. Lu Er said disdainfully, "Oh, you want compensation, right? It's still the same sentence. As long as they stay with me for one night, I'll take care of it." "You bought it?" Yu Liang finally couldn't help but sneered. The owner of the car is from Modu, and the car he drives is a Ferrari, worth more than 20 million, and the maintenance cost is 1.2 million. This time, Lu Lauer's complexion really changed. His face became serious, and his expression also became fierce. "What the hell? You kid want to blackmail me? If it is 102, or 1,002, or even 12,000, For the sake of the pair of sisters, Lu Lauer can take it out. However, 1.2 million is beyond his ability. Yu Liang said slowly, "The official has come, and the owner of the other car has also come, and there are records. You can check." Hearing the certification, Yu Liang said, Lu Er was inexplicably flustered. He stared and scolded, "Nonsense, I don't know you at all, and I have never seen you. Let me tell you, you are here to ask who is my second son Lu. Ha, get away with knowledge. Point. Otherwise you won't be able to get out of Liuzhou village. Lu Jiao, the second child of the Lu family." Enough. Yu Liang had already got the information he wanted, so he stopped pestering him and turned around to leave. Lu Lauer spat hard from behind, glanced at the two sisters with greedy eyes, hesitated for a moment, and turned around to enter a nearby chess and card room. This pair of sisters is really beautiful, even the only one he has ever seen in his life. However, after hearing the price of 1.2 million, most people will calm down. Yu Liang returned to the sisters. He Linglong asked, "Brother Yu, what's the matter?" Does he deny it? It's more than just not admitting it. This kid is full of swear words. Fortunately, you didn't go over there. However, there was a faint smile on Yu Liang's face, and he said, "It's okay. He doesn't admit it now, but he will admit it later." "Ah, why is that?" Helena asked wonderingly. Yu Liang said with a smile, "The mountain people have their own tricks, but if they say it, it won't work." He vowed, "Don't worry, the compensation will definitely fall on him, so don't worry about it." Seeing Yu Liang's calm and confident expression, the two sisters looked at each other with concern in their eyes. "Brother Yu, don't want to hit someone, do you?" He Linglong said cautiously. Yu Liang stared and said, "Nonsense. I am an outstanding young man in the new era. How could I beat someone with my hands? You look down on me too much." The two sisters stick out their little tongues. They are very naughty and cute. Although their little heads couldn't figure it out, what would Brother Yu do? However, since my brother didn't use force, and he looked confident, they just believed it. The three returned to the crowd. At this time, colleagues in the company gathered in twos and threes to chat. Except for the two pale-faced 0.8-year-olds and In Lin, no one noticed them here. Half an hour later, Su Onkue announced loudly that today's team building activity has come to a successful conclusion. Then, he announced that Yu Liang was rewarded 10,000 yuan for his brave actions in the restaurant and one honor for the company. The eyes of several young people turned green with envy. Vacation plus 10,000 yuan, bonus plus public praise from leaders. Hey, why wasn't it me who ate that day? If I were there, I would definitely rush up too. Isn't it just a guy with a knife? And a few people rushed over with chairs, promising to beat that guy until he cried. It's really unfair that such a good thing happened to him instead of me. Chapter 108. I don't know. When the bus returned, the people on board were a little listless. When many people are lying in the car, they're a little confused. Finally, everyone arrived home safely, and when they got off the bus, the director of the office told him to send him a message to report that they were safe when they got home. Of course, everyone agreed together. It has been 3 years since Yu Liang came to the company. However, in the past 3 years, he only participated in 2 large-scale team building activities organized by the company every quarter. Except for the first time, that is this time. In the past, Yu Liang was indifferent to the things around him. Therefore, even if I participated in team building, I didn't feel much. But it's different now. He has already started preparing his own company. Therefore, after participating in this team building, Yu Liang felt that the organizer was indeed a talent. Talent is not limited to technical positions. Being able to organize people and arrange them properly is also a rare talent. The director of the office is a middle-aged woman in her 40s this year. Although the person looks quite ordinary, but this ability really has nothing to say. Yu Liang silently wrote it down in his heart. After winking at the two sisters, Yu Liang walked towards the hotel. The two sisters looked at each other and followed quietly. Several colleagues made an appointment to have dinner together, and they also called Yu Liang and the two sisters, but they all declined. After all, what happened today was not very pleasant, and they lost the mood to continue socializing. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Liang and the two sisters had left and gathered in the hotel lobby. Healing Long was about to speak, But Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "Go, let's go." "A what?" "I'm at a villain today, so I'm in a bad mood." Yu Liang said solemnly, "I need to buy something to save my wounded heart." The two sisters looked at each other, and Helena said, "Brother Yu, what you were talking about is the one that is popular on the internet." Bye. "Yes, that's not good," He Ling Long whispered. "Don't waste your money. I'll invite you to eat." Yu Liang was startled and said, Eat? Yeah, there's a snack street in Galu with a lot of colors and people. Let's go eat." "Why?" "Yeah." Helena nodded vigorously. Her eyes seemed to be a little bright. Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded and said, "It's fine, but before eating, I'd better buy it first." He made a gesture of counting money and said, "Don't forget, I did a big business 2 days ago, so I'll buy it first. It's to reward yourself." The two sisters immediately remembered the super large timber worth 20 million. Brother Yu said that this piece would cost half of his money, which would be 10 million yuan. "Brother Yu, are you really a multimillionaire?" Yu Liang smiled and said, "Nonsense, if not, where can I get the money to accompany them?" The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. They are not greedy for money, but feel that more than 1 million yuan is like a mountain, which makes them feel a little breathless. However, if Yu Liang himself is a multimillionaire, then this 1 million won't hurt him. The hearts of the two of them will be much better. Yu Liang beckoned and led them all the way to the International Commercial Building. "Now that I'm here, of course I'm looking for an old friend." Straight into the Chanel store. The store manager is a very responsible person. When he saw Yu Liang, he immediately came up to him. Although she also met the two sisters in the hospital, she pretended not to know each other, but greeted them with the attitude of treating ordinary guests. Sometimes the sales performance is too enthusiastic, but it will be disgusting. Such a distance is just right. Yu Liang stretched out his hand to touch the two sisters and said, "Give them 2 sets of clothes and 2 bags. It will look better." The store manager quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Yu, 2 ladies, please come with me. I wonder if you have any favorite color." The two sisters followed in a daze. Growing up so big, it was the first time for them to come to such a luxury store. Although I screamed crazily in my heart, "I shouldn't come, I shouldn't buy it, and I shouldn't want it." However, their skins are too thin, and they can't say anything in front of the store manager and a few salesmen. An hour later, the two aggrieved sisters left the store wearing new clothes and carrying a bag each. As for how much money was spent, they didn't even dare to count. Yu Liang looked at their attire and thought it was very eye-catching. Although the clothes on her body are still exactly the same, the bags in her hands are not the same style. Yu Liang is who, but as long as you remember the bag, you can know. "Let's go. There is a private kitchen upstairs. The taste is very good. I came here once with the master." This private restaurant opened in the center of the downtown area, and its business was very good in the past, especially the number of receptions for senior government officials. But now, with the adjustment of the policy, senior civil servants gradually shift positions. I no longer like 950, a private restaurant in the downtown area. Because here, the probability of meeting acquaintances or the media is too high. Today's senior civil servants often like to go to the surrounding elegant and remote places. Therefore, nowadays, the private restaurants in the urban-rural fringe area are booming. Asked for a small box, Yu Liang chose the package standard of 1,000/person. The two sisters glanced at each other, and they had lost their interest in opposing it. "I bought Chanel bags and clothes without blinking an eye. Well, who would care about this little food?" After dinner, Yu Liang stopped arranging the show and sent them back to the hotel. Stretching out his hands, he rubbed each other's heads without distinction, and then said, "I'm very tired today. Go to bed early. Don't stay up late." After speaking, he turned and left. The faces of the two sisters were slightly flushed, but neither of them refused or resisted this seemingly intimate gesture. Turning around, I looked at the pile of new clothes and cosmetics on the sofa outside the suite. The thoughts of the two of them were indescribable. After a while, Helena tilted her head and asked, "Sister, what's the matter?" Ling Long slumped on the sofa, with her hands on her chin, supporting the weight of her head. "I do not know either." Chapter 109 Retaliation. Back home, Yu Liang turned on the magic hard drive. Although I took my two sisters shopping today, I bought a lot of messy things. However, the total cost did not exceed 1 million. That is to say, Yu Liang no longer insists on consumption, otherwise he will definitely not stop there. Opening his attribute panel, Yu Liang used the map query single item without hesitation. Map query. You can input the item or person name you want to query in the search bar, and you can instantly lock the location of the other party, with a global scope and a 12-hour time limit. The host owns items. Map query, single. Whether to use it? Whether? Yes. The interface on the screen suddenly changed strangely, and a map appeared magically. Without hesitation, Yu Liang entered the words Liujiao Village, Donkey in a Town, Yongshu City in the search bar at the top. Almost instantly, a lot of pictures and name introductions popped up below. It seems that in Liujiao Village, there is more than one person with the name of the second child of the Liu family. Think about it. As long as this person is in Liujiao Village, with the surname Liu and two children in his family, wouldn't they all be the second child of the Liu family? However, as long as he has a picture, Yu Liang will never misidentify the person. After flipping through a few pages, Tian Liang knew his goal. That decadent young man with yellow hair is so eye-catching. Yu Liang clicked on this picture, and his basic information appeared immediately. Name, Liu Feiyang. Identity, Liujiao Village, Donkey in a Town, Yongqing City, the second son of Liu Fei's family. Other than that, there is no other introduction. Yu Liang followed the red dots where the names were, and kept zooming in on the map. Then, he easily found the specific location of this person. What? To Yu Liang's surprise, Liu Feiyang is not in Liujiao Village in Dongxian Lake, but somewhere in the urban area. Take a closer look. Oh, it turned out to be a KTV. Strange, this guy lives very chic. Where did he get the money? Yu Liang will never forget that when Liu Feiyang opened his mouth, it was 5,000 yuan. Although it is completely impossible for the 5,000 yuan to spend the night with sister He Linglong. But this at least proves one thing, that is, this kid does not lack money. From the way he looked, he knew he couldn't have any serious job. Moreover, it is impossible for a serious working person to be willing to spend so much money at once on two strange women. Therefore, Yu Liang wants to know what crooked ways this guy has gone. With a slight movement in his heart, Tian Liang went online, regular internet, and searched for Liujiao Village on the internet. Then, looking at the ranking above, Yu Liang understood why this kid is rich. Demolition households. This family turned out to be demolition households. The current Liujiao Village is a resettlement house just handed over a year ago. 5 years ago, the entire Liujiao Village was expropriated, and every household received a huge amount of compensation. It turned out that he met the legendary second generation of demolition. No wonder he lives so chicly. The map query time can last for 12 hours. Yu Liang stopped paying attention to him, but took out his Bitcoin computer and started operating and trading. An hour later, I added a lot of property to myself. The total amount of foreign accounts is 28 million US dollars. As for the country, the amount of terrorist funds has reached about 115 million. No, I have to pay back the money. Yu Liang confirmed with Deng Lily again that she will pay off the mortgage tomorrow and get the keys. Of course, he set the time after normal people get off work. Deng Lily had no objection to this. That's a huge sum of 50 million yuan. Not to mention that it was scheduled after get off work. Even if it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, she would not have any objections. And she believes company managers will not raise any objections. It's all done. When Yu Liang checked Liu Feiyang's whereabouts again, he found that he had been transferred from KTV to a hotel. With a sneer, Yu Liang lay down and went to sleep, but turned on the alarm clock. 2 hours later, Yu Liang woke up. He continued to check Liu Feiyang's location and found that this guy was not in the Hotel King. Very good. Yu Liang got up, put on his clothes, and took the keys of his father's A6 with him before going out. It's not a good thing to go out to do errands tonight. That Bentley Mulsanne is too eye-catching, and it will be fine if it is an A6. Although the A6 can be regarded as a good car, it is not uncommon to see it everywhere in a big city like Yongqing. Half an hour later, the A6 arrived 100 meters away from the hotel smoothly. That's right, there is a full 100 meters away from the hotel. In this way, no matter what happened in the hotel, it is impossible for anyone to think of him. Yu Liang turned off the engine and adjusted the seat to make himself more comfortable. Then turn on the magic hard disk computer. While on the outside, visual simulations can be used. However, if you can save, you can save. 1 million consumption is not so easy to get. The host has an item, see-through eye, single, whether to use it. Whether, see-through eye. After using it, the host will be able to look directly at the essence of the object through the appearance. Items that can be seen through include, but are not limited to, various rough stones, mountain surfaces, various types of clothes, muscles, blood, tendons, etc. Scope, within 10 kilometers from the host. Time, 2 hours. Yes, this is the second time Yu Liang has used clairvoyant eyes, so he felt the difference almost immediately. Looking in the direction of the hotel, Yu Liang soon found the target through the wall. Lu Feiyang is sleeping soundly in a guest room. Of course, he was the only one, sleeping in a room with a 1.8-meter-long double bed. Turning his head, Yu Liang continued to search. The next moment, Yu Liang was overjoyed that he finally found what he wanted. My mind moved again. The host owns an item. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, single. Do you want to use it? Whether? Yes. Please select the transfer object. A non-venomous cabbage snake in the grass. Please select a transfer destination. Yu Liang immediately searched on the map and successfully transferred to Lu Feiyang's big bedroom. What? Inside the hotel, there was a sudden, shrill scream, like an earthquake. Chapter 110, There are Snakes, Help! Lu Feiyang is sleeping. He is the youngest and only son of the family. Except for one older sister, there are no other siblings. Therefore, he has been the darling of the family since he was a child. Although he didn't learn much about his skills, he learned a lot about his arrogance. Under normal circumstances, such a person has been raised and disabled. Apart from gnawing on his old age for a lifetime, and becoming a parasite that drags down his parents, sister, and brother-in-law's family, he can no longer do anything. However, who made his life better? 5 years ago, it happened to catch up with the government's whole village demolition plan. As a result, the dilapidated houses of their family were all bought by the government. Because their family's ancestral house is big enough and there is enough land, the money allocated for the demolition and the relocation house have reached an enviable level. Today, the family has 8 sets of buildings of different sizes and millions of dollars in hand. Although both the money and the house are in the hands of his parents, the income from renting out the house and the interest from the bank alone are enough for Lu Feiyang to live a prosperous life. But since then, Lu Feiyang has become arrogant and domineering. Of course, this kind of person has an obvious characteristic. That is, there is a dragon at home and a snake outside. It's okay to let him be arrogant on his own plot in the village, but it's out of the question to make a career out of it. Outside, he has nothing to do except eating, drinking, and having fun. Gambling and drugs, he still has self-knowledge and dare not touch them. But KTV bars, but his figure is indispensable. Today at KVT, after singing with my old friend, we played 10 times coolly in the hotel. Then he slept alone in the hotel room. However, when he was sleeping in a daze, he suddenly felt greasy on his body, as if something was moving around his body. Moreover, this thing is cold and cold, which is completely different from the beauty's gentle body. F***K. What the hell is this? Lu Feiyang opened his eyes annoyed, and then he saw the most terrifying scene that he was afraid of. Snake. On his body, a black snake was swimming unscrupulously. At this moment, Lu Feiyang was scared out of his wits. Although he is a farm boy. However, the rural areas around the modern big cities are very different from the previous rural areas. Lu Feiyang's growing up experience is almost the same as that of children in the city. Play snake catch snake? Haha, that is definitely overthinking. It is not so easy to find a snake on the ground in the countryside, especially after the rice fields have been turned into high-rise buildings these years. What's more, it is such an intimate contact with a snake. Help! Instinctively, Lu Feiyang uttered the most angry scream in his life. Then, with a strong wave, he matched the snake with. God knows where he got the courage, but he did it. Then he jumped up like an electric shock, twisted open the door as fast as he could, and rushed out. It's just that Lu Feiyang at this time didn't notice that he didn't have any strands on his body. Wow, catch a thief. There are exhibitionists. Look, someone is about to descend. Catch him. Stinky boy, don't even look at where this is. Alarm, alarm. Soon, Lu Feiyang, who ran outside, caused chaos. Although it is very late now, for those people who are used to nightlife, this point is exactly when they are the craziest. Seeing someone running carrots in the hotel, everyone was more excited than shy. Soon, the officials sent over. Their faces were not good because in their jurisdiction, there was a fool who ran down. If this kind of thing gets out, people will definitely be ridiculed. See, even if it wasn't their fault, since it happened in their jurisdiction, it must be mentioned. Name? Lu Feiyang. Gender? Male brave. Why the carrot run? Don't you know it's illegal? Officer, I want to call the police. What? The two officials thought they had heard it wrong. That guy from Carrot Bin actually asked to call the police? There are snakes in this hotel. I was sleeping, and suddenly there was a snake on my body that wanted to bite me. It scared me to death. The two officials looked at each other in blank dismay. And at this time, the manager of the hotel was also here. His complexion was very ugly, and he had the same idea as the two officials. There are idiots who are radish running in their own hotel, and the reputation of the hotel is also greatly negatively affected. But now, what does this guy want to say? There are snakes in the hotel? At this moment, the manager was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Nonsense. How could there be snakes in our hotels? The manager retorted. Besides, you live on the 10th floor? What kind of snake can climb to the 10th floor? I'm not lying. Guido is in the room. Okay, let's go and have a look. A group of people reached the 10th floor. Although everyone did not believe that there were snakes inside, necessary protective measures were still taken. However, when everyone entered the room and turned it upside down, they didn't find any foreign objects at all, let alone a snake. Even Xiao Qiang didn't see one. The two officials and the hotel manager looked at Lu Feiyang as if they were looking at a dead person. Lu Feiyang was dumbfounded and murmured, Impossible, impossible. There must be snakes, there must be. Officer, I think he's insane. It can't be. The manager pointed to his head and said in a low voice, He smells of alcohol, so he must have been drinking. Hallucination. The eyes of the two officials lit up, and they took Lu Feiyang to the hospital regardless of Lu Feiyang's resistance. Not only the alcohol test was done, but also the toxicity test was done, by the way. However, the results of the inspection made them quite disappointed. In Lu Feiyang's blood, he must have reached the standard of drunkenness. However, no toxicity was detected. What the hell? Drinking can create hallucinations. What a talent. No matter how swearing Lu Feiyang swears, he has indeed seen a snake. But at this time, no one believed him anymore. Moreover, when he was arrested, he had a bad attitude and caused a very bad influence. So he was finally sentenced to 5 days of detention in the name of violating public security management. Chapter 111. A family living together. Are there snakes in the room? After Yu Liang used the first item, the 5 ghosts carrying talisman, there must be a snake. Moreover, Yu Liang deliberately and caringly carried the non-poisonous cauliflower snake to Lu Feiyang's body. Let them 2 different species, the most intimate non-interval contact. That's why Lu Feiyang was woken up and almost belched in fright. It's just that after Lu Feiyang was so frightened that the radish ran away. Yu Liang bought another 5 ghost transporting talisman and sent the cauliflower snake that had made great contributions back to its original place. Although it comes and goes, 2 5 ghosts are used to carry the array. It cost Yu Liang exactly 10 consumption points. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, living creature, 5 points. But Yu Liang didn't feel sad at all. What are the points used for? Of course, the earned points must be spent. As long as he can let the bad breath in his chest go smoothly, let alone 10 points. Even if all the points are used up, Yu Liang will not be stingy. In fact, in terms of cost, it is a wasteful act to intimidate the other party and destroy evidence in this way, and the cost performance is so low that it is outrageous. But money can't buy it. I like it. After finishing this matter, Yuliang only felt refreshed, and his whole body had a transparent feeling. Although he spent a full 14 points for this, he still feels worth it. Moreover, Yuliang also decided to pay more points for this in the future until he is satisfied. The used items and skills were repurchased: a map query, a clairvoyant eye, and a 5 ghost porter. Then his points became 15 points. However, a large amount of points will be credited to the account tomorrow, so Yu Liang is not in a hurry. Back home, Tian Liang happily went to bed. When Lu Feiyang was spending like a year in the detention center, he was sleeping extraordinarily sweetly. On Monday, Yu Liang went to work normally, canceled his sick leave at the company, and started working. At the morning meeting, Suan Kuei once again performed Yu Liang's brave deeds. However, other people did not look at Gong with admiration because of this. From the look in their eyes, as if looking at idiots, Yu Liang could see their true thoughts. Hey, I can only say that people's hearts are not ancient. However, fortunately, Qin Tao and Yin Lin's attitudes were good, and they both gave a few words of comfort, which made Yu Liang feel a little relieved. After going to work, Yu Liang can have a meal with the two sisters above board. After the scene yesterday, the relationship between the two sisters and him has gone a step further. Although they can't cuddle and hug, sometimes they will not show resistance when they touch their bodies inadvertently. The most is to roll his eyes and give him a sanitary ball to look at. Moreover, there was no initial resistance to the high-end dining places Yu Liang took them to. After lunch, Yu Liang said, "Ling Long Nana, I'm going to have dinner with my family tonight. You can order food in the hotel. The taste of that hotel is good, but the small shop outside is unhygienic. I'm worried." Ling Long hesitated for a moment and said, "But the wine and dinner are too generous." "It's okay. It can be reimbursed," Yu Liang said with a smile. "Remember, when ordering food, just put it on the room account, and I have a deposit." The two sisters rolled their eyes together. No matter how stupid they were, they knew at this moment that the so-called reimbursement must be a lie that Brother Yu had to deal with them. However, after hearing Brother Yu say this, they didn't feel disgusted. Although the two sisters rolled their eyes, but because of their appearance, not only is it not ugly, but it has a naughty and cute taste. Yu Liang saw that his index finger moved wildly. It's a pity that it's not a matter of course yet, and patience is still needed. In the evening, Yu Liang and Chun Tao reported to the police and left an hour early. Chun Tao naturally agreed wholeheartedly and wished Yu Liang the beauty as soon as possible. After Yu Liang came out, he first picked up Yui from the kindergarten, then picked up his grandparents, and finally called his parents. "Tell them that I bought a house in Yongqing New World, and I will go to get the keys today and ask my parents to meet at the sales office." When Yu Jiang and Shi Hui got this news suddenly, they were shocked far more than they were pleasantly surprised. Asking for flowers? What the hell? This kid's wings are really hard. Buying a house is such a big thing, and we didn't even notify us. I'm going to die. Shi Hui aggressively decided to go home tonight and exercise her rights as a parent no matter what. Don't look at Yu Liang is now 25 years old. However, as long as there is no marriage, no children, well, in the eyes of his parents, Yu Liang is still a big kid. Perhaps this point, in the eyes of other people, is so nonsensical and incredible. But as a parent, that's how you think about it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many older and super old kids on the news. However, Yu Hai and Shi Hui's anger came when they arrived at the sales office and saw with their own eyes the super large new house with 2 floors, a total area of 1,100 square meters, and a swimming pool with 10 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms. Their anger was gone. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. I'm so special. I'm not dreaming. In the sales office, Yu Liang has swiped his card and transferred 50 million to the developer's account. From then on, the key to the house fell into their hands. Of course, if you want to complete the entire transfer, there is still a tax to pay, but that is a trivial matter. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma, how is this house? The 4 parents looked at each other. Shi Tianfeng said in a deep voice, Xiao Liang, did you do something illegal? Yu Liang said helplessly. Grandpa, as I said before, this is Bitcoin trading, and it's regular money. If you don't believe me, ask my uncle. Sure, Tianfeng naturally knew Yu Jiang. He looked at his son-in-law. Yu Hai nodded his head and said, Big brother said it's legal, and the money is available. Only then did the old man feel relieved, with a happy smile on his face. Grandpa, I invited several decoration companies to provide design drawings. If you have any needs, please talk to them. From now on, we will live together as a family and will never be separated again. Sure, Tunfeng nodded vigorously, his old face blooming with a smile. Chapter 112, Wishing and Dreaming. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yu Liang swiped his card to get the key. Then, at 5 o'clock, Yu Hai and others began to inspect the house, and the designers from the decoration company entered. Several designers chatted for a long time around Yu Hai and others. At this time, neither the Yu Hai couple nor the grandparents felt hungry. That's when Yu Yi yelled so hungry that everyone went home contentedly. However, they left contact information for all designers. For this business, it is estimated that some designers have circled around. Of course, Yu Liang will not speak in this regard from now on. He is only responsible for taking the money. As for what he will pretend to be in the end, Yu Liang believes that these decoration companies must not dare to deceive the rich, unless they don't want to continue in the city's high-end market. Back home, Yu Liang was surprised to find that the attitude of the 793 elders towards him seemed to have undergone a very subtle change. It's not that Yu Hai has confessed him since then, but that his attitude has changed. In the past, even though Yu Liang was old, he even bought nearly 1 million gifts for his elders. However, Hui was still thinking about how much money he had in his hands, for fear that he would spend it indiscriminately and empty out the whole family. Judging by the posture of the mother, she may have the posture of holding Yu Liang's purse in her hands. However, after seeing this house today and knowing the full price of Yu Liang's purchase, Hui never mentioned anything related to Bitcoin and money. Perhaps she already knew that the wealth in her son's hands was beyond her imagination. Therefore, she didn't even dare to ask more questions. In the evening, Yu Liang finished washing and returned to his room. Although we already have that big house, it will take at least 1.5 years before we want to decorate it and move in. According to Yu Liang's idea, the family rented 2 better second-hand houses first. When the house in the new world is ready to move in, throw it away. Although this is the city center, everyone knows the shortcomings of the old community, especially the parking space, which is really difficult. However, after discussing with several old people, they still rejected it. Living here already has feelings, they say. Moreover, it is very close to EE's kindergarten, so it is not troublesome. Besides, it's 1 year at most they can hold on. In this regard, Yu Liang only has the right to suggest, but not to decide. So after he raised his mouth, he didn't continue. At this point, turn on the magic hard disk computer. The host spends 50 million today and can draw 50 prizes. Do you want to draw prizes? Whether? Yes. Yu Liang made his choice without hesitation. A huge roulette appears, filling the entire screen. Then, the pointer started to rotate, and after the heart-wrenching 20 seconds, it fell into the other category. Congratulations to the host. I won the other. Make a wish can only be obtained by lottery. Do you want to use it? Whether. Make a wish. Make a wish on the lottery roulette. Next time there is a high probability that you will be able to draw items or skills that match your mind. Wow, there is such a good thing? Although now Yu Liang has acquired more and more items and skills. However, sometimes the price is too high to achieve the goal. For example, Lu Feiyang, whom Yu Liang just punished yesterday. In order to achieve the goal of punishment and not be noticed by others, Yu Liang actually invested 14 points in one go. Although he will not regret it, but it is more or less hard-take. So, what if you want to punish someone at a low cost? Yu Liang thought for a while and clicked, yes. Then, he murmured silently in his heart, I hope that the next attack will have a skill that can punish people. It doesn't need to be too powerful, but it's enough to make people feel miserable. As he chanted, the handwriting of the wish suddenly gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared. This shows that it has worked. Yu Liang took a deep breath and said silently, "Continue to draw the lottery." The roulette and pointer appeared again. 20 seconds later, this time the roulette stopped on the skill item. "Congratulations to the host. You have won the skill. Dream making single. Do you want to use it?" Weather. Dream making. Single time. Create a dream so that the designated creature will enter a fixed dream every time it falls asleep. Duration. 1 month. Dream making. 1 point. Looking at this new skill, Yu Liang thought for a moment and couldn't help clapping his hands. This skill is simply too convenient. It is used to punish people absolutely without anyone noticing, and it can make people learn unforgettable lessons. Hey, it would be great if I got this skill earlier. Then I didn't need to waste so many points yesterday on deliberate revenge. However, it is too late to get it now. Yu Liang didn't use it right away, but saved it for a while. The third draw. Congratulations to the host. You have won the skill. Dream making single. Do you want to use it? Weather. Yu Liang blinked his eyes twice, and then he was sure that he was not mistaken. That is, this time he got another dream-making technique. Oh, it is estimated that this is the magic hard disk, and I feel very angry. So I urge myself to take revenge again? Yu Liang originally planned to go to Lu Feiyang when he was in a bad mood. However, since the magic hard disk also has this meaning, he naturally will not refuse. Because the 3 lottery draws were completed, the remaining 47 lottery chances were all automatically converted into points. He glanced at his attributes. It has improved a lot. Host. Yu Liang. 0.0 race. Human. Physique. LV1. Possessibility. Full score 5 points. The Sixth Sense. Permanent. Visual simulation, single *2. Skill duplication, single. Computer software LV. 1. Computer hardware LV. 1. Car driving LV. 1. Dream making, single times *2. Own items. Garbage station, permanent. Portable space, permanent. Map query, single. King Kong talisman, single. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, single. Skill lock card, single. Skill upgrade card LV. 1. Single. Consumption return card, single. Stone statue card, single. Perspective eyes, single. Own other. Beauty filter, 1 year. Own lottery draw times. 0 times. Points, 62 points. After spending 50 million, it really is a wave of fat. Chapter 113. Wicked people must be rewarded. Yu Liang first put the magic hard drive computer aside. Then he started tinkering with Bitcoin. When I sold Bitcoins today, I felt very good. The total number of Bitcoin sold was close to 300. As a result, foreign deposits reached 31 million US dollars. As for the amount of domestic deposits, after deducting the 50 million house payment, it also reached a high of 85 million yuan. Moreover, there are 20 million deposits that are not counted. This kind of income can definitely be called wealth freedom. Usually at this time, Yu Liang would go to bed. But today is different. Yu Liang still has a concern in his heart. In other words, even the magic hard drive has a similar concern. That is, to the right person, use a dream-making technique. The host has the skill. Dream-making, single time, *2. Do you want to use it? Weather. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Yu Liang just has a feeling. That is part of this text, which seems to contain a feeling of excitement and anticipation. What the hell? Reading the text, I can still see the climax. Yu Liang shook his head and clicked yes. Please ask the host to set the dream. The next moment, Yu Liang suddenly found himself in a strange space. I don't know how big this space is. Looking around, it's completely blank. How does this set up the dream? As soon as this idea came up, Yu Liang saw a series of choices appearing in his eyes. House, rice field, desert, sea, lake, mountain. Whatever terrain Yu Liang wants, he can find it here. However, Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Restore the hotel where Lu Feiyang stayed last night." He speaks like this, just an attempt, because although he used the clairvoyant last night, he saw the internal structure of the hotel. However, Yu Liang is not a builder, so if you see it, forget it. According to his memory, it is absolutely impossible to restore that hotel. Of course, nothing is impossible in this world for magic hard drives. The next moment, a hotel rose up in front of Yu Liang. In just an instant, the magic hard drive copied the hotel. This kind of dream manipulation ability is simply jaw-dropping. After a while, Yu Liang calmed down and continued to restore yesterday's scene on the magic hard drive. Of course, after Lu Feiyang woke up and threw the vegetable snake out, the dream was completely revised. Last night, after Lu Feiyang threw out the vegetable snake, he opened the door and ran away. Although I lost a big face and was eventually detained, but at least he escaped. However, in the dream, Tian Liang gave up his love. In his design, the hotel door cannot be opened at all. Not only that, there will be more and more snakes in this room, although each one is an ordinary, poisonous leaf snake. However, no one wants to have the experience of being bitten by a snake. Moreover, when the number of snakes gradually increases, turning the whole house into a snake den, just thinking about it is enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yu Liang believes that no matter who it is, if they dream of such a scene for a month in a row, they will lose their skin even if they are not dead. Yu Liang decided that he would never mention Lu Feiyang in front of the twins again. If the twins knew what happened to Lu Feiyang, they might intercede for him. It's not that the pair of sisters don't distinguish between right and wrong, but because they are inherently kind and have not been completely assimilated by this real world. On the contrary, when Yu Liang designed this dream, there was no psychological pressure at all. Put yourself in that shoes and think about it. If it was the day of the team building, it would not be Yu Liang who accompanied the two sisters, but they fell down by themselves and hit someone else's luxury car. 1 million repairs. In a strange city, two young girls who have not yet graduated from college were suddenly burdened with millions of debts. Do you know what kind of concept this is? This is a heavy, breathless debt for them. If it is someone who is less able to withstand stress, then this sudden and unexpected disaster is enough to destroy this person's confidence in life, thus causing an irreparable bitter fruit. 1 million is too heavy for a college student who has not yet graduated. However, when Yu Liang walked over and communicated with Lu Feiyang calmly, he first coveted the beauty of the two sisters, and then when he knew that the compensation was 1 million, he turned his face and refused to admit his fault. It means that whoever makes you come across, you are unlucky, don't come to me. For such a person, does Yu Liang have any compassion? Since 1 million can kill people, then Tian Liang will give the other party the same punishment. The duration that the dream-making technique can last is 1 month. In this month, as long as Lu Feiyang can persevere, then Yu Liang will let him go. However, if he can't hold on, something will happen. That's what he gets for his bad luck. Repaying grievances with virtue. How to repay virtue. What kind of cause, what kind of fruit you get, are all self-inflicted. 513. The host's dream is over. Is the dream confirmed? When Yu Liang clicked, he hesitated for a moment, but then clicked firmly. Please ask the host to designate a candidate to enjoy the dream-making technique. The expression on Yu Liang's face was a bit strange. It's strange why when I read this paragraph, I always have a strong feeling of gloating. Yu Liang entered Lu Feiyang's name in the search bar. Given the size of the Dragon Kingdom, with a population of 1.4 billion, there must be more than one person with the same name and surname. However, if you add Lajiakan Village, Donkey in a town, after this name, then there is only this lonely person. Looking at the photo of the yellow hair on the screen, Yu Liang calmly ticked it. As appointed by the host, Lu Feiyang will enjoy the dream-making technique. Yu Liang clicked yes. Then, all interfaces disappeared. Yu Liang looked around. Nothing happened. However, the magic hard drive should not let yourself down. Seeing that it was getting late, Tian Liang sent the computer. Went to bed. Hope to have a good dream tonight. At the same time, I wish that yellow-haired man also has a good dream. Chapter 114 Dreamland 10,000 Snake Cave. The detainees in the detention center are basically ordinary prisoners, such as drunk driving, exceeding the standard, fighting, and so on. Such prisoners are actually not very harmful to society, so they are not so strictly guarded. Lu Feiyang is also being held here now. What he committed was actually just a bad reputation. But in terms of danger, it is much better than getting drunk and fighting. Of course, if you enter here with a reputation of carrying carrots on your back, you will definitely be ridiculed. Moreover, even here is the extreme end of the chain of contempt. Hey, isn't this the guy from Carrot Bin? Little Huang Mao, give us a show. Huh? Lu Feiyang's face was embarrassing, and his heart was extremely angry. However, he can dominate at home because his relatives let him. But here, no one is his parents, so naturally they won't let him. When he first came in, someone taunted him a few words, but Lu Feiyang couldn't hold back and returned the words. As a result, someone slapped him on the spot, making him dizzy and unable to get up for a long time. At this time, he had already learned to be patient. No matter what others said, he just curled up in the corner and said nothing. Luo Bin, I heard people say that there are snakes, but are there really snakes? A person asked curiously. Lu Feiyang opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. In fact, until now, even he can't tell whether there was a real snake that day, or a hallucination after he drank too much. Although the hotel he lives in is not a 5-star hotel, but it is also a relatively high-end new hotel nearby. How could there be snakes in such a hotel? At night, it was finally time to sleep. All the lights are off. Lu Feiyang was also lying on the bed. In the past few years, he has no job, relying on the family demolition to make money, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Although he didn't dare to play big games, he also developed a skill of doing nothing. He was not used to having no wine and no women tonight. He didn't know how long he was in a daze until he finally fell asleep. However, not long after he fell asleep, Lu Feiyang woke up suddenly, because a feeling of extreme fear appeared on him again. It was a cold feeling that would scare him all his life, and he didn't want to think about it. Snake? When experiencing this feeling for the first time, Lu Feiyang had no idea what it was. So, although he felt sick and uncomfortable, he didn't panic. At least, before he opened his eyes, his state of mind was still very stable. However, this is the second time he has had a similar feeling. So Lu Feiyang immediately knew what it was that touched him. He opened his eyes immediately in fright. Sure enough, on his body, a gray and black earth snake was winding. The snake's head did not lift up, but the snake spit out the letter, which was extremely terrifying. However, this is not the scariest. What really made Lu Feiyang almost suffocate was that the snake crawled slowly down his body and headed towards his children and grandchildren. Immediately, Lu Feiyang turned pale with fright. He no longer cared about the fear, grabbed the cauliflower snake, and threw it out. Some people will be paralyzed from fright after the snake climbs on them, and they have no strength at all. However, some people are still able to show a little strength in despair. For example, Lu Feiyang, although he is not a good person, was raised and abandoned by his family. However, at critical moments, he can still save himself. Hoo. Lu Feiyang sat up, panting heavily. Last time, he opened the door of the room and made a run down the drain. But this time, he didn't dare to be so casual. Turning around, picking up the pillow, Lu Feiyang widened his eyes and looked at the snake that was thrown out. The snake didn't seem to be injured. It stuck to the ground and started to move soon. I saw it walking slowly, but the direction it was walking was still Lu Feiyang himself. It was as if there was some special power in Lu Feiyang's body that was attracting him. Hell, Lu Feiyang cursed fiercely. But compared to last time, his performance this time has been much better. Picking up the clothes from the bed, he hurriedly put them on. Then, Lu Feiyang came to the door. He wanted to open the door and escape. This hotel has snakes. There are snakes. Papa. However, no matter how Lu Feiyang twisted the handle, the door remained motionless. This door can't be opened. Lu Feiyang's face collapsed. As soon as he turned his head, his body froze suddenly. What the hell did I see? Snake, or that snake? However, it is no longer one, but two. Lu Feiyang hopped around the room, avoiding the snake. Then, he called out loudly, wanting someone to save him. However, no matter how he called for help, there was no sound outside. Moreover, no matter whether he kicked the door or smashed it, the door was like cast iron. Without any cracks, he couldn't get out at all. 4,000s. Lu Feiyang watched helplessly as more and more snakes appeared in sight. He had no idea where these snakes came from. However, with the increasing number of snakes, Lu Feiyong could no longer hide. He jumped and stepped on the back of a snake fiercely. The gray snake felt the pain, turned its head, and bit down hard. Lu Feiyong yelled in pain. Boom! His head hit the edge of the upper bunk hard. The severe pain made his tears flow out. Is that okay? However, Lu Feiyong finally saw it. He came to the detention center instead of staying in that room anymore. At this moment, tears of joy filled his eyes. Hey, Luobin, you kid has a bit of public morality, okay. What time is it and you still want to yell? Yes, Luobin, your wife is dead. Lu Feiyong was so frightened that he trembled. He quickly apologized and promised that his family would bring in a cigarette tomorrow and share it with everyone. Yes, cigarettes are allowed here. It's just that it's hard to say who is smoking the cigarettes delivered. Finally calmed down, Lu Feiyong lay down tremblingly. This time he didn't want to sleep anymore. However, slowly, exhaustion still surged up like a tide, submerging his consciousness. After half an hour, beg, the shrill screams resounded through the detention center. Chapter 115 Luxury Villa. The second hospital, one of the best hospitals in Yongcheng. In this general hospital, there is a psychology clinic. Although Lu Feiyong was detained in the detention center. However, his situation is extremely special. At night, as long as he fell asleep, he would have nightmares, and every time it was a nightmare related to snakes. Whenever he enters the nightmare for a period of time, he will be awakened with a start. According to him, there are various reasons for waking up. Some woke up after being bitten by snakes, and some were entangled by snakes and died of breathlessness. What's more, when there were too many snakes in a room, he was scared to death. Generally speaking, the officials will only listen to this as a joke, thinking that he is trying to play tricks. However, when Lu Feiyong's mood gradually became wrong, his body was trembling with fright, and when he refused to sleep, everyone felt that something was not right. The feeling of a frightened person is indeed different from that of an ordinary person. That kind of look, that kind of fearful attitude will make the bystanders feel very attractive. Even the head of the prison, after slapping Lu Feiyong, didn't dare to continue. Soon, Lu Feiyong was sent to the hospital, and it was delivered in the company of two officials. There's no way, if you encounter such a neuropathy, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Soon after 390, the psychiatrist arrived. Normally, doctors leave work early. Except for emergency doctors who must be on call 24 hours a day, the rest of the doctors are also human and need normal work and rest time. However, Lu Feiyong's situation is too special, so doctors can only work overtime. After conducting a series of examinations, the doctor said solemnly, "This patient has fallen into a very serious paranoia. As long as he falls asleep, he will feel that he is with snakes and has entered a snake den. Such cases are extremely rare, and this is the first time I have encountered them." The old doctor said, "I want to know if he has encountered anything related to snakes recently." The officials immediately talked about this person in a blah blah blah. "Doctor, my colleague checked the whole room at that time, and there was no snake, did he?" The official turned his finger on his head 3 times, which meant that people could understand it. He was asking if Lu Feiyong was insane. However, the doctor shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not sure, continue to observe for a few days." He stood up, Kide, and said, "I'll go and give him a tranquilizer first so that he won't think about it. Get rid of the nightmare." However, only 20 minutes passed. The doctor had to admit that he was too optimistic. "What the hell? I've been given sedatives, so I can't be awakened by the dream? What the hell did this kid do?" Naturally, Yu Liang didn't know what was going on outside. This time, he slept peacefully and comfortably. The next morning, Yu Liang got up early and went for a morning run in the park and practiced martial arts. Although he only has the level of Taijiquan LV1 now, he has sufficient self-confidence and hopes to improve this boxing to the extreme. I really want to see how high the limit of 4:5 can reach. After breakfast, when they came to the company, the two sisters had already arrived early. After going to the office and purchasing department respectively, Yu Liang smiled more and more happily. He found that when the two sisters were separated, they both behaved quite open-minded. Little ambiguous, had a lot of fun. Of course, if the three of them were together, the two sisters' skins would be so thin that he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Yu Liang turned on the computer, ready to use LV1 computer level, clean up the server for the company, optimize the algorithm, and so on. Although I will leave soon, but before I leave, I can't leave a mess. The machine was searching automatically, and suddenly the WeChat version on the computer moved. When I opened it, it turned out to be a message from Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya. Boss, the company registration has been submitted, and my name is Yongcheng Xinliang Import and Export Trading Company, Ltd. Yu Liang. So fast? Qi Xiaoya. I enlisted the help of a friend to speed up the process. Within a week, I will definitely be able to complete all the procedures. Yu Liang nodded secretly. In fact, Tan Yun is the agent of the company. Their business is not only abroad, but also in many countries. But as the saying goes, the cunning rabbit has 3 caves. Yu Liang dare not put all the treasures on him. Therefore, finding Qi Xiaoya to open an account in a new company is also a new choice. Yu Liang. Okay, have you seen the villa? Qi Xiaoya. I have read it, several of them. Yu Liang. Are you satisfied? Qi Xiaoya. There are 5 villas, all of which are very good. Yu Liang was taken aback for a moment. 5 villas? In just one day, has Qi Xiaoya seen 5 villas? This speed? It's too fast. Obviously, Qi Xiaoya's enthusiasm for the villa far exceeded Yu Liang's imagination. Yu Liang. Here you go. Qi Xiaoya. Picture.jpg. A row of pictures were sent over, and these pictures were all sorted out and sent over. Yu Liang looked over one by one. Qi Xiaoya is quite reliable in handling affairs. The villas she chose were all relatively new villas, not the old villas that had been basically eliminated 20 years ago. However, the new villa also has a drawback. That is, they are basically townhouses or duplex villas. The difficulty of finding a single-family villa, unless it is in Dongxian Lake or in a place far away from the city center, there are no single-family new villas around the city. In fact, many old villas can be knocked down and rebuilt. But the problem is that old villas cannot dig basements, and the structure cannot keep up with the changes of the times. If you really have the money to rebuild the villa, wouldn't it be nice to buy a new villa? Suddenly, Yu Liang looked at one of the pictures. His eyes sparkled slightly. Detached? I'm not wrong, right? Of course there are single-family villas in this place. You know, this is not Dongxian Lake far from the city center. It is a prosperous place near Sanjiankou. Ziyu Terrace Garden. 8 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 6 bathrooms. With a construction area of 1165 square meters, a super luxurious villa with its own swimming pool and a high living room. Of course, the price of the villa is not cheap, although it is not as exaggerated as the 90 million top floor of Yongcheng New World Duplex. But it also reached 50 million yuan. Chapter 116 is far worse. Well, this house is very suitable. Of course, it doesn't mean it's suitable for Qi Xiaoya to live in. It's for twin sisters. It's very suitable. If Qi Xiaoya knew that she had worked so hard to see so many villas. But Yu Liang thought, give someone else the one with the best location and the most expensive price. It is estimated that Qi Xiaoya even has the heart to kill him. Yu Liang, which one do you like? Qi Xiaoya's heart was beating like thunder. These pictures are all arranged by her, and she also wants to see them in person. Therefore, she knows every villa well. Just like Yu Liang first took a fancy to the single-family house with the most expensive price and the best location. If there is a choice, Qi Xiaoya will definitely choose this one. However, Qi Xiaoya and Yu Liang are not that familiar after all. Moreover, Yu Liang's attitude towards her was also lukewarm. Even last time, despite her shyness, she personally went to the hotel to deliver the goods to her door. As a result, Yu Liang also politely declined her. Of course, Yu Liang's excuse was perfect. Don't want to be outside, but have a house of your own. This sentence made her heart beat abnormally, and she was a little bit desperate. However, if I proposed this villa, Qi Xiaoya hesitated for a moment and finally sent another villa over. It was a large villa in Jiangbei Riha Garden. The villa covers an area of more than 700 square meters with 6 bedrooms, 2 halls, and 5 bathrooms. What's more, This is not only a detached villa, but it has already been decorated. Therefore, its quotation is very high, and it is 40 million. However, because you can move in with your bags, this price is considered quite close to the people. On the contrary, ZU Terrace's over 1,000 square meter super villa is still a white embryo. Even if it is bought, it will cost a lot of money to decorate, and there is no guarantee when it will be able to move in. Seeing Qi Xiaoya's reply, Yu Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. This little girl has quite a wink. Yu Liang, it's a good choice to be able to move in immediately with your bags. Let's take this villa. Qi Xiaoya. Mr. Yu, I just consulted today. Even if our company has just been established, we are not qualified to buy a house. Yu Liang. Qi Xiaoya. According to the rules, a company must be established for 5 years. Then you have to pay more than 1 million yuan, and the group is eligible to buy a house. Yu Liang was slightly taken aback. He didn't care about this before, so he didn't know there was such a request. But if you think about it, real estate has been regulated a few years ago. If there is no similar requirement, then there is no regulation. Everyone can start a company and take this loophole. He pondered for a moment. Yu Liang, it doesn't matter, I will find a way. Qi Xiaoya. That house? Yu Liang. I will also find a way. That's all I see. Qi Xiaoya didn't dare to be verbose, for fear of making Yu Liang unhappy. After Yu Liang dealt with Qi Xiaoya's matter, he went straight to Deng Lily. Yu Liang. Old classmate, I want to ask you something. Deng Lily. Tell me. Yu Liang. Are you in real estate sales? Do you only do big world? Or do you also sell other real estate? Deng Lily's eyes lit up, and she had a faint premonition. Perhaps another big business is coming. Indeed, as long as Yu Liang makes a move, it must be a big deal. Deng Lily. Old classmate, it's like this as long as it's real estate business. Whether it's new houses, secondhand houses, shops or office buildings, I'm doing it all. Yu Liang. Okay, ZU Terrace Garden, do you know? Deng Lily's heart was beating like thunder. This is not nonsense. Although there are quite a few high-end residences in Yongcheng, there are only a few of the most expensive ones and the top ones. She is quite familiar with ZU Terrace Garden. Deng Lily. Of course I know, and I also know that there should be 4 sets of the largest single-family villas that are vacant now, and they have not been sold until now. Yu Liang. How is the environment? Deng Lily. The surrounding area of ZU Terrace Garden has been developed a long time ago, and now it is a mature community, and shopping malls and theaters are full of everything. It is also a transportation hub. No matter going to Zhongbei, Old Jiangdong, or Haishu, it is very convenient. The only downside, or money, is too expensive. However, for you old classmates, you should not have this trouble. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and became more and more able to speak. Yu Liang. I read it on the internet, and the single-family villas there are quite nice. But I have a problem that needs to be solved. Asking for flowers. Deng Lily say it. Yu Liang. I want to buy a house in the name of the company, but the company is still applying for it, and neither the number of years nor the amount of tax is enough. What should I do? Deng Lily. Old classmate, I would like to ask, do you plan to buy the house in full or with a loan? Yu Liang. The full amount. He has seen the balances of several of his bank cards, which add up to 85 million. Although it is still more than 5 million yuan short of buying 2 villas at the same time. However, as long as you give him a day, you can solve this problem. Therefore, money is not his obstacle. Deng Lily. Also, old classmate, after you buy your house, will you take out a mortgage? Yu Liang. How is it possible if I want a mortgage, what do I do to buy a house? Whoops, this sentence sounds so reasonable. But in fact, many houses in high-end communities are either mortgaged or mortgaged. People who really don't care about tens of millions of cash are still a minority after all. Deng Lily. If it is the full payment and you don't plan to take out a mortgage, there is actually a way. Yu Liang. Tell me. Deng Lily. We can negotiate with the landlord and sign a rent-to-own agreement. All the money should be paid in one lump sum, and the ownership will be transferred when your company is qualified to buy a house. Yu Liang was startled and couldn't help giving a thumbs up secretly. Sure enough, professional things need professional people to do them. Yu Liang. Okay, then I'm interested in this house. Please contact me. Yu Liang. Picture.jpg Dang Lily opened the picture excitedly, and then she was slightly taken aback. What? This turned out not to be one house, but two different houses. One is, of course, a single house in ZU Terrace Garden, and the other is a bit smaller, but it is also one of the top luxury villas. Immediately, Dang Lily's heart beat faster than the limit. Dang Lily, old classmate, here are two villas? Yu Liang. There are two sets, depending on the calendar. Dang Lily let out a long breath. She thought of the commission she could get. Originally thought that she was already a little rich woman. But only now do I know that. She is still far from 100 million. Chapter 117. It turns out that you have acted bravely more than once. This day is a very dull day. Yu Liang did not deliberately pursue millions of dollars in consumption. However, he is already satisfied if he can let the two twin sisters eat with him willingly, and then play cards and relax together. After all, the two sides have only been together for a short time, and being able to reach this point has surpassed Yu Liang's best expectations. He's in no rush, not at all. After tidying up the magic hard drive at night, I put more energy into selling bitcoins. As a result, domestic deposits have increased further. Especially domestic money, once again broke through the 100 million mark. In this way, it is enough to buy those two villas at the same time. Of course, even with Dang Lily's help, it won't be so soon. After all, the amount involved in 020 is too large, and it still uses the rent-to-own method, so it is understandable to be careful and safe. The next day, Yu Liang was at his workstation trying to optimize the operation of the network. Chen Tao called him to the general manager's office. Yu Liang is a bit strange. He has been in the company for 3 years. But the number of times I went to the general manager's office was very few. After all, the identity gap between him and the general manager is relatively large. Unless there is a problem with the other party's computer, it is unlikely that there will be any chance of intersection. Arriving at the office, Yu Liang saw a familiar face here. It's just that, for a while, he couldn't remember the other party's name. Hey, Mr. Yu, hello, we meet again. Yu Liang shook hands with him with a smile and said, Hello, officer. The word police officer is very clear, but the in front is so vague that people can't hear it even if they p*** K up their ears. Mr. You probably forgot my name. My name is Li Yu, and I'm the squadron leader of the 2nd Squadron of the Criminal Police Team of the City Bureau. Captain Lee, hello. I haven't forgotten. How could I forget Captain Lee's name? Seeing Yu Liang's obviously perfunctory attitude, Li Yu smiled and said, Mr. Yu, it's like this. Do you remember those traffickers? Yu Liang's expression was fixed, and he said, Of course I remember. They escaped from prison? This is the only possibility Yu Liang can think of. If it wasn't for escaping from prison, why did Li Yu come here in person and meet him by name? The corners of Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, You really look down on us. Now that they have been captured, how can they be allowed to escape? However, Yu Liang is not a colleague after all, so he can't reprimand him. He had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, Mr. Yu, they are all being imprisoned, waiting for legal sanctions. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Yu Liang would say something shocking, so he said first, I am here this time to invite Mr. Yu to a trip to the police station. Oh, what's the matter? The child's parents and family members, after knowing the situation, are very grateful for your help, so I want to thank you in person. Yu Liang waved his hand and said, No need. When I save people, I didn't expect to be thanked. That is, we definitely believe it, Li Yu said in a deep voice. However, when you get along in a different place, think about the feelings of your child's parents. Please give them a chance to thank you. Yu Liang said suspiciously. Captain Li, you seem to really want me to go. Li Yu smiled wryly and said, Since the child was rescued, his parents have come to the police station every day, hoping to thank you in person. You said before that you can't disclose personal information. They can't find it, so they can only pester us. After a pause, he continued, It has already started to affect our daily work. If someone is here to mess around, the criminal police team has 10,000 ways to deal with it. However, when the other party is full of gratitude and wants to thank the benefactor, no matter how indifferent and violent the members of the criminal police team are, it is impossible for them to get angry with such a person. What's more, he was also kind and pleasant, begging hard, which made Li Yu helpless. Yu Liang, Su On Kue, who was sitting on the boss's chair, laughed and said, "You can do it. It's not the first time you've acted bravely. If Team Li didn't come here in person this time, we wouldn't know. Save a traffic child." Yu Liang smiled wryly and said, "I happened to see it, and normal people would take action." Li Yu and Su Onke both nodded repeatedly, but they knew that under normal circumstances, normal people would definitely not take action easily after seeing it. Putting yourself in danger for strangers you don't know is not something everyone can do. Su Onke smiled and said, "Yu Liang, since the parents want to meet you and express their gratitude, you can go. Don't worry, this year's excellent employee must be yours." Yu Liang was speechless. Employee of the year? Don't wait for the end of the year. I will resign next month. Of course, this sentence cannot be said now. In desperation, Yu Liang had no choice but to nod and followed Li Yu out of the company. When Li Yu came over, he was not wearing a police uniform, but casual clothes. Even the car he drives is just an old Santana that looks like it will be scrapped at any moment. After getting in the car and driving for a while, Yu Liang felt a little tingling in his ***. "Captain Li, your police force shouldn't be short of money. Why is this car?" Li Yu smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Yu, from what you said, how can the police force not be short of money? Now the cost of solving a case is too high. A DNA test and a physical evidence test cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars. If when encountering a murder case, the money is poured out like water, no matter how much money there is, it is not enough to spend." He paused and then said, "We have a car which is already very good. The brothers in the county below are still riding motorcycles." Yu Liang was quite surprised. He originally thought that Yongqing's GDP had exceeded 5.6 trillion yuan, and it should be due to its financial prosperity. However, it is surprising that the funds for Detective Mouth handling the case are still so tight. Glancing at Yu Liang, Li Yu said, "Mr. Yu, don't get me wrong. In fact, the current situation is very good. The funds dedicated to the project are much more abundant than before. Moreover, it is not that there are no cars in our bureau. The explosion-proof armored vehicle's worth 1 million yuan, yes. It's just that there are too many people who want to use the car, and the brothers who have cases in the front line use it first." "So?" Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded and said, "I'm not important, so I drove an old car over here." "Hey, that's not what it means." Halfway through Li Yu's speech, he saw the smile on Yu Liang's face. After he was startled, he also smiled at it and laughed. Men, sometimes a look is enough to communicate. Chapter 118 Attributes of Captain Li. After parking the car and looking at the police station with the national emblem printed on it, Yu Liang also felt emotional. "I have always been a good citizen who abides by the law. After growing up so big, I only came here once in the first 25 years when I was applying for an ID card. 2+Y, 2+#. However, in the recent period of time, because of the courageous actions one after another, they came more diligently. Compared with the first 25 years of life, that is much more diligent. Yu Liang this way?" "Okay." Under the leadership of Li Yu, the two walked into an office building. "Yu Liang, I heard that you are from Lianjiatsi. If you are interested, let's compete." "Huh? Captain Li, how do you know?" Yu Liang asked in surprise. It's a coincidence. Don't you go to the park for morning jogs and boxing exercises every day, and one of my colleagues happened to meet him, and he took a video of you boxing. I knew right away that you have real kung fu body," Li Yu said with a smile. "At least it has nearly 10 years of foundation, and it is not easy to persevere." The corners of Yu Liang's mouth twitched slightly. He does have real 22 kung fu. LV, 1 Tai Chi combined with LV, 1 physical fitness, is quite powerful for ordinary people. However, nearly 10 years of foundation. But it's also true to think about it. When his Tai Chi skills improved, it seemed to be the case. That young man practiced martial arts since he was a child, and what he practiced was the basics. It was only when I was 16 that I practiced Taijikwan to LV1, so it has been 10 years. With a slight movement in his heart, Yu Liang said, "Captain Li, are you also a Lianjiatsi?" I learned a little from the master when I was young. However, The master said that my comprehension is mediocre, so after teaching me for a few years, he refused to teach me any more, Li Yu said with some regret. Since then, I was just practicing blindly and not making much progress. Yu Liang felt a little itchy in his heart. He really wanted to take a look at Li Yu's attributes. If you use skill duplication, instead of searching for big data, but targeting a certain person, you can actually spy on the other party's attributes. However, although Yu Liang now has a lot of points, it has not reached the point of being wasted at will. For that matter, it doesn't pay to waste a visual simulation. Therefore, Yu Liang just thought about it and dismissed the idea. When you are free, just take out your computer and look it up. Soon, Li Yu brought Yu Liang into a small meeting room. Yu Liang, since you're here, I'll notify their families. Li Yu poured him a cup of tea and said, actually, even if you don't notify them, they should come in about half an hour. Yu Liang quickly said, okay, Captain Li, I'll sit here and look at my phone for a while. You go and get busy. Li Yu smiled and said neglected, then turned and left. To be honest, the Criminal Police Brigade of the Municipal Bureau must be busy. As long as you want to solve a case, there will always be a case that can never be solved. There is no way. The population of Dragon Country is too large. And all along, the ratio of police force per 10,000 people has never been reassuring. In addition to various current cases, there are more accumulated cases over the years, which is also a headache. Of course, what really makes people dizzy is more goosebumps, neighborhood disputes that are far from criminal. This is the biggest waste of police force. However, in this world, there are always many people who think that they are the king of heaven and the third in the world. All kinds of weird things were done, which led to continuous disputes and a serious waste of police force in various places. In short, Li Yu went to pick up Yu Liang in person this time, which was enough to save face. After Li Yu left, Yu Liang hesitated, turned his wrist, and took out the magic hard drive computer. The sixth sense told him that there was no monitoring or eavesdropping equipment in this small conference room. Moreover, he uses the magical hard disk computer here, and there is no danger of exposure. Of course, it is fine for a short time, but if it is used for a long time, turning on the computer, Yu Liang clicked on the personal ability on the property panel, skill copy. In the search bar above, I entered Li Yu's name and his position. In this world, there must be many people named Li Yu. However, after being matched with a position, it is unique. Host, Li Yu. Race, human. Physique, LV1. Possessibility, full score 5 points. Bagwazang LV, 1. Pistol LV, 2. Rifle LV, 1. Case word processing LV, 1. Case solving logical thinking LV, 3. Seeing this set of data, Tian Liang couldn't help but feel a little moved. Naturally, Yu Liang didn't care about the skills of Bagwazang and solving crimes. However, I didn't expect Li Yu's marksmanship to be so good. The shooting level of the pistol has reached the level of LV-12. Only logical thinking and case solving is even more exaggerated, reaching LV-3. This is the first time Yu Liang has seen skills above LV-2 among people he knows. No wonder he was able to become the squadron leader of the criminal police team. How could he dare to go to Liangshan without 1 point and 3? In about 10 minutes, the water in front of Yu Liang ran out, and his sixth sense also gave him an early warning. So, Yu Liang turned off the computer, and with a flick of his wrist, disappeared immediately. Sure enough, a minute later, the door of the conference room was pushed open by 723 people. Li Yu took the lead and walked in. Behind him, there are 2 men and women in their 30s, and the woman's hands are holding a child. The child was awake, with a pair of big eyes rolling continuously. It was the child who was kidnapped. Li Yu smiled and said, "You too. This is the responsibility of discovering the trafficker and taking the initiative to intercept him. Mr. Yu, these 2 are the parents of the child, Mr. Su Pingji and Ms. Lu Aixia." Yu Liang stood up early, smiling. He had known for a long time that today was just to meet and let the couple in front of him be grateful. "Once you're done, you can go." Su Pingji and his wife's eyes lit up, and they walked over at the same time. Standing in front of Yu Liang, the 2 of them bowed deeply together. Yu Liang could clearly feel the deep gratitude that came from them. At this moment, although he didn't have any money income, Yu Liang was refreshed, and that feeling was even better than when he had practiced boxing thoroughly. Slightly stunned for a moment, Tian Liang reacted too quickly. He quickly reached out and helped them up. "Oh, don't do this, don't do this." Chapter 119 Appreciation Fee from the Child's Father. Su Peng stretched out his hands and held Yu Liang's hand firmly. Although Yu Liang is not used to shaking hands with men, but seeing him so excited, he is really embarrassed to break free. "Brother Li, thank you, thank you." Su Peng raised his head, and his eyes were full of sincerity. "If it weren't for you, our family would probably be broken up. You not only saved my son, but also saved my son. I lost my mother. I really don't know how to thank you." "Huh?" Yu Liang looked surprised. "I also saved your mother? Why didn't I know that I had done so many good things?" Li Yu smiled and added, "Yu Liang, it's like this. When Su Kishou's grandson saw her grandson missing, she felt that it was her fault, so she was furious. However, after learning that Su Kishou was safe and sound, it's getting better slowly." Su Peng already expressed gratitude and said, "Yes, this time my mother must come over and thank you in person. However, the doctor said that she can't be emotional now, so..." After a pause, he said again, "When we get better, our whole family will come to thank you again." Yu Liang bared his teeth and suddenly felt a little creepy. Let him fight gangsters, even if the opponent has money. Tian Liang will not be afraid. As long as you take a Vajra talisman, unless you encounter a nuclear bomb, he is invincible. But let him sit here and accept the thanks of an old man. "Mr. Su, I know that you want to thank me, but thank you this time, don't do it in the future," Yu Liang said with a smile. "I don't think you are willing to bring trouble to my life and harassment, right?" Su Peng slapped his forehead and said with a wry smile, "Oh yes, look at me. I forgot this. I'm so sorry." Yu Liang laughed and said, "Brother, don't forget about you. You're older than me, so just call me Yu Liang." Su Peng hesitated for a while and said, "Okay, Brother Yu Liang, I won't say any more polite words." He took out his mobile phone and said, "Is it convenient to add a WeChat account?" Naturally, it was impossible for Yu Liang to refuse. Because of the rejection now, it is estimated that people will never give up. It's impossible to pester him, but it's obvious to pester Li Yu. After the two of them added WeChat, Su Peng said seriously, "Brother Yu, I heard that in order to save my son, you drove a new car to hit the trafficker's old car on purpose, and that car was an A8 just bought." "Bar." Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "Brother, where did you hear the news? It's too exciting." He smiled and said, "I have seen the child in the car. You think I will directly hit it? I don't look so reckless, and I'm not afraid of hurting the child." Su Peng waved his hands again and again, saying, "Brother, I didn't mean that. Don't get me wrong." Li Yu laughed at the side and said, "Mr. Su, in fact, Mr. Yu is very measured." He just put the car aside, causing a slight scratch between the two cars. No one was injured, but it was just using the car accident as an excuse. That's why the traffickers were allowed to relax their vigilance and catch them in one fell swoop. Su Peng nodded his head and said, "Captain Li, Brother Yu, don't get me wrong. What I mean is, since the car is crashed, Brother Yu cannot take the money for repairing the car, no matter what." Flipping through it, he took out a check that he had prepared earlier and said, "Brother Yu, the small repair fee is not much, please accept it." Yu Liang glanced at it, and it turned out to be 1 million yuan. "What the hell? Is this a repair fee? You can buy half a top with A8. Obviously, this is a favor fee, a thank you fee." Smiling slightly, Yu Liang said, "Brother, are you in business?" Su Peng laughed and said, "Yes, I am in the aquatic business. There are 16 ships in the company, including offshore and ocean salvage, and can provide the freshest seafood all year round. Brother Yu, do you want to eat seafood in the future? Seafood, you must let me know. Brother, I have no other skills, but I can still provide a little seafood." As soon as Yu Liang heard it, he knew that this person was being modest. 16 fishing boats, including ocean-going fishing boats. This is not something everyone can do. No wonder it was a thank you fee of millions of dollars. With a slight smile, Yu Liang said, "Brother, I am also enthusiastic about saving people, and I don't want to make money. How about this? If you think it's appropriate, let's make an appointment and have a meal. If you want to make friends, I will do it more in the future. Send me some fresh seafood, and I won't refuse. Su Peng looked at Yu Liang in surprise, and after a while, he said with a smile, "Okay, brother, I will round up your seafood from now on." Yu Liang smiled and said, "Okay, seafood is not cheap, and the water keeps flowing, brother. You have to remember it." Su Peng laughed out loud. Then he took the check back, changed hands, and handed it to Li Yu. "Captain Li, the fact that you were able to save the child this time is not only due to Brother Yu's great contribution, but also the cooperation of your police. I have nothing to thank. I will donate this little money to the Bureau. Please accept it." Li Yu said with an ouch and said with a smile, "Boss Su, Mr. Yu is just like you. He is a big boss and doesn't care about money. But our police force is poor, so we don't hesitate to donate money." Su Peng laughed and said, "You're welcome. As long as the money can help you catch more bad guys, it's worth it." Yu Liang's heart moved slightly. Faintly had some idea of Li Qian's. Su Peng turned around and said again, "Brother, please give me an address. One of my ships has just docked. I have a batch of fresh goods. If you don't mind, I will send them to you." Yu Liang knew that it would be a big deal to refuse this time. He was not polite and said, "Okay, I'll send you the address." Su Peng had already glanced at the address, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is an old neighborhood, to say the least. The people who live here are all poor people. Most of them are elderly people and tenants. Yu Liang can afford more than 2 million top-end A8, so how can he live here? However, although he was surprised in his heart, his face did not change, and he did not miss anything. No matter what, as long as the son is rescued by others, then that's fine. As for other things, Su Peng didn't care anymore. Chapter 120. With a sharp blade, you will kill yourself. Su Pengji, his wife, and the child were sent away. Li Yu said in a deep voice, "Brother Yu, I'm sorry that you took this trip to no avail, but let our police force take advantage of it." Of course he knew who he should be most grateful for this time. If Yu Liang collects the money, then the police force will have nothing to do with it. It can be said that it was because of Yu Liang's integrity that Su Peng handed over the 1 million to them. For this, Li Yu is really grateful. In the beginning, Li Yu treated Yu Liang well because he admired him. But at this time, the feelings are much more complicated. But no matter how you say it, there's a lot of good feelings and no bad feelings. Yu Liang smiled and said, "Captain Li, it's too polite of you to say that. It's not me who donated money." Li Yu chuckled and said, "Okay, they are all from Lianjiatsi, so I won't talk nonsense. Anyway, brother, if you have anything to do in the future, just ask me. If you can help, I will definitely help you." Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, and an idea suddenly popped up. Li Yu has been the captain of the criminal police for many years, and his ability to observe words and expressions is extremely good. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Why 963? What's the matter?" Yu Liang thought for a while, put down his thoughts, and said, "Captain Li, you just said that if you are interested, we can discuss it, right? He is Taijiquan LV1, and others are Bagwazang LV1. Speaking of which, they are well-matched, and they can compete with each other." Li Yu laughed and said, "Why? Are you interested now?" "Well, can I?" Yu Liang's heart was a little turbulent. Since he practiced Taijiquan hard to reach LV1, although he fought a few times, he even faced a prisoner with a murder weapon. However, those people don't know martial arts, and their skills can be imagined, and they are played by Yu Liang without knowing it. Such a fight is actually very boring. So, if possible, he needs a worthy opponent. Li Yu nodded vigorously and said, "What's wrong with this? To be honest, in the city bureau, I am invincible all over the world. I just want to have a good fight with the real Lianjiatsi." Yu Liang was slightly taken aback and said, "Is the city bureau that bad?" Li Yu was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile, "Brother, what age is it? However, how many people do you think are willing to work hard on this?" Yu Liang nodded slightly, feeling a little sad. "Yes, I managed to practice Taijiquan to LV1, but when Li Yu said this, I always felt that the gains outweighed the losses." Under the leadership of Li Yu, the two came to a room. This room turned out to be a place similar to a gym and a boxing gym. There are not only a lot of fitness equipment inside, but also several sandbags and 2 square rings. Team Lee. Captain Lee, come and play. As soon as Li Yu entered, many people greeted him. Obviously, Team Lee is quite famous in this place. Yu Liang didn't speak, just watched silently. Maybe it's because now that he has more skills, Yu Liang has not only become calmer, but also has a sixth sense that allows him to accurately grasp certain things when looking at people. For example, at this moment, Yu Liang could see that those who greeted Li Yu sincerely admired him. It seems that what Li Yu said about opening up the invincible hand in the city bureau is correct. Men, sometimes crushed by force, can also gain respect from the heart of the other party. Li Yu nodded and said, Xiao Zhang, bring me 2 sets of protective gear. Ah, Captain Li, who are you going to be right with? Yu Liang. Suddenly, a gray guy shouted, This is the CCCF, Yu Liang, who was practicing boxing in the park. The surroundings suddenly became lively. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows. He is a man who does not do anything wrong, and is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Of course, the gazes of these elders couldn't put any pressure on him. However, so many people know themselves. What the hell is this? Li Yu coughed heavily, glared at the man, and said, Brother, don't be surprised. Our people took a video of you practicing boxing in the park and sent it to the group. I commented a few words and said no. People are your opponents. So, they're a little unconvinced. Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize. If the person who took the video of himself is malicious, the sixth sense will definitely notice. But the problem is that people are just curious, and when they shoot, they just go by without thinking. Under such circumstances, Tian Liang really couldn't sense it. As for the later evaluation, etc., that will happen later. No matter how strong the sixth sense is, there is no ability to predict the future, so it is normal that there is no reminder. At this time, someone has already sent the protective gear over. Li Yu said, Brother, we are just competing, so we're protective gear. With that said, he has already started to do it. Yu Liang picked up the protective gear. This thing is actually very simple. After a little thought, he knows how to wear it. However, Yu Liang's unfamiliar movements still let people see that he is a novice. Mr. Yu, have you never worn protective gear before? Asked a nice guy. Yu Liang shook his head slightly and said, It's the first time. Ah, how did you exercise before? That's how you exercise. Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded and said, Who said that you must wear protective gear when exercising? Li Yu was startled and said sternly, Brother Yu is an expert in actual combat. He is different from us. The discussion among the crowd became louder, and soon there were more and more people in this room. At this time, Yu Liang had already put on the protective gear. The more people there were, the more excited Tian Liang felt. He can be sure that he would never be like this before. However, since possessing a powerful force, something in that bone seemed to be aroused. The ancients said that if you have a sharp knife in your body, you will kill yourself. It is indeed a wise saying. Because he was not afraid, and even looked forward to it, his whole mentality changed. Brother Yu, please? After Li Yu finished speaking, he suddenly strode forward and slapped Yu Liang. Although they were wearing protective gear, they were the only ones who didn't wear gloves. With such nondescript equipment, they will definitely not be able to enter the regular arena, but there is no problem in fighting in private. Chapter 1:21 Taiji vs. Baguazhang. Baguazhang is an extremely famous school in the inheritance of Longwu martial arts. Its founder is Dong Haichuan, a martial arts master in the Qing dynasty. In the era when all heroes came together, he could be called a martial arts master. There is a saying in Baguazhang, which is called no move or fight, just one move. It means changing around and changing, one move wins. This trick is to use explosive power. Explosive power is the power that erupts instantly like a bomb explosion. The speed of the hitting part increases suddenly in a very short time, with great momentum, resulting in incredible destructive power. Li Yu has acquired the true teaching of Baguazhang since he was a child, and the time spent practicing is far longer than that of Yu Liang. At this time, when he made a move, the speed was extremely fast, as if a single slap could overturn the whole person. After seeing Yu Liang's boxing practice video, Liu knew that he has real kung fu. In the ring just now, let alone I have never worn protective gear. This gave Liu the illusion that Yu Liang had been fighting. To deal with this kind of actual combat master, of course you have to go all out, otherwise you will definitely be the one who loses. And in front of so many colleagues, I absolutely don't want to fail. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows slightly, and just as he stood firm, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards his face. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible to stop this explosive blow like wind and fire. However, Yu Liang's Tai Chi inheritance is a great Tai Chi master. Although only LV1, but under the influence of that everyone, this strength should not be underestimated. Stretching out and pulling, Tai Chi embraced and shook hands. Between hugs and swings, Liu's strength was about to be dissipated and thrown away. If he really succeeds, then Liu will definitely lose his focus, and then he will only have to be beaten. However, Liu made a wrong step and walked around the dragon, cleverly breaking the power of this throw. Afterwards, the two men exchanged fists and kicks and began a fierce fight. Their fighting is still very different from boxing and sanda. That was a real fight. The two were extremely agile, and the parts they shot were even more vicious. Rule? They play against each other. Where are the rules? The people below all look terrified. Are these two people in the arena exchanging ideas? What the hell? They don't have any deadly feud, so take this opportunity to beat each other to death in the arena. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes later, both of them were breathing heavily. During these 5 minutes, not only did they consume a lot of physical energy, but they also consumed a huge amount of mental energy. A real martial arts contest is a killing technique that instantly divides life and death. It is common for two people to fight against each other, even if they are exchanging ideas, but in the end they can't hold back, causing injuries or something. Therefore, the kind of limited competition in the arena is really not suitable for surgery. Martial arts, since its inception, have been killing techniques, rather than the kind of sumo and wrestling that are enjoyed by princes and nobles. In the arena, Liu punched, Yu Liang dissipated his strength and was waiting to counterattack. But seeing him move his feet, he already retreated like flying. What kind of move is this? Could it be that there is any special technique in Bagwazang that requires such a large acceleration range? Yu Liang was immediately engrossed, watching the changes. However, Liu suddenly retreated to the edge of the ring, and then he stretched out his hand in front of him, saying, "Okay, I'm sleepy. Do not fight?" Yu Liang blinked his eyes twice. He is enjoying the fight now. Why don't he stop it? Liu let out a rough breath and said, "Brother, I'm already tired. If I continue to fight, I won't be able to control my strength. If we can't hold back and really hurt someone, it won't be good. Wait until later gain strength and come again." Yu Liang's eyelids couldn't help but jump a few times. Can't control the power? I've never had power under control. Could it be? The sixth sense can't lie, so Yu Liang can perceive that Liu didn't lie to him. What's the matter? It turns out that I had gone all out, but Liu still has a little bit of a hand. Hey, it seems that there is still a difference between LV1 and LV1. That's right, it's normal that I don't spend as much time training as others. But, asking for flowers. Yu Liang has already made up his mind, and he will come to experience it when he reaches LV2. Silently took off the protective gear, and naturally someone stepped forward to take it away. As long as Yu Liang doesn't say anything, the people below can't see anything. They all thought that for Yu Liang and Liu, it was a match of chess and a match for a good talent. Moreover, this sparring really opened the eyes of those young men who were not afraid of anything, and they were convinced. "Brother Yu, I'll help you. Brother Yu, leave it to me." For a while, Tian Liang became very popular here. In just a few moments, Yu Liang added more than 20 WeChat accounts, each of whom is a young guy in his 20s. This is not surprising, and only at this age would you be interested in not being interested. If it is more than 30, then they would rather go to the gun hall to practice guns, and few people are willing to sweat in the gym. Liu personally sent Yu Liang out. In the car, he hesitated and said, "Brother Yu, I heard that you work as a network security engineer in that company." Knowing what he meant, Yu Liang smiled and said, Yes, but I'm already planning to quit my job and start my own business. Liu nodded and stopped asking. He knew about Yu Liang's financial resources. The car is the A8, and there is no mercy when it crashes. Today, someone sent 1,000,000 yuan and even declined it without even looking at it. However, he himself works as a network security engineer in a company. Hey, the way rich people think is really strange. Yu Liang didn't get off the car at the company, but came directly to the hotel. I was sweating just now, took a good bath in the room, changed my clothes, and felt comfortable. In the evening, Yu Liang, as usual, went home after having dinner with the two sisters. Both Yu Hai are wondering if their son is looking for someone. It's just that they only guess half right. Yu Liang is looking for a partner, but the number of people for this subject is a bit too much. In the evening, Yu Liang fiddled with Bitcoin, let his wealth increase, and then fell asleep happily. Chapter 122, the most practical model for frontline police officers. Going to work the next day, Yu Liang continued to optimize. Just think of this as the last gift I gave before leaving the company. However, while running the plane, Yu Liang also took the time to pick up his mobile phone and send messages to those friends he added yesterday. After chatting casually for a few words, he began to ask questions. In the police station, what kind of car is the most popular and practical? Soon, Yu Liang collected enough information. Of course, this information was given by young people, but if it is considered from the perspective of use value, this is the real first-line news. Yu Liang is also a person who has been nurtured by society. Therefore, he understands very well that no matter in any unit or company, as long as one gets older, energy decline and family problems cannot be avoided. At that time, if you want to devote yourself to work, April 1st is basically impossible. At the very least, as long as you get married and have children, you will inevitably allocate a large part of your energy. And the only ones who really work intensively are those young people in their early 20s who are full of energy. So, if Yu Liang wants to use cars for people who actually do business, not for officials and gentlemen sitting in offices, then he must listen to their opinions. After synthesis, Yu Liang was surprised to find out. Their choices are different from what they imagined. Yu Liang originally thought that they would propose a car like Toyota Road. But what they didn't expect was that they all felt that this car was too expensive and the price/performance ratio was too low. In addition, they have no interest in explosion-proof cars with a price of millions of dollars. Because this kind of car is used to decorate the facade of the police station. The number of times that really need to be dispatched is very small. And these people, it is impossible to use them at all. As for slightly higher-end cars, they also see it very clearly. This kind of car is not for them. Therefore, from a practical point of view, most people recommend domestic cars. Haval H9. More than half of the people said that this car is very practical to use. And more importantly, few leaders will choose this car when they go out. So if there were more cars like this in the police force, they would be much more convenient. In addition, Haval was the second most recommender. But it's H5. This version is a little lower, but they said that it is more than enough to deal with road conditions. It's just that young people also have a heart to show off, so there are more people who recommend Haval H9. After getting first-hand information, Yu Liang directly found Qi Xiaoya. Yu Liang, Xiaoya, do you still have contact with your former colleagues? Qi Xiaoya was startled. What does this mean? She hesitated for a moment before replying. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, basically there is no contact. If you don't want to, I won't contact them anymore. Yu Liang, it doesn't matter, let's get in touch. I want to buy a batch of Haval H9. Please ask the price. How much is suitable? Qi Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, but she became more and more curious in her heart. Haval H9? I'm not mistaken. Mr. Yu wants to buy Haval H9? It's not that there is anything wrong with the Haval H9. It can't drive or something. Instead, the comparison is based on those cars that Yu Liang had previously purchased. Haval H9, even a fraction of those cars can't compare. Qi Xiaoya originally thought that even if Yu Liang wanted to buy a car in the future, he would also buy a sports car. Moreover, it is estimated that it is still a supercar that started with a few $1,000,000. Unexpectedly, she received an order for Haval H9, which made her a little overwhelmed. Take a closer look. Qi Xiaoya blinked her eyes twice. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, how many Havals do you plan to buy? If there is a large quantity, there should be a certain discount. Yu Liang, about the price. Qi Xiaoya, probably between 210,000 and 280,000. Yu Liang, okay, I want 100. 100? Qi Xiaoya's eyeballs were so hanging that they didn't pop out. She let out a long breath. That's right. I already knew Yu Liang's temperament, so how could I only buy a Havel based on his handwriting? However, the number of 100 cars is still beyond Qi Xiaoya's imagination. After hesitating for a while, Qi Xiaoya wrote, Mr. Yu, is it convenient to disclose the purpose of these cars? I can better negotiate with the car dealer. Yu Liang, I plan to donate a batch of cars to the police station, mainly for practicality, and many of them recommend Havel H9. Qi Xiaoya immediately understood. Many of these people are probably those who are fighting on the front line. As for those who sit in the office, if you can recommend the Havel H9, that would be a ghost. Qi Xiaoya, okay, I'll get in touch right away. After Yu Liang ordered things down, he didn't care so much. Instead, he reinvested his energy in the optimization at hand. Ever since his computer level had risen to LV1, he thought about trying to see where his limit was. Although there is a high probability that this skill will not be used in the future, it is 4 years of university and 3 years of work. The whole 7 years have been spent on it. If you don't make some achievements, you will be unwilling. It was like this for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yu Liang didn't encounter any moths again. Just spend some time every day eating and shopping with the two sisters. The two sisters now no longer reject high-end dinners. But when it comes to shopping, they are no longer willing to go to high-end famous stores and luxury specialty stores. When they were taken to Chanel by Yu Liang for the first time, the two of them were deeply shocked and overwhelmed. But with precautions in the future, 4.5 will not be willing. Yu Liang didn't force them either, but after dinner, he took them to a movie. The relationship between them is also slowly warming up. And in 2 days, although points and rewards did not increase, but the number in the bank account is growing rapidly. Among the 11 foreign bank cards, there are already deposits equivalent to $2 million. And in the domestic account, even in addition to the 20 million regular savings, there are still 140 million deposits. Well, these deposits should be used up as soon as possible. Otherwise, putting such a large amount of money in the account always feels unsafe. It seems that Deng Lily should be urged. Also, once the villa is bought, it is time to consider buying a house for the cousin. Chapter 123, I'm Not Free. Saturday morning. Yu Liang still woke up naturally before 5 o'clock. 2 days ago, before the fight against Li Yu, Yu Liang was still full of confidence, thinking that he could fight 10 with 1. However, after the experience of that day, his mind changed. In this world, there are still masters. Although the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom has declined, even in terms of fame, it can't even compare with those exhibition games. However, the population base of Dragon Country is large. Among the 1.4 billion people, it is normal for there to be hundreds or even thousands of real Lianjiatsi. This point, just think about the dozen or so LV. For an LV, 5 martial arts masters that day, you can imagine. So, you can't let go. Even if it's not for climbing the pinnacle of martial arts, but just for strengthening your body, you have to persevere. In the park, after a morning jog, he punched all the way down again. Someone next to him pointed and said that Yu Liang's Taijiquan was not authentic, and some 22 moves were done too fast. Yu Liang turned a deaf ear. He just wanted to be the best of himself. As for the evaluation of those strangers, he had nothing to do with him. He had no time to argue with these idlers. Back home, ate my mother's loving breakfast. Shihui said, Xiaoliang, are you free today? Of course, what's the matter? Didn't you buy that big house and want us all to move in? Shihui sat down and said, I prefer the design of a design company, but your father has different opinions. So, today you accompany, let's go have a look and decide on one. Yu Liang gasped. He rolled his eyes and said, Mom? What did you just say? I said, let you accompany us. Oh no, it's a stone ahead. The previous sentence? Shihui asked suspiciously. What did I say earlier? Didn't you ask me if I'm free today? Yes, what's the matter? Oh, I'm not free today. I'm going to the company to work overtime soon. Sure hui. Just when the mother's face gradually became serious, Yu Liang jumped up with a bun in his mouth. He opened the door and ran away like flying. No matter how sure Hui scolded him later, he just became a man for once, and he would not turn back if he said he would not turn back. If it's other things, it's right to stay with my mother. However, this is a battle between mom and dad. How stupid must Yu Liang be to get involved in it? He had already made up his mind. For this house, he just takes the money and ignores the rest. Today is Saturday. Of course, I don't have to go to work. Although there must be people working overtime in the company. This is a disadvantage of foreign trade. Those salesmen and purchasers hardly have any vacations. However, Yu Liang, a network security engineer, is naturally not among them. When he came to the hotel, the two sisters had just woken up, and they couldn't help being surprised and delighted when they saw Yu Liang coming at this point. After eating buffet breakfast at the hotel together, Yu Liang entered the sisters' room with a cheeky face. When I passed by the bathroom, I glanced at it, and the faces of the sisters turned red from embarrassment. But even so, the two of them did not drive Yu Liang away. The three of them fought and quarreled for a while, when Yu Liang suddenly remembered something. Ling Long, Nana, when are you going back to school? I'll be back in half a month, He Ling Long said softly. In the last semester, we don't need to take an exam. As long as we hand in the internship comments, we can get a graduation certificate. Oh, after that? After graduation, we will start sending resumes, trying to find a job, and be able to stay in this city. Don't you want to go home? Think about it. He Ling Long sighed and said, but my dad said, I hope we don't go back and stay in the big city. Oh, why? He Ling Long hesitated, but He Lingno was blunt. My mother has conflicts with the villagers and doesn't want to associate with them, and my father doesn't want to have anything to do with those relatives, so... Yu Liang immediately understood. As the saying goes, every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite, and not everyone in the countryside is simple. Who else is in the house? It's our sister and a younger brother. He Ling Long sighed softly and said, my father still hopes that we can achieve something, so I can help him. But we don't even know ourselves. It may not be able to live well. The closer to graduation, the greater the pressure on the students. Unemployment after graduation is not an isolated case. Moreover, it is not easy to do foreign trade now, and I want to find a company with high income. For the powerless and powerless two sisters, except for the situation where they are willing to sacrifice, it is basically impossible. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, since this is the case, why don't you help me? Help you? The eyes of the two sisters were piercing. Yes, as you all know, I made a lot of money selling wood. Now I plan to start my own business or do foreign trade, so that what you sisters have learned can also be useful. Okay, brother Yu, what's the name of your company? 763 characters? Yu Liang laughed and suddenly remembered something, and the cold sweat almost fell off his head. No, Qi Xiaoya is already in the company. If we get the sisters over again, this scene, just thinking about it, makes people shudder. He hurriedly said, my company hasn't applied yet. If it's convenient for you, how about doing me a favor? Apply for a company? I will handle this process, and I can help you with it, He Ling Long said without hesitation. She has been an intern in the office for half a year, and she is not just fishing. Okay, once the company is established, you will be the veterans. The salary is tentatively 20,000 yuan per month, and the dividends will be calculated separately. Looking at the two pairs of big surprise eyes in front of him, Yu Liang couldn't bear it any longer, and suddenly reached out his hand and gently scratched their Cheong noses. Ah, it hurts? Two pairs of big, innocent eyes glared at Yu Liang angrily, which made him a little guilty. Yu Liang hurriedly said, get up, let's discuss business. What's up? The company is starting up, and you need to be multi-skilled. Therefore, you need to learn to drive. Come on, I will introduce you to a driving school teacher. Within 3 months, I guarantee that you can get a driver's license. The two sisters immediately forgot the unhappiness just now, and the color of joy flashed in their eyes. Chapter 1, 24 Dressed-Up Twins. Yu Liang flicked the phone, and there were names of people recorded on it. Soon, he found a familiar name, Zhang Jiaming, Yu Liang's high school classmate, and the two of them have a good relationship, they were at the same table for a year. In high school, Zhang Jiming was definitely one of Yu Liang's best friends. However, after graduating from high school, Yu Liang was successfully admitted to a university in Shanghai, while Zhang Jiming entered society directly. When he was a sophomore in university, Tian Liang went back to Yongcheng during the summer vacation. It is learned that Zhang Jiming is already a coach of a driving school. So, he reported Zhang Jiming's name and got his driver's license. After that, the two of them kept in touch intermittently, and if there was nothing serious, Tianban would not say a word. But sometimes when the phone calls, it is also common to grill crayfish with beer. At this time, looking at Zhang Jiming's name, Yu Liang suddenly felt as if he had passed away. But, thinking about it carefully, it seems that it took about half a month to get the magic hard drive. However, the feeling that the magic hard disk brought to him was turned upside down, making his whole life completely different and wonderful. Sighing, Yu Liang dialed the phone. "Hey Ajay, where are you?" "Nonsense. Of course I'm in the driving school." Zhang Jiming's bold voice came from the microphone. "You also know that there are a lot of people learning to drive on Saturdays and Sundays. What's the matter? Is there a dinner?" Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded and said, "Okay, let's have dinner together. It's been a while, I really miss you." "What the hell? You're an idiot. You break the brakes, you step on the brakes with your feet." "Hey, why are you opening the door? You step on the brakes on the car." There was a sudden roar on the phone. Yu Liang was taken aback. What kind of strange student did this guy meet again? In fact, compared with their parents, the teachers who are learning to drive now have a much better attitude. However, if you don't enter the industry, you don't know the hardships of the industry. The performance of some students when learning to drive can only be described by the word disaster. Facing such a student, no matter how good-tempered the coach is, he can't help but yell at him. There are even some people who would rather not have this student, not earn this money, and don't want to teach anymore. After a while, Tan Jiming's voice came again. "Ryoko, I'm sorry, I'm not yelling at you. At noon or at night. I'll make a reservation. Come over." Yu Liang said hastily. "Wait a minute, I still have people here. I'll make a reservation for lunch at Shidian Small Seafood Bar. The West Store is not a high-end restaurant, but it is a place where they often meet. The dishes there are SOSO to be honest, but the little seafood is really fresh enough." "Okay, I'll be there at 11:30. Yu Liang put down the phone, and then saw the two children staring at each other, seeming a little nervous. "Don't be nervous," Yu Liang said hastily. "This is my old classmate. He has a good personality. When he teaches you, he will never yell." The two little eyes were full of suspicion. Yu Liang is helpless. The first impression of this person is actually very important. If the other party thinks that you are a bad person, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort if you want to explain clearly. Ajay, you don't yell early, you don't yell late, but you were yelling nonsense at this time. Who is to blame?" However, if the two sisters were handed over to others, Tian Liang was really worried. After all, driving is not a trivial matter. Yu Liang doesn't want to ride in the car of a road killer. It's too dangerous. Even with the Vajra talisman amulet, Yu Liang didn't want to experience it. The three of them stayed in the hotel room, chatting and talking day by day. He Linglong also took out a small teacup and made a cup of hand-ground coffee for Yu Liang. "Tell him that this is her new craft. I bought some coffee beans because I saw that there was a hand grinder in the suite. This taste." Anyway, after Yu Liang drank it, he thought instant coffee was better. Of course, after drinking coffee, Yu Liang praised He Linglong's craftsmanship to the sky, making the little girl smile and be overjoyed. It was 10:30 in a blink of an eye. The two sisters looked at each other. He Lingness said, "Brother you." "What?" "You go out first, wait for us in the lobby." "Oh, why?" "Dinner at 11:30 noon, we should go." "It doesn't have to be so early. The West Store is very close, and a quarter of an hour's walk is enough. We can go there at 11 o'clock in time." "Oh, brother you, why don't you go out?" Seeing He Lingna's coquettish and charming appearance, Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Afraid of making a fool of himself, he hurried out. When he came to the hotel lobby, Yu Liang originally thought that he only had to wait for a while. Because the two went out, they never put on makeup. Their speed was slightly faster than Yu Liang's. However, I don't know what happened today. It has been half an hour, and they still haven't come down. Yu Liang frowned. feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be something happened? Suddenly, the elevator door opened. Yu Liang sat in a good position. The lobby is facing the sofa at the elevator entrance. Therefore, he can clearly see all the people passing by the elevator. At this time, two beautiful modern girls came out of the elevator one after another. Those were two identical women. They were beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth. Light makeup was painted on their faces, which fully brought out their youthful and glamorous sides. At this moment, they stood in the crowd, as if they stood out from the crowd, looking extremely dazzling. The people near the elevator basically turned their heads and glanced at them more or less. Deleuze, although he won't lose his composure, he can clearly see the astonishment in people's eyes. When the twins usually don't wear makeup, they are already eye-catching when they are completely barefaced. But now, after dressing up carefully, Yu Liang took a deep breath and then let out a long sigh. He directly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Zhang Jiaming. Yu Liang, the place to eat at noon has changed. In the Grand Hotel, I will send you the specific private room. Come on. Zhang Jiaming. Received, you could got rich, my buddy. Why did you go to that place? You have a lot of money. Yu Liang smiled wryly to himself. Since the twin sisters are dressed like this, they are definitely not suitable for going to a small restaurant. Hey, I never thought that once they dressed up, they would be so dazzling. At this moment, Yu Liang was amazed and proud at the same time. Chapter 125 The Smart Man. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Liang brought the two sisters to a small box in the hotel. The two sisters could naturally see Yu Liang's eyes, which were bold and eager, as if they were burning hot. When they were avoiding, there was also a hint of joy. Brother Yu, what we use are the clothes and cosmetics you bought for us. Don't they look good? Looking at the little face with a hint of complacency in the smile, Yu Liang said, You are Nana. Helena nodded vigorously. Her eyes narrowed with a smile. Yu Liang didn't dare to look any further, so he quickly ordered food and started talking with them. To be honest, it was beyond Yu Liang's expectation that they would actually wear makeup today. However, Yu Liang also understood their thoughts and was a little grateful and proud. They just don't want to embarrass themselves in front of their old classmates. However, they don't know that such a dress... Hey, it's so fucky *jihad. At 11:30, the door of the box was pushed open. A thin young man walked in briskly. Ryoko, I'm here, me, who are they? When Zhang Jiaming came in, he habitually yelled. However, before he finished speaking, he saw the two sisters and was startled by their beauty, so he couldn't continue that sentence. Yu Liang chuckled, man, whenever this happens, it is inevitable that there will be a little bit of complacency. Ajay, these are my two colleagues, He Ling Long and He Lingna. Introduce the two parties to each other, then sit down, and the dishes will follow. Because Zhang Jiaming has to go to driving school in the afternoon, he can't drink. Several people chatted while drinking juice. It's just that Yu Liang and Zhang Jiaming are basically talking. As for the He Ling Long sisters, they are eating vegetables slowly or holding a straw with their small mouths and sucking juice little by little. As long as people are beautiful, no matter what they do, they are good-looking. Zhang Jiaming ate the meal very quickly. Yu Liang could feel that he seemed to be a little restrained and didn't let go. But this is also normal. If we get along in a different place, I'm afraid it won't be any better than him. Ajay, the two of them want to learn how to drive. Please leave it to you. Without further ado, Zhang Jiaming patted his chest and said, Okay, leave it to me. Within 3 months, they must get their driver's licenses. Yu Liang, CCBF, coughed lightly and said, Ajay, what I want is more than just a driver's license. What? I don't want to make two street killers. You can teach them some real skills. Zhang Jiaming smiled wryly and said, The real ability is not taught, but practiced. Unless they come to my place every day and drive for an hour, I can't teach them in 3 months. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, Okay, they can go at night. Okay, as long as there are more, I will definitely bring them out. Yu Liang has also passed the driver's license test, so he knows that the driving school teacher may not be happy if the students go to the school more often. Because there are many trips, when practicing the car, the gas money will be consumed more. For the driver's license instructors, it is best for you to practice less, but pass the test once. That is the best student. However, the relationship between Yu Liang and Zhang Jiaming is different. Not to mention spending a little more gas money. Even if the money is not paid, Zhang Jiaming will bring people out. In addition, the driving school is also a bit tricky, especially when male coaches teach female students. If the female students are beautiful, it is definitely impossible to eat tofu in a fair and honest manner. No idiot would dare to do so, unless he doesn't want the job anymore. However, in the process of instructing, no one can find fault with touching each other. And this power is basically in the hands of the coach. It just depends on whether he wants to use it or not. Of course, if you meet an ant, I guarantee that the coach will behave well and don't have to worry about anything. That's why Yu Liang asked Zhang Jiaming. This old classmate will never take advantage of the opportunity. The next day, after running in the morning, Yu Liang was going to the hotel to talk to the twins again. Qi Xiaoya suddenly sent a message. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I have negotiated with the general agent of Havel Yongcheng. The top-of-the-line Havel H9 will offer a discount of 10,000 yuan for each car. For 100 cars, it will be 26 million. B. Okay. When can I have a car? Qi Xiaoya. They have already transferred the goods in the surrounding areas. As long as 1/3 of the money is paid first, we can drive away the 40 Havel H9s in the 4S store first and save 60 cars. Guaranteed delivery due in January. Yu Liang. In the Yongqing store, there are 40 top-equipped Havel H9s. Is this car unsaleable? Qi Xiaoya, Mr. You misunderstood. I told their boss that it was you who wanted the car, and their boss immediately called and shipped all Havel H9s from surrounding counties and cities. However, only 5 of them are top-end, and the rest of the cars are also ordering modification parts. Let us modify them while driving. Commitment to complete the transformation of all vehicles in succession within 1 year. Yu Liang. Oh, my face is so big. Qi Xiaoya. That's right, it's only been a few days, and you have already spent more than 10 million on the car. People say that such high rollers can be trusted. Yu Liang. All right, come pick me up later. Let's pay for the car. The conversation with Qi Xiaoya is over. Yu Liang found Li Yu's WeChat. But after thinking about it, he still made a phone call. The call was connected quickly. Yu Liang. Captain Li, are you busy? Li Yu. It's okay, brother. What's the matter? Yu Liang, I don't go around in circles. Last time you came to pick me up, the car was too broken. I think it will affect the combat effectiveness, so I bought some cars and want to donate them to the police. Will you accept them? Li Yu. Such a good thing. Of course I have to accept it. Hey, brother. What car did you buy? Is it Havel? Is it H5 or H9? Yu Liang was slightly startled. It's H9. How did you know? Li Yu. Hey, it's not that you asked people around a few days ago what type of car our police force likes to use the most. Everyone knows that you are the big boss. I guessed a long time ago that you want to donate a car that I have been waiting for thousands of years. And finally you came to ask me. Yu Liang asked the sky speechlessly. I have to say that these policemen are too sharp. I just consulted for a while, and they saw my thoughts. But this is also good. It is precisely because of these smart people that the safety of the common people can be protected. If they are not smart enough, ordinary people like Yu Liang should worry about it. Chapter 1, 2016. Li, bring more people. Yu Liang shook his head slightly and said, Captain Li, it's okay for me to donate the car, but I have one request. Li Yu, you said, as long as it is not illegal, I will definitely agree. Yu Liang. Okay. I request that the name of the donor be kept secret. $. At this moment, Li Yu is a little confused. What a good publicity it is to donate things to the police force. It's too late for people to publicize it with great fanfare. But there are still people who want to keep it secret. However, thinking about what Yu Liang had done, he vaguely understood. Yu Liang can drive an A8 by himself. And when he encounters a human trafficker, he rams such a luxury car directly into it without any heartache. Besides, facing a check of 1 million yuan, he didn't even have the interest to take a second look at it. However, such rich people honestly work in an ordinary import and export company. Well, for such a person, no matter what choice he makes, it seems understandable. Li Yu, okay, I'll tell them not to report. Yu Liang, I'm going to the 4S store right now. Bring someone here if you have time. If you have a car, you can pick it up, bring more people here. Liu put down his phone with an unconcealable smile on his face. This time making friends with Yu Liang really brought great benefits to the police force. Su Peng's 1 million, plus the car that Yu Gong is about to donate. Hey, it's a pity that Yu Liang refused to show his face. That is to say, the number of cars donated this time will not be too many. But think about it, personal anonymous donation. It is very good. How much do you want? Although Yu Liang just said that some cars will be donated. But how much is this amount? That's very important. If Yu Liang is willing to show up and donate in a big way, then there must be at least 10 cars in these places. Otherwise, the leaders are too embarrassed to attend. But if you don't show up, one should not. But the high probability is 3 to 5 cars. Liu thought for a while, called a few young men in the team, and drove the classic car in the team towards Xiaoying Auto Street. He wants to drive the car back as soon as possible, preferably under the name of their detachment, as soon as possible. As for other brother detachments, as well as county and district detachments, the brothers have to settle accounts clearly. These cars, they detachment surrounded. However, when starting out, Liu suddenly felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. Yu Liang seems to have said, "Let him bring more people." Turning his head and glanced, 5 people, 1 car was full. Well, enough is enough. Yu Liang put down his phone and continued to eat. Not long after eating, a message from Qi Xiaoya arrived. Yu Liang greeted his parents and slipped out of the hospital. Yu Hai and Shi Hui glanced at each other, and they became more and more sure of one thing. This precious son of mine seems to be really talking about someone. Outside the community, Qi Xiaoya drove the Q7 and waited quietly. Inexplicably, she just had a strange sense of excitement. However, looking up at the old community, she felt extremely strange. How does the boss still live in this place? This is too incompatible with the status of the boss. However, seeing Yu Liang coming out, she didn't dare to say a word, and took Yu Liang straight to Xiaoying's 4S shop. 4S stores generally don't open too early, but today, the Havel Mall distribution store opened its doors early. This is a big deal for 100 cars. For those super brands, 26 million may not even be able to buy a car. However, for the domestic Havel, such a business is very worthy of attention. Moreover, the general manager Lu Ding also knew that if this business was successful, then these cars would probably be sent to the major police forces in Yongqing. This is a huge publicity for their brand. He has even conceived how to publicize it and the follow-up plan if it will fuel the flames. But first, the deal is going to work. So after receiving Qi Xiaoya's message, he came to the store early, just to meet the rich man who doesn't take money as money at the first time, and to finalize the contract. Finally, a Q7 drove into the 4S shop. Lu Ding greeted him immediately. By the time Yu Liang and Qi Xiaoya got off the car, he had already reached the front of the car. "Ah, Mr. Yu, Miss Qi, hello." Qi Xiaoya quickly introduced. "Mr. Lu, this is my boss, Mr. Yu Liang, and this is Mr. Lu Ding, the general manager of Havel 4S store." "Oh, in front of Mr. Yu, I don't dare to be the boss," Lu Ding said with a smile. "Mr. Yu, come in quickly." Yu Liang nodded slightly and followed the crowd into the shop. The architectural style of 4S is similar. Both have huge glass floor-to-ceiling walls. Through the glass, you can clearly see the outside scenery. Asking for flowers, Lu Ding pointed to a row of cars on the ground and said, "Mr. Yu, there are 40 Havel H9S here, although most of them are not top-end models, but we will replace them as soon as possible." Yu Liang nodded slightly and asked, "Will it affect normal use?" Lu Ding said hastily, "We plan to replace the parts of the car each time in groups of 3, and each time takes 2 days. It should not have a big impact on the use." "Okay." Yu Liang turned his head and said suddenly, "Is it okay?" Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? It was Qi Xiaoya who had dealt with Yu Liang enough times to react immediately. "It's all settled. Then sign the contract and make money." Lu Ding was stunned for a moment and looked at Yu Liang with a somewhat ethereal gaze. He had heard a long time ago that Yu Liang was a very cheerful person, to the point that he was a little silly. But I really like this coolness. Soon, the contract was signed. Lu Ding looked at the contract and laughed until he couldn't close his mouth. This business is enough to take their 4S store to a higher level. Suddenly, an old Santana that seemed to be scrapped at any moment drove in. Then bang, bang, bang. 5 strong men walked in one after another. "Brother Yu, we are here?" Yu Liang glanced at him and said in surprise, "Captain Li, where are your people?" "My people?" Li Yu was startled, pointed to the 4 brothers beside him, and said, "Here." Frowning slightly, Yu Liang said, "Didn't I ask you to bring more people?" "This?" Li Yu vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said cautiously, "For isn't that enough? Add a 0, and that's enough." "Add a 0? Li Yu took a deep breath and asked, "Brother, don't scare me. How much do you plan to donate?" Yu Liang casually clicked on the Havel H9s lined up outside. "Here, these are all." "Oh my God," Li Yu murmured. "There are dozens of these." "There are 40 here, and another 60 are in transit, a total of 100. Li Yu, Interpol, what the hell is this sum? Is the sum that this guy said and the sum that we ordinary people understand really the same word? Chapter 127 Lucky Draw, Painted Skin Only. Old Zhang, if you don't come, it won't be your turn. Captain Liu, there are 3 cars left. I'll only wait for you for half an hour. If you don't arrive, it will be gone. Dang Bureau, that Yu Liang you still remember. He donated a batch of Havel H9 to our bureau. Yeah, it's already reached 40 cars. I asked my brothers to share 10 cars, and there are still 30. That's right, it's 40 cars, not 14 cars. I didn't raise my tongue and said it's clear that it's 40, not 14. No, not 40. I'm not lying to you. The total is not 40, not 14, but 100. Yes, 100, but only 40 have arrived now, and it is estimated that within a month, there will be another 60 arriving. Super. Li Yu wiped off his cold sweat. He suddenly discovered that explaining March 13th to the leader is also a troublesome matter. Don't worry, I only distributed 10 cars and the first 30 are here. Hey, this is not just sitting on the ground to divide the spoils. How can this be called spoils? I just want to make the brothers more fighting. Okay, don't worry, the remaining 30 cars are here. If one is missing, you can find me. Why? Well, Boss Yu Liang. As soon as Li Yu turned his head, he saw Yu Liang shaking his head vigorously, and he immediately understood. Director Deng, you have something to do with the head office, and he has already left. He asked that this matter not be publicized. Well, yes, he is the #1 person in the company, and he is too busy to be absent for too long, so that's it. Company head? Yu Liang looked at Li Yu, who was full of lies, and looked at him with admiration. This guy always opens his mouth to lie to the leader. It can be seen that this kind of thing is usually done, and the 4 criminal policemen beside him had an expression of familiarity, without any surprise. Putting down the phone, Li Yu let out a long breath, patted Yu Liang hard, and said, "Brother, this time, thank you." Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "The police and the people are fish in water. You don't have to worry about small things." Li Yu nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't say anything. In short, I will remember the Brotherhood." "Why?" Yu Liang raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, "Captain Li, hey, look up to my words, the rules of the world. Call me Brother Li." Li Yu said seriously, "I know, maybe I'm a high-ranking person, but the title of Captain Li, really forget it. A captain actually took the initiative to tell you about the rules of the world. It can only be said that he really wants to make you this friend." Yu Liang laughed and said, "Okay, Brother Li, I want to inquire about something. Of course, if you violate discipline, you don't want to say anything," Li Yu said in a deep voice. "What's the matter?" "The night before yesterday at the hotel, something happened that the radish ran. Did you know?" "Carrot run?" Li Yu thought for a while and said, "I seem to have heard someone mention it. This kind of thing is rarely encountered once a year in our city. It should be something new." "What's wrong?" The corner of Yu Liang's mouth twitched. He gestured in Qi Xiaoya's direction and said, "That night my girlfriend and I were nearby. I planned to go to the hotel for a cup of tea, but I didn't expect to meet this. I want to inquire about such a thing. Who is that person, and why is he so wicked?" Li Yu turned his head and glanced into the distance. Qi Xiaoya, who was making the final statistics with the boss of the 4S store, suddenly smiled understandingly. "Go to the hotel for tea?" Bah, if you open a room, you can open a room, and you still say it so cryptically. However, this girl is really beautiful and worthy of being a brother. Looking at Yu Liang again, Liu couldn't help laughing. The two young people were planning to go to the hotel for an opening, but they suddenly ran into Carrot Ben, which led to their loss of interest, which is rare luck. Yu Liang asked this person if he wanted revenge or something, but Liu didn't care. Also, it's not about confidentiality. Liu believed that with the financial resources shown by Yu Liang, he would definitely be able to find out if he asked a little. So, he took out the phone and said, "Wait, let me ask." He made a phone call, and after a while, his face was a little ugly. "Brother Li, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing," Liu said with a wry smile. That guy was sentenced to an administrative detention for 5 days, but he was sent to the second hospital because of mental problems in just 1 day, and he was released on medical parole. Yu Liang knew exactly what was the reason, but at this moment there was a look of surprise on his face, and he said, "Go out as soon as it opened? Released on medical parole?" Hearing Yu Liang's sarcastic smile, Liu felt his face burn. That's right, when normal people hear about this, their first impression is that they will never believe that that guy needs to be released on medical parole. With a serious face, he said, "Brother Yu, I'll go back and ask about this matter if someone really benefits from it. I will definitely ask them to give an explanation." Yu Liang smiled and said, "That's fine. I'm just asking casually, nothing else." Liu said seriously, "This matter is related to the reputation of the police force. Don't worry, we will handle it fairly." Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and stopped trying to dissuade him. After saying hello, Yu Liang took Qi Xiaoyao away, because Bureau Deng wanted to come over, and Yu Liang didn't want to show his face. In case someone asks Yu Liang to hold a grand donation ceremony for political achievements. So is it better for Yu Liang to be satisfied, or not to save face? In order to avoid these bloody things, the best way is to not even see each other. If there is anything, let Liu act as a middleman to spread the word. That's enough. Although Yu Liang did not host the donation event, the 4S shop wasted half a day in counting so many cars. 3.6 Go home at night. Turning on the magic hard disk computer, the prompt that had not been seen for 3 days suddenly jumped out. The host spends 26 million today and can draw 26 prizes. Do you want to draw prizes? Whether. Of course I chose yes. And Yu Liang also wanted to see if he could extract anything useful after so many days. 20 seconds later, the pointer pointed to other major items in the distance. Congratulations to the host. I have won the other. Painted skin, the only one, can be modified to 0/2. Do you want to use it? Whether. Painted skin? Looking at this thing, Yu Liang's eyeballs almost popped out. Is this thing related to the smash hit movie he once watched? Chapter 128 Bought 2 villas. Painted skin. Make the skin of a person who has just died into a skin of a living person. When used, the whole body is covered, and the voice and body shape are exactly the same, without leaking any flaws. Current usage limit. 0/2. Note. When using the skin of a living person, it must be released for 1 day every other week. Otherwise, there is a possibility of being assimilated by the skin of a living person. Yu Liang's complexion changed suddenly. Looking at the explanation above, he really felt terrified. Turning the newly dead into living skins? My God, what on earth is this magic hard drive trying to do? Is this encouraging me to kill someone? No. According to the urine behavior of the magic hard drive in the past, Yu Liang didn't think it would be so insane. But, in general, it also doesn't pump out completely useless stuff. Could it be? When can I use this thing? Yu Liang was silent for a long time, and finally clicked to blue. Even if he wanted to use this thing, he couldn't use it now, because in front of him, there was no one who had just died. Continue to draw the lottery. The roulette turned again, and when it stopped again, it unexpectedly fell to the other item again. Congratulations to the host, I have won another. Memoir, only 0/5. Do you want to use it? Whether. Memoirs. A perfect record of the memories of the dying person's life. The current number of people is 0/5. Note. When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you. Please use it with caution. Yu Liang's face became gloomy. He always felt that today's lottery draw was a bit strange. How come there are some weird things? He just wants to be an ordinary rich man, but he has no other ideas. However, he always felt that this magical hard drive was going to do something. When the roulette will stop for the third time, Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the pointer, and the shining pointer still stayed above the other item. Congratulations to the host. I have won the other expansion slot, one only available in lottery. Do you want to use it? Whether expansion slot can be used to expand the limit value of other rewards, such as painted skins or memoirs. Seeing this thing, Tian Liang finally couldn't help scolding one room. It seems that the magic hard drive is fighting against him today. After turning over and over again, the things drawn out by the lottery are all related to the dead, not the dying people. However, even if someone was about to die in front of Yu Liang, he probably would have a hard time making up his mind to turn this person into a living human skin. The lottery draw is over, and the rest of the chances are all turned into points. After a long silence, Yu Liang finally calmed down. The boat went straight to the bridge, and nothing happened now, so it was useless for him to worry. Moreover, with so many skills and items on his body, Yu Liang really couldn't imagine what kind of danger he would encounter. So, he put the matter aside and continued to sell bitcoins online. After this week of accumulation, his wealth has grown fundamentally. The foreign account has reached 46 million US dollars, while the domestic account is 140 million. This has not yet counted the fixed deposit of 20 million and the large amount of spending during this period. Looking at this deposit, Yu Liang even wondered if he should slow down the action of selling bitcoins. However, after thinking about it, this virtual currency is not safe. You can sell as much as you can. If one day the price of Bitcoin collapses, those millions of Bitcoins will really be thrown into your hands. So, go out as soon as you can. As long as it is within the allowable range of the 6 cents, don't hesitate. The next day, Yu Liang came to the company after exercising early in the morning. It's another new week, and the morning of the first day of each week is the busiest time for the company. As long as the general manager Suan Kue is not on a business trip, he will definitely be there on this day and have a meeting with the company's senior officials. Yu Liang is qualified to attend because he is in charge of wires and other things. In the past, he didn't use his brain in meetings, and what he heard went in his left ear and out his right ear. But now, starting your own business is imminent, so you have to pay attention everywhere. Suan Kei is quite capable. He can grasp the key points in his conversations with executives in a few words, and he is quite decisive when dealing with things. It is worth learning. However, if Yu Liang starts a company, the way of operation will be completely different from him. Therefore, there are not many places that can really be used for reference. At 10:30 noon, the meeting ended smoothly. In the afternoon, when Yu Liang was debugging the newly improved network interface, Deng Lily sent him a message. Deng Lily, old classmate, we have negotiated for both houses. According to your instructions, the price has not been lowered, and the other party has also signed an agreement to rent first and sell later. As long as you pay, you can get the key. Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't care about the network interface anymore. Open WeChat on your phone. Yu Liang. Okay, I'll pay the money right now. Deng Lily, wow, old classmate, you were too impatient. Yu Liang. After a while, I'm going to go abroad, so I want to solve all the things that can be done before then. Deng Lily. Okay, where shall we go first? Yu Liang. Ziyu Terrace. After tidying up, Yu Liang got up and asked Chen Tao for leave. Chen Tao hesitated for a moment, but he agreed. However, he also had some murmurs in his heart. This kid Yu Liang has behaved 960 very honestly for the past 3 years. However, recently he has asked for leave one after another, saying that he is looking for a girlfriend, but this may not be a good thing. Maybe I need to find a time to talk to him about the change. Yu Liang came to the hotel and drove the Bentley Mulsanne out. There are 2 sets of villas. One is a white embryo with more than 1,000 square meters, and the other is a luxury villa with more than 700 square meters. Moreover, the latter also checked in with a bag. Under Deng Lily's leadership, it took Yu Liang more than an hour to complete all the procedures. Several contracts in hand, plus bank transfer records as proof. When Yu Liang's company is qualified to buy a house in the future, it will not be afraid of the other party's scoundrels. Because of these evidences, as long as he goes to the court, he is guaranteed to be sued. After finishing all the formalities, it was still early to see. Yu Liang sent away the reluctant Ding Lily, and then sent messages to the parents and the twin sisters that they had something to do today and would not come to dinner. Finally, he found Qi Xiaoya. Yu Liang, address. Yu Liang, come on. Qi Xiaoya was in the rental house when she suddenly saw her phone turned on. Pick it up and look at Yu Liang's information. Looking at the address again, her whole body became hot. Have you really bought the Sun Lake Villa? Chapter 129. Qi Xiaoya lives in a villa. Qi Xiaoya arrived very quickly. Within half an hour, she had arrived at Moon Lake from her apartment. Then, she saw Yu Liang's Bentley Mulsanne before the big villa she dreamed of. Qi Xiaoya's excited body trembled a little. After driving the car into the parking space of the villa, Xiaoya got down. He rang the doorbell, and the door opened, and it was indeed Yu Liang. Glancing at Qi Xiaoya, Yu Liang's eyes were also slightly bright. Today, Qi Xiaoya put on light makeup, and she looked radiant, which added a bit of color to her face, which made people's index fingers move. However, Yu Liang didn't want to act so impatient. Xiaoya, go up and have a look. Is this villa satisfactory? Qi Xiaoya nodded vigorously, then walked up. After turning around, she came down and said excitedly, Mr. Yu, there are everything in this villa except bedding. Okay, let's go. Yu Liang strode out. Qi Xiaoya was startled and hurriedly followed, suspiciously asking, Mr. Yu, where are you going? Go buy bedding. Yu Liang looked at her puzzled and said, Don't you need it? Ah, I need it, of course I need it. Qi Xiaoya took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yu, is this for me? Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, If you behave well, when your social security is full, it will be transferred to your name. Qi Xiaoya's face was flushed immediately, and she was so excited that her steps were a little weak. To be honest, Xiaoya is not the kind of woman who comes out to do business. When she was in car sales, many people suggested to her, as long as something can happen, then definitely buy a car from her. However, Qi Xiaoya tried every means to evade it. Even if she didn't do this business, she would not sell herself. However, Yu Liang is different. He gave too much, really too much. After experiencing the hardships of this society, if there is any shortcut, normal people will be tempted. The so-called reluctance and reserve are actually just that the price paid is not high enough. If you put a mountain of gold and silver in front of them, those who can reject you, no, it should be all the way, and it's easy to catch. This time, Yu Liang didn't drive his own car, but Qi Xiaoya's Q7. Since there is a driver, he has to drive. Go to Wanda, Yu Liang ordered after getting into the car. The business district in Yongcheng is not limited to the Tianyi area in the city center. In fact, with the accelerated pace of urban expansion, many large shopping malls have been built in various places. With these shopping malls as the center, the entire business district of Yongcheng has been divided into business circles one after another. Moreover, the content of each business district is actually similar, with no obvious differences in characteristics. Therefore, if you want to buy something, you don't need to identify a certain place at all. Besides, the Tianyi shopping district is where Yu Liang takes his two sisters to shop, and it is his base camp. He is crazy. The group will take other women there to spend. Of course, Qi Xiaoya didn't know what Yu Liang was thinking, and she had no opinion on which business district to go to. Soon, the car stopped at Zhongbei Wanda. There are several Wandas in Yongcheng, and Zhongbei Wanda should be the worst one among them. Whether it's popularity or turnover, it can't be compared with the one in Yinzhou. However, there is a complete range of things here, and basically everything you want to buy is available. They parked the car in the basement, then went straight to Home Textiles. Inside the villa, there are 6 rooms, large and small. 4 of them are suites, and the other 2 Yu Liang have been converted into use rooms and tea houses. Therefore, Qi Xiaoya bought 8 sets of bedding in one go. According to her, 2 sets should be prepared for each room. Although Yu Liang slandered in his heart, he didn't stop him. Anyway, this villa will be given to her to use in the future, so she can decorate it however she likes. After purchasing the bedding, we negotiated with the store and delivered it to the villa at 7 o'clock tonight. This is a big deal, and the shopkeeper agreed without hesitation. They are not the only home textile shops here. If they can't even handle this small matter well, there must be someone willing to take over the business, and they can't wait for it. Qi Xiaoya turned around and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yu, the betting is finished." Yu Liang looked at her. Xiaoya didn't wear the million-level jewelry this time. Moreover, although the clothes on her body are well-dressed, they are all ordinary goods, and the color is even slightly whitish, which shows that she has been wearing them for a long time. In addition, women, regardless of their age, seem to carry a bag when they go out. Although Yu Liang doesn't know much about bags, but after seeing a lot in Chanel, he always feels that Qi Xiaoya's bags are ordinary. After thinking about it, Yu Liang said, "What brand do you like best?" What? Women's clothes, bags, what's your favorite brand? Dior. Qi Xiaoya said without hesitation. Dior? And Audi. Yu Liang thought maliciously in his heart. You don't go to work at Audi because you know you can't afford Dior. He waved his hand and said, "Go. There should be a Dior store here." "Not here, only in Yinzhou, Wanda." Yu Liang was startled and looked at her suspiciously. This guy is really familiar. An hour later, they returned with a full load in the Dior store of Yinzhou, Wanda. Qi Xiaoya Li does, changing in new clothes all over her body, and more than one set. He also carried a bag in his hand, and there was another in the car. Of course, the cost of buying so many luxury goods is not small. It has already exceeded 1 million. During this period, Qi Xiaoya paid close attention to Yu Liang's face all the time, but she didn't see a trace of reluctance or heartache. She couldn't help feeling quite emotional. It's one thing for a man to have money, but it's another to be willing to spend money for a woman. Being able to meet Yu Liang is considered the greatest luck in her life. At this moment, Qi Xiaoya was full of joy and willingly, without any regrets. After dinner at Wanda, when they returned to the villa, they had just delivered the bedding. It took Qi Xiaoya half a day to tidy up and humiliate her. A pair of big hands had been wrapped around. Immediately, the room was full of spring. Chapter 130, That's a Crazy Disease. Stayed in the villa for one night, and Yu Liang left for the company the next day. Before leaving, Yu Liang changed into a new set of clothes he bought last night. When I saw the two sisters, although I was a little guilty, I quickly calmed down. Turning on the computer, Tamiya continued to deal with things on the company network. The computer technology of LV1 actually cannot make the company's system operation achieve the effect of being reborn. However, when Yu Liang has dealt with everything, it will definitely be better than before. And at this moment, it's almost over. It will be over in about 3 or 5 days. The phone rang suddenly, and Yu Liang answered it. "Brother Yu, it's me. 17. Brother Li, what's the matter?" Li Yu's voice was a little helpless. "Brother Yu, didn't you ask me about the guy who ran the carrot?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "I've checked," Li Yu said with a wry smile. "It is true that he was released on medical parole and sent to the second hospital. But it's not that someone took the benefits, but that he really fell ill." "Oh." Yu Liang showed just the right amount of interest. "What's wrong with him?" "Neuropathy." "What?" Yu Liang asked knowingly. 927, as soon as that kid falls asleep, he will dream of countless snakes. The reason why he ran away at the beginning was because he dreamed of snakes, so after waking up in fright, he ran out desperately. Yu Liang questioned openly, "Is there such a thing? He can't be pretending." "Hey, after I heard it, I was also skeptical. So I went to the hospital and met him. I think there should be no fakes." How do you judge?" "That guy's haggard appearance, and his eyes are almost like a lunatic. In short, he doesn't look like a normal person," Li Yu said in a deep voice. "I have worked in the criminal police team for so many years. This vision is still there. If he was pretending, he would be the movie king." Yu Liang said, "So that's the case, then I don't blame him." After hearing the news, the last bit of resentment in Yu Liang's heart disappeared. However, he didn't feel any guilt. Such people should be punished like this. Anyway, this kind of people living in the world will not do any benefit to the society, but will only create garbage and trouble. Therefore, if he died earlier, he would have made a contribution to society. As for his parents and relatives, they may be sad for a while, but Is there nothing wrong with bringing up children like this? So, everything is deserved. The moment Yu Liang put down the phone, he had already forgotten about it. This matter ends here. Glancing at the office, it was empty. Yu Liang flipped his wrist and took out the magic hard drive computer. Last night, he fell into Qi Xiaoya's tenderness, and the two of them got entangled all night, causing him to even forget to turn on the magic hard drive. At this time, Yu Liang wanted to give it a try. If you miss the day, what will happen when you turn on the magic hard drive the next day? The host spent 91 million yesterday and can draw 91 times. But he didn't log in yesterday, so he gave up the lottery. All the times of lottery are converted into points. Yu Liang nodded secretly. Converted into points, this option is still possible. It's been a long time since I looked at my property panel, so I clicked to open it. Host: Yu Liang. Race: human. Physique: LV1. Possessibility: full score 5 points. The Sixth Sense: permanent. Visual simulation: *2. Skill copy: single. Computer software: LV1. Computer hardware: V1. Car driving: LV1. Dream making: *2. Own items: garbage station: permanent. Portable space: permanent. Map query: single. King Kong talisman: single. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, cab: single. Skill lock card: single. Skill upgrade card: LV1. Single. Consumption return card: single. Stone statue card: single. Perspective eye: single. Own other: beauty filter: 1 year. Painted skin: unique, modifiable 0/2. Memoirs only L. Expansion slot 1, only available by lottery. Own lottery draw times: 0 times. Points: 176 points. Compared with the previous few days, the attribute panel is much richer. Not only has the score reached an unprecedented height of 176, but also, in the other category, he has 2 shocking abilities of painting skin and memoir. Yu Liang only hopes that these 2 abilities will not be used in 10 lifetimes. I continued to debug in the company and took my 2 children to a nearby seafood restaurant at noon. During this period of time, in terms of food, the taste of the 3 of them has become more and more tricky. The 2 sisters were secretly complaining that if they continued to eat delicacies like this every day, it would be difficult for them to get used to simple food. While eating, Yu Liang whispered, "In the evening, after get off work, I will take you to a place." The 2 sisters looked at each other with indescribable curiosity in their eyes. "Brother Yu, where is it?" It won't work if I say it." No matter how Lingna urged and asked, Yu Liang didn't mention a word. The little girl turned her head away because of the trouble and ignored him anymore. At 5 o'clock, the 3 left work on time. Of course, there are still people working overtime in the company, and there are quite a few people who take the initiative to work overtime. 2 hours ago, will also stay to help. However, under Yu Liang's enlightenment, the 2 interns left at the appointed time. Sitting on the Bentley Mulsanne, I came to Ziyutai Garden. When Yu Liang bought the house yesterday, he had already registered the license plate number. So, the car drove in smoothly. When the car stopped at the entrance of the villa, the eyes of the 2 girls had already widened. Yu Liang smiled and said, "Ling Long, Nana, this is a villa I just bought, and it's still white. I'm going abroad for a trip recently, and I want to trouble you to help me keep an eye on the day ahead for the decoration." The 2 sisters entered the villa, and after visiting, they were both shocked and speechless. "Brother Yu, this is very expensive, isn't it?" Yu Liang smiled and said, "Fortunately, I will find you a decoration company. You discuss with the designer. You can dress in whatever style you like, don't worry about money." "Ah, to decorate in the style we like." "Yes. This house will be for you to live in the future, and of course it will be decorated according to your preferences." The 2 sisters looked at each other and wanted to refuse, but they couldn't say anything. Gradually, their cheeks turned red, full of purple clouds, very attractive.